Chapter 2651 Star Tree. On a ship that was headed to the Andromeda system, a crystallizer woman turned to a man next to her. She looked afraid. "Are you a crystallizer?" she asked. "Yes," the man said with a nod. He sounded rather cold. The woman looked very surprised, and she said, "I can't believe I have met someone of the same race here. My name is Lydia. You took the Hall's quest to venture to the Andromeda system to hunt xenogeneics, didn't you?" "Yes," the man answered. His emotions didn't seem perturbed at all. "That is great. Can we combine forces and do it together?" the woman said. "No, we cannot," the man answered. The woman seemed disappointed, and she said, "That's fine, I guess. What is your name, anyway? Can we exchange phone numbers? There are too few crystallizers here. We can contact each other." "No, we cannot," the man said. His face remained impassive. The woman had spoken nicely to the man, but the man hadn't reciprocated by the smallest amount. He never gave her a reply that was greater than 3 words. After they arrived in the Andromeda system, the ship's passengers spread out as they headed to the various planets. The man got off the ship while the woman followed after him. "Why are you following me?" the man asked, turning around and looking at Lydia strangely. "It is because, in this universe, a crystallizer woman meeting a crystallizer man is a 1 in billion chance. I don't want to miss out on such a rare opportunity. So, please, tell me your name," Lydia responded, lowering her head and mumbling quickly. She spoke in a volume that only dogs could have discerned. Dongmu, the man finally spoke his name. Lydia looked very happy to hear that. She raised her head, wanting to tell Dongmu something. But as she opened her lips, before she could speak, Dongmu's dagger slammed through her heart. Why, Lydia couldn't believe what had just happened. She stared at Dongmu with shock. She couldn't believe the man would do something like this to her. "It is because I sense something dangerous within you." Dongmu pulled his dagger back out of Lydia, sending the woman stumbling to the ground. He looked at Lydia's body, then turned around. He left and disappeared someplace into the mountains. Shortly after Dongmu left, the lifeless Lydia opened her eyes. Weird flashes passed through her eyes, and she stood up like a wooden doll. At that moment, Lydia looked like a lifeless robot. Her eyes were wide open, but they had no focus. It was like lots of data was scrolling through her eyes. It failed again. Such a heartless killer. He killed a beautiful woman of the same race simply because he sensed danger. It is so hard to deal with this guy. After a while, Lydia spoke to herself. So annoying. I have now failed 8 times trying to get close to this target. Another team failed to gain any information from him, as well. It is so hard to get information from others who have been in contact with Han-sen before. Since when did the crystallizers become so strong? It looks like this investigation will become quite difficult. After that, Lydia's body suddenly collapsed on the ground. Her light faded, and she looked like a dead body again. "Brother King, has anything special happened to you recently?" Wang Yuhang looked at his phone while chatting with Xie Qing King. "I made some new friends," Xie Qing King said, with a cigar hanging from his lips. He was reclined in a CEO chair. He looked really relaxed as he spoke. "Me, too. But it looks like something happened with Han Senator. Is he in big trouble or something?" Wang Yuhang said. "Maybe not. Maybe they are just keen on investigating the boy. Otherwise, the people coming to ask us questions wouldn't be so gentle." Xie Qing King squinted while he spoke. "Then, what are we going to do?" Wang Yuhang asked. "If someone is giving you free money and beautiful women, are you ever going to say no? It would be very rude, and you would be missing out. That would sadden the person making the offer. Of course, we aren't going to do that. Xie Qing King laughed. Teehee. That is what I thought, too. Lin Feng, Tang Zhenliu, and the others, as well. Can you please get in touch with them? Me being here is not a coincidence. Wang Yuhang laughed. Every day, Han Sen remained near the lake and continued fishing out pages of the Xian Yellow Sutra. For some reason, whenever it was Baoer's turn, she always ended up with actual treasures, and every time Han Sen fished, he ended up with a sheet of paper belonging to the Xian Yellow Sutra. This is so King weird. Why can I only retrieve this Geno art, page by page? Han Sen wondered. He couldn't think of an answer. After all, anti-material worlds were difficult to explain. Common sense and logic didn't really apply to such places, and Han Sen didn't want to waste time mulling it over. He just wanted to gather all the pages of the Xian Yellow Sutra as fast as he could. He was keen to find out what sort of Geno art it was. A Geno art that comes from the anti-material world. No matter how bad it is, it must be special, right? Han Sen thought to himself. Suddenly, the triangle symbol on the small jade figure glowed. Han Sen knew Exquisite was on her way over. He carefully synced his thoughts with the small jade figure. Find anything? Moments later, Exquisite teleported right next to Han Sr. Yes, but I did not get any fish. The stuff I've been collecting is pretty weird, Han Sen with a strange tone of voice. Underworld Lake is connected with the anti-material world. It is normal to fish up odd things. What did you get? Exquisite asked. I got some paper, Han Sen said slowly. Liu Zhen had seen these yellow sheets of paper before, so there was no use in hiding it. He had no choice but to reveal what he had found. Paper? What sort of paper? Exquisite asked with curiosity. Although anything could show up in Underworld Lake, it was rare to get something like paper. About that, Han Sen was frozen. When he thought about the lewd content on the yellow pages, he didn't know what to say. Exquisite could sense what Han Sen was thinking. So, she blushed and said, never mind. You don't have to tell me. Whatever you get from Underworld Lake belongs to you. Even if you collect a deified treasure, it is all yours. When you leave Outer Sky, you can even take them with you. Thanks. Han Sen pretended to be relieved. I thought you always wanted xenogenic resources. I have found some for you already. How much you get will depend on your power, though, Exquisite said to Han Senator. She appeared rather mellow. What do you mean? Han Sen asked, curious. Outer Sky has a star tree. The tree produces star fruit, and it is surrounded by powerful space xenogenics. They are king class, at least. Of course, some can even reach deified. Now, you can collect the star fruit, but how many you can collect will depend on you. Chapter 2652 Headstrong Elder. Han Sen listened carefully as Exquisite explained the situation to him in more detail. The star tree was guarded by seniors of the Very High. Every silkworm of the Very High was allowed one chance to claim star fruit from its boughs. But how many star fruit could be collected would be determined by tests conducted by the aforementioned seniors of the Very High. The test results correlated with how many star fruits could be obtained. Even if the results weren't great, a participant was always guaranteed at least one. 10 star fruits was generally the most one could receive. But the tests were highly variable depending on which Very High senior was administering them. The personality of your particular administrator is very unique. If he likes you, he will only ask you a few questions. Then, he will let you claim 7 or 8 fruits. If he doesn't like you, he will give you a very difficult question. If you answer correctly, you will only be allowed a small number of star fruits. I hope the man will like you. Exquisite's eyes looked strange as she spoke. Is he often that unreasonable? Is there any point of a test if he just gets to decide regardless? Just make it a beauty contest or something, then, Han Sen thought to himself. Exquisite could feel what Han Sen was thinking, so she laughed. The star tree belongs to the uncle alone. Who he shares the fruit with is entirely his decision. Being willing to share with those far younger than him is already a grand act of kindness. So, even if he gives you only one star fruit, you should still be appreciative. I see. That makes sense then. If they are his items, then he can definitely dictate the distribution of them, Han Sen said with a nod. This is just a small reward. My generation will soon begin testing silkworms in earnest. If you perform well when that happens, the resources you receive will far exceed the star fruit, Exquisite said. How long must we wait? Han Sen asked. There are 13 of us in my generation. Now, there is only one little sister who has yet to decide on a silkworm. Once she has made her decision, the tests will begin. When Exquisite spoke of her little sister, her eyes glimmered strangely. Han Sen's heart felt weird hearing this, too. But he carefully kept his thoughts away from the subject. The little sister Exquisite was referring to was undoubtedly Li Qir. Li Qir wanted $, so Han Sen knew all about that. Let's go. We should head to the star tree. Exquisite placed a hand on Han Sen's shoulder. Then, she teleported Han Sen and Bauer away from Underworld Lake. There were still many Xian Yellow Sutra pages left to collect, and Han Sen wanted to carry on fishing them all out, but it was a long task that he couldn't rush. He would have to wait for the chance to fish again later. When Han Sen saw the star tree, he was shocked. Its boughs almost blanketed the whole sky. It was like a big umbrella that formed a bridge between the land and the sky itself. Many pieces of fruit hung from the tree's branches. They looked like suns, and their light made the leaves of the tree shine like jade. It was so very beautiful, and Han Sen squinted against the light. According to what Exquisite had told him, the test administrator's personality was quite strange. But his story was a legendary one. When a child of the Very High was born, it would be put into one of two factions. One faction was responsible for reproducing. They were the ordinary Very High, and they didn't practice the Very High sense. Their personalities were comparatively normal, and they retained emotions like an ordinary person would. They were similar to Liu Zhen. The other faction was the one Exquisite studied with. They learned the Very High sense, and at the end of their practice, their emotions were practically non-existent. Their strength and combat prowess, however, were the best of the Very High. When a Very High was born, it was decided which path they would take. This man was like Exquisite. He practiced Very High sense, and he had reached deified class with it. He had been only a step away from becoming a true god. But then, he destroyed his Very High sense and started anew. Not even Exquisite knew why the man had taken such drastic action. But as he began practicing again, the elder guarded the star tree and never left its side. Even the other Very High didn't know what level he was at currently. Uncle. Exquisite brought Han Sen beneath the boughs of the star tree and bowed to the roots of the tree. Han Sen and Bauer looked in the direction she was bowing, and there, they saw a giant stone tree root. Despite being made of stone, the roots still seemed to be alive and growing. There was a gray-haired man of the Very High sitting on it. The wrinkles in his face appeared rougher than the bark of the tree. His white beard reached the ground. He remained sitting where he was, his eyes closed. He was so old that he looked like he'd been petrified. Han Sen wasn't sure what to make of the man's appearance. With the power of the Very High, they could keep themselves looking young until the moment they died. Doing that wasn't difficult. He wondered why this man's face looked so old. Upon hearing Exquisite's voice, the old man opened his eyes. His eyelids were very wrinkly, too. He could barely open a small slit to see through. If one didn't look closely, one would never realize that his eyes were open at all. The old man looked at Exquisite. Then, he turned to Han Sen and Bauer. With a rough voice, he said, "It is Exquisite. Have you brought your silkworm? Is it the big one or the small one?" "His name is Han Senator. He is a crystallizer," Exquisite introduced Han Sen and Bauer to him. "You selected a crystallizer. That takes a lot of courage," the old man said. He observed Han Sen's body well. He started to say something more, but he suddenly saw a person teleporting in front of him. "Uncle," the new man said, bowing to the elder. "Liu Zhen, what are you doing here?" Han Sen and Exquisite's heart asked the same question. "Liu Zhen, please wait aside for a moment. Allow me to help Exquisite's silkworm conduct the test. Then it will be your turn," the old man said, signaling him to stand aside for a while. When Liu Zhen heard the command, he bowed to the old man and said, "Uncle, if things are like that, why don't we conduct our tests together?" Han Sen and Exquisite, when they heard it, felt a shock. They didn't know what was going on in Liu Zhen's mind to make such a proposal. When the old man heard this request, he went silent. Then, he nodded and said, "Why not? We can save some time. Let us do the tests together, then." Exquisite was unsettled. Usually, ordinary very high silkworms conducted their tests alone. And people of the very high never had to undergo these tests at all. She was confused by why Liu Zhen wanted to take a test, as well. The old man seemed to understand what Exquisite was wondering. And so he said, "I have to travel soon. Others have recommended that Liu Zhen protect the star tree in my absence. If he can pass the test, he will be in charge of the star tree temporarily." Han Sen felt lucky. It was good that they had come now. If they came when Liu Zhen was guarding the star tree, there was a chance Liu Zhen would deliberately make the test difficult for him. Chapter 2653 Star Beetle. It really had been a coincidence that Liu Zhen ran into Han Sen at the star tree. He had only just received the order to go there and take the test. He was there to take charge of the star tree in its current master's absence. Liu Zhen had received a piece of news that few others knew. Once the star tree's elder left on his journey, he might never come back. If Liu Zhen took the star tree now, it was likely that the star tree would forever belong to him. That was why Liu Zhen was so hyped when he arrived there. Watching over the tree temporarily wasn't a very important task, but becoming its permanent caretaker. But when he found Han Sen already standing before the tree, he thought about how rude Han Sen had been to him at the lake. He was just a silkworm, and even so, he dared to offend the very high's second brother to his face. This was a chance to teach the whelp a lesson, or so Liu Zhen thought. This wasn't an opportunity that he could allow to pass him by. Out in the rest of the universe, you might be some kind of generational prodigy. I can understand why you might believe you have a right to be so arrogant. But amidst the very high, you are lower than dirt. If you don't know that already, there is a high chance you won't survive your tenure with us. I'm just trying to be nice so that Exquisite won't end up being dragged down with you." Liu Zhen smirked to himself. The old man then glanced at the tree around him and said, "If this is the way that we're going to proceed, why don't you two remove the bugs from the star tree?" "Remove bugs?" Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow. This massive holy tree needed insect extermination. That was surprising, to say the least. Because Han Sen had just learned of the tree's existence, he didn't know that part of the tree guardian's job was to remove bugs from it every now and again. Otherwise, the bugs would eat and destroy the tree's fruit. That was what Liu Zhen would have to do if he took over the job, anyway. If Liu Zhen hadn't been present, Han Sen's challenge would likely have been something different. However, because of the unique circumstances, the elder had decided that this test would be appropriate for both of them. While we are performing this test, you cannot use treasure or any other special powers. You need to use your own strength to remove the bugs. And while you are doing so, you cannot bring any harm to the star tree. If you damage the tree, you will receive no reward. You will, however, be given punishment, the old man said warningly. Uncle, what kind of bugs are we removing? Han Sen asked the old man politely. There is only one type of bug that dares come close to the star tree, the old man answered. It is called a star beetle. You will know them when you see them. I will give you a day. You will pass if you can remove 1,000 bugs. Each 100 you remove will account for 1 star fruit. Han Sen was delighted to hear this. He had been worried that even if he did his job correctly, the old man wouldn't allow him to collect any star fruit. Now that he had been given terms and conditions, he could rest easy. This was the best way to conduct business. We start now. Tomorrow, at this time, you must return here. The bodies of the star beetles can stay on the tree. They will be cleared afterwards, the old man said. Han Sen and Li Yuzhen bowed to the old man. Then, they both flew to the top of the star tree. Li Yuzhen looked at Han Sen and used galaxy teleport. He vanished into the tree while Han Sen had to continue flying up. The star tree was a Goliath. Each star fruit looked more like an asteroid. Han Sen flew as fast as he could, but it still took him an hour to get to the top of the tree. Li Yuzhen had started killing bugs a long time ago, but the tree was simply too large. Han Sen couldn't see where Li Yuzhen was. So, he had to look for the bugs alone. Seeing the star tree up close, Han Sen noticed that the star tree's leaves really did look like jade. The giant fruits were crystal clear. Because the old man's request was very strict, Han Sen couldn't do any damage at all to the star tree. Therefore, he didn't dare touch the tree. He kept flying around it. Soon after, Han Sen found a bug lying on a branch of the star tree. It looked as fierce as a dragon, and it was the size of an adult bull. Its armor was sky blue. The light coming from its shell shimmered and glittered like a tapestry of stars, and its face looked like the face of a stag beetle. It had 8 claws, and it had a weird horn that was like a pincer. It looked much more polished than an actual stag beetle, though. Its body was crystal blue, and it shone. It was hard to imagine it was considered a pest. The old man had given him the order to remove the bugs without damaging the tree. Han Sen looked at the bug from afar, but he didn't dive right in to kill it. He observed the bug with his purple eye butterfly first. Without a doubt, the bug was king class. Judging from its life force and presence, Han Sen was able to predict that it was a 3rd or 4th tier king. Such a creature wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with. Han Sen wasn't in a rush to do anything. He looked at the bug and thought to himself, he said, I cannot hurt the star tree. That means I cannot hurt it while I fight. I need to kill this bug in one blow so that it can't damage the tree itself by attempting to fight back. It's an empty type xenogenic, so its body doesn't have an element. It is a xenogenic based purely on raw strength. That means its shell must be extremely hard, far harder than those of xenogenics of a similar level. Taking down a creature like this in one hit will be difficult, Han Sen thought to himself. After observing the creature for a while, he was unable to discern any potential weak spots. Its entire body was clad in that starry shell. To kill the bug, Han Sen knew he would have to break through that surface. If there are no weak spots, then I will just have to break it open with brute force. But using brute force will still have the same risks if I miss. If I don't kill the bug instantly, and it struggles, it will likely harm the bark and the leaves on the star tree, Han Sen thought, continuing to observe the beetle intently. Li Yuzhen, meanwhile, had reached the tree 1 hour before Han Sen had. And before he arrived, he already knew a lot of information about the beetles. Li Yuzhen knew their weak spots, and he knew how to kill them effectively. After finding a beetle, Li Yuzhen started taking it down. Liu Zhen hadn't practiced the very high sense, but the very high had many Geno arts. There were many top-notch Geno arts available to learn. Liu Zhen was a king, one of the best within the very high, in fact. With many Geno arts at his disposal, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a king-class beetle. The beetle's shell was extremely hard. Ordinary king-class fighters of the same tier would have a hard time breaking through its shell, but Liu Zhen only needed a few punches to destroy the beetle. He moved with insane speed. Liu Zhen had found a few dozen beetles to kill before Han Sen had even reached the tree. Plus, when Han Sen found the beetle, he didn't immediately attack. He stayed where he was, observing them for a while. By the time Liu Zhen had killed 100 beetles, Han Sen hadn't even started fighting one. "Why isn't Daddy doing anything?" Bauer was holding Exquisite's hand and looking into a mirror while she spoke. The image in the mirror displayed both Han Sen and Liu Zhen. Liu Zhen had already killed 100 beetles, but Han Sen had yet to do anything. "He is thinking about how to kill the star beetles," Exquisite said. "What would he need to think about? Even Daddy's fingers are enough to crush those little bugs," Bauer said curiously. Exquisite didn't answer, but the old man said, "He's thinking about how to avoid harming the star tree if he moves to attack the bugs." Chapter 2654. An accurate kill that is like a surgical incision. Han Sen spent several long minutes in observation before he finally flew forward to strike that bug. When he was close enough to it, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the bug's shell. God's wonder. Exquisite was shocked to see this. She was intimately familiar with the teleporting method he had used. Although he was only teleporting a short distance, the move was still impressive for a beginner. It was strange, though, considering she had only given him God's wonder a short while ago. If Han Sen had become this proficient with it already, he was more than brilliant. His talents really were out of this world. Does he really have an 11 armor talent? Exquisite couldn't help but wonder. Han Sen's body was unique. If the God Spirit Touch's result was genuine, it was nuts. Han Sen teleported behind the star beetle, but the star beetle didn't react. And then, Han Sen pointed a finger at its brain. Ding! There was a small ringing noise, like a steel needle striking bone. It was barely even audible. And right after, Han Sen pulled his finger away. The star beetle didn't struggle at all after the strike. It simply gave a tiny shiver. The beetle grew still again as if nothing had happened, but its life force was waning fast. It didn't take long for its flame to fully extinguish. The star beetle was in the same position as before. It was lying atop the branch, but if one looked closely, one could see a very small hole in its head that led down to the creature's brain. Xenogenic King hunted, star beetle. Xenogenic gene found. A hunting announcement rang in Han Sen's head. What excellent powers of observation. That was a very strong ability. His body is evolving fairly well. Exquisite, I think you found yourself a decent silkworm, the old man said. He looked at Han Sen with a genuine sense of appreciation for the young man's performance. Han Sen's attack had been very good. What the elder admired most about the scene was that Han Sen had taken the time to observe the creature before committing to action. He wasn't a reckless man whose body operated faster than his brain. Recklessness wasn't always a bad thing. If a warrior fought someone of the same tier, the fight was usually a matter of life or death for both combatants. Neither fighter would have the opportunity to spend time deliberating their actions. The body's first response was usually the most useful. But taking care of those bugs didn't require those instantaneous reactions. Han Sen had no idea what the star beetles were before this day. He had only observed them for a moment before killing one in a single hit. He had managed to sever the star beetle's nervous system. It couldn't even react before it died. So, the damage dealt to the star tree was minimized. That was why the old man really admired Han. Senator Liu Zhen had known all about the star beetles before he even began this test, but his methods of attack were still obscenely rough. He wasn't dealing much damage to the star tree, but compared to Han Sen, he was leaving a lot of wreckage in his wake. Han Sen started to attack more of the star beetles. He teleported and used his under-the-sky knife skills. The knife silks he controlled were as accurate as a surgical blade. His strikes would pierce through the beetles' shells and sever their major nerve pathways. Under such precise attacks, each star beetle died without the chance to fight back. Star beetles were falling to Han Sen one after another. Han Sen was like a skilled surgeon. Each cut he made had the precision of a razor. He was able to kill 100 star beetles without missing once. None of the beetles stood a chance of resisting. The old man was shocked. Exquisite's eyes were glued to the video. Her mind was also connected to Han Sen's mind, and it was as if she was with Han Sen, killing those star beetles right then and there. That was the benefit of having a silkworm. She could share a bond and feel the same things as her silkworm did, thereby learning and experiencing something that she wasn't familiar with. It was a learning experience for her, too. As Han Sen went from king class to deified or even further, Exquisite wouldn't level up with him. However, she would feel his evolution process as if it was happening to her. So, when she became deified, she would have all that experience. It was like she was being reborn, and there was no need for her to worry about going along the wrong path. The king-class star beetles were nothing compared to Exquisite, she could kill them with ease. Being as accurate as Han Sen and obliterating a beetle's nerves so that it couldn't even struggle, in addition to the fact he was killing so many star beetles without making a mistake, Exquisite couldn't have done the same. Exquisite could feel Han Sen's reactions, and that was what shocked her the most. Han Sen's simple finger attack looked easy. But before he did it, he used a lot of predictive powers. He calculated everything that could happen while he was performing the strike. Even a straight strike had many potential ramifications depending on its speed and power. If Exquisite hadn't been able to feel what Han Sen was thinking, she never would have guessed that there were so many complicated calculations running through his mind. This guy's power is so strong. It is something you rarely see. Even those of us with the very high sense aren't capable of insanity like this. Exquisite's emotions were quite conflicted. The more she studied Han Sen, the more she believed him to be a scary person. Han Sen no longer looked like he was fighting. It was more like he was finishing work that was supposed to have already been finished. He didn't have to worry about much because everything was under his control. Sharing Han Sen's mind allowed Exquisite to learn a lot, but it also made her feel even more conflicted with facing Han Sen now. The very high were quite full of themselves, and that carried through strongly in how they treated their silkworms. The masters often acted high and mighty. Right now, Exquisite was feeling the complete opposite. The more she learned about Han Sen, the more she thought Han Sen was scarier than she was. Xenogenic King hunted, Star Beetle. Xenogenic gene found. Obtains Star Beetle Beast Soul. After Han Sen killed 100 Star Beetles, he earned a Star Beetle Beast Soul. He looked into his sea of soul, and he immediately noticed that the Star Beetle Beast Soul was an armor type. That didn't surprise Han Senator. He had guessed that the Star Beetles would drop armor beast souls as soon as he saw them. Armor beast souls aren't bad. When I take control of the constellation C, I can build a human army. At that point, beast souls like this will definitely prove their worth. Han Sen thought about a human army decked out in beast soul armor. It would be a shocking sight. It would be great if there was a deified class Star Beetle Beast Soul up for grabs, Han Sen thought to himself. This was merely a random thought, of course. He didn't think he would actually have to fight a deified Star Beetle because the old man said he wouldn't be allowed to use Geno treasures. He didn't have enough power to kill a deified Xenogeniac on his own yet. Han Sen flew around the tree, searching for more star beetles to slay. He eventually heard a buzzing noise in his ear. The sound seemed to be coming from above. Han Sen raised his head and glanced through the gaps between the leaves. There, he saw a whole bunch of star beetles descending from the sky. They were all coming to the star tree. The leader of the star beetles had a body that looked like icy jade. It glowed with a blue light, which was a beautiful sight. The scary presence proved its identity, as well. It was a deified star beetle. Chapter 2655 Deified Star Beetle. This is exactly what I wanted, but this isn't the right time. I can't use beast souls to fight. I would have to use my own power to fight it, but I'm afraid that wouldn't be enough to defeat a deified star beetle. Han Sen was troubled by this most recent development. Star beetles were very good at physical reinforcement. Even a primitive deified beetle would have a shell that was considerably harder than most primitive deifieds. Even if Han Sen could make use of his peacock soul robe or his 6-core snake bow, punching through that shell would be no small feat. Plus, there was the added fact that he couldn't make use of those tools right now. Don't even think about tackling a deified star beetle. You are better off sticking with the king-class star beetles to get your star fruit. Han Sen continued looking around for star beetles to slay. He didn't know where the star beetles had flown in from, but there were indeed many of them. Han Sen had been worried that the tree might not have 1,000 star beetles for him to kill, but now it looked like there were at least 10,000 star beetles descending on the tree. When the star beetle swarm reached the tree, they spread out and landed on its leaves, branches, and fruit. Their sharp teeth began to gnaw on the star tree. And while the star tree was very hard, their teeth were sharp and hard enough to leave marks in the bark. It didn't seem like a big deal now, but if they kept chewing the tree like that every day, it would only be a matter of time before the tree fell. Han Sen continued killing all that he could. He slew many star beetles, and in 3 or 4 hours, he had brought down 500 of them. He had also earned 3 beast souls. It looks like I should be able to kill 2,000 star beetles before the timer is up. That means I will be able to grab 20 star fruits. But the star fruits are so big, how will I even cart them off? As Han Sen pondered this conundrum, he felt something cold approaching his back. He immediately teleported away. After he teleported off, the deified star beetle reached his old position. It landed on a branch, and its small blue eyes peered at the newly repositioned Han Sr. Oh no. Why did this guy come here? Han Sen had deliberately avoided the deified star beetle as he moved on down the tree. He hadn't expected the powerful beetle to come after him and attempt a sneak attack. Han Sen didn't have much time to think about it. The deified star beetle was attacking him again. Its blue body became lightning that zapped its way forward to reach Han Sr. Han Sen wasn't fast enough to dodge the beetle's charge with speed alone. He teleported away again. He put some distance between himself and the deified star beetle. He didn't stop there either. He teleported again to get even farther away from his attacker. But the deified star beetle wasn't keen on letting Han Sen off the hook. It continued to use its blue light to try to attack him, and Han Sen's teleportation skills weren't taking him far enough away. He couldn't shake off the star beetle. Every time Han Sen appeared out of a fresh teleportation, the star beetle was coming for him like a beam of blue light. Han Sen had no choice but to continue teleporting. He no longer had enough time to continue killing star beetles, as his focus rested on dealing with his new deified foe. Han Sen couldn't help but frown. Because he was being pursued by the deified star beetle, he was missing out on any chance to kill the average star beetles. If he didn't kill 1,000 beetles, he wasn't sure if the old man would allow him to collect star fruit. Weird. Why won't this deified star beetle let me go? Han Sen frowned. This creature seemed very driven to attack him. This is so strange. Why does this deified star beetle keep chasing Han Sen? Exquisite was confused, 2. Star beetles weren't very intelligent, and even finding the star tree was a matter of instinct for the creatures. If their intelligence had been higher, they would have fled the moment they saw the old man sitting beneath the tree. Liu Zhen laughed to himself. The moment the star beetles descended, he and Han Sen both saw them. After seeing the deified beetle, an idea hatched in his mind. He didn't have the power to control the star beetle, but he didn't need to control the deified, he just needed to give the creature a target. Han Sen was hunting the star beetles, and wisps of the dead beetle's presence would be clinging to his body. Liu Zhen merely used a secret trick to enable the deified star beetle to smell the presence of the exterminating Han Senator. It drew the deified fiend to Han Sen exclusively. This deified star beetle's appearance has saved me a lot of trouble. I do still need to teach him that lesson, after all. I didn't even have to do this myself. Liu Zhen stopped focusing on Han Sen, and he returned his focus to killing King-class star beetles. Even if Han Sen was able to escape the attacks of the deified star beetle, he wouldn't have the time to kill the King-class star beetles anymore. He wouldn't achieve 1,000 star beetle kills, which would keep him from earning any star fruits. The old man squinted, but his face didn't change. Liu Zhen's trick had been done in secret, but it hadn't managed to escape his attention. Still, the old man didn't say anything. He cared very little about a grudge between two boys. He only needed someone who could effectively protect the star tree. For now, Liu Zhen's performance hadn't been bad. His abilities were higher than others of the same class. He could scrape by and be labeled guardian of the star tree. The trick he used on Han Sen had been unfair, but it was also another way of proving his power. Han Sen knew things couldn't keep going on this way. He didn't have the time to kill other star beetles, so if this continued, he would fail the test. It looks like I can't get rid of it. In that case, I will just ignore it. Han Sen's brain was spinning quickly. Exquisite was worried about Han Sen, but what he did next shocked Exquisite even more. Still being chased by the deified star beetle, Han Sen evaded the next attack, then headed toward a king-class star beetle. From the perspective of others, it might have looked like a coincidence. It would appear that when Han Sen dodged, he had just happened to encounter a king-class star beetle and randomly kill it before teleporting away from the deified star beetle's next attack. It all played out so smoothly. It was like one grand move that happened to look like a coincidence. But Exquisite could clearly feel what Han Sen was thinking. This wasn't a coincidence. Han Sen was planning every move he made. In this high-speed chase, Han Sen still had the power to plan all that. Exquisite knew his methods, but if she was in his shoes, she didn't think she could have pulled it off. The old man, as he watched Han Sen's latest performance, looked stunned. Under the continued pursuit of the deified star beetle, Han Sen took down another king-class star beetle. It was the same as before, and just as precise. The deified star beetle's attacks didn't seem to be hampering him significantly. And he maintained the surgical precision of his attacks. The king-class star beetles never had the chance to fight back either, so they couldn't deal damage to the star tree. He is so young, and yet he is still so calm. He hasn't freaked out, and he has continued to do everything he has planned to the best of his abilities. This crystallizer really is a genius. You picked a tremendous silkworm, the old man suddenly said to Exquisite. 2656 Who will take care of IA's Liu Zhen was slaying star beetles. He would occasionally hear the roaring of the deified star beetle. Not bad. He has been holding on for this long, but why hasn't he tried to escape the star tree? Liu Zhen murmured casually to himself. He glanced in Han Sen's direction but didn't go towards him. The deified star beetle was pursuing Han Sen because Liu Zhen had enhanced the presence of death around him. Liu Zhen had killed many star beetles himself, though. The deified star beetle could smell that, too. Luckily, Liu Zhen was far away, and he was using a secret skill to suppress the stench of death around him. If he was any closer, there was a chance that the deified star beetle would sense the presence of its fellows' deaths on him, and go after him instead. So, Liu Zhen stayed away from Han Sen's part of the tree. He didn't know that his plan to keep Han Sen from killing star beetles actually wasn't working very well. Han Sen kept evading the deified star beetle's attacks, and all the while, he continued to kill the king-class star beetles. He was taking them down faster than Liu Zhen. The old man underneath the boughs of the tree stared upwards in astonishment. The deified star beetle had been chasing Han Sen for an obscene amount of time, attacking continuously. But even so, not a single speck of damage had been brought to the tree. Clearly, it was because Han Sen was kiting the creature quite carefully. Otherwise, any of the deified star beetle's attacks could have hit the star tree and damaged it. That is very unique, the old man complimented Han Sen even more. Although Liu Zhen was very good, compared to Han Sen, the elder thought he was a bit rough around the edges. It wasn't that Han Sen was stronger, but there was a finesse to his performance that put him far above his opponent. Han Sen might not have outclassed Liu Zhen much in terms of power, but the way Han Sen dealt with this problem was outstanding. Liu Zhen, under the same circumstances, wasn't performing nearly as well. "Exquisite, can I borrow your silkworm?" The allotted day had almost passed when the old man asked Exquisite a serious question. "What do you mean, uncle?" Exquisite had an inkling of what the elder meant, but the possibility didn't seem realistic. "I would like him to spend a year guarding the star tree for me. If I'm not back in a year, you two can take ownership of the tree for me until I return," the old man said with gravity. Exquisite stared at him. She couldn't believe the old man had come to this decision. Allowing a silkworm to guard a star tree, or even get half ownership of it, was something that had never before happened among the very high. "Uncle, are you sure you want him to take care of the star tree?" Exquisite couldn't believe her ears, and so she had to double-check. "Yes, I have thought about it a lot. He really is the best choice for this." "Are you willing to let him stay here for a year?" the old man answered with certainty. "If you really have made this decision, then I would like that," Exquisite stuttered, unsure what to make of this strange turn of events. Han Sen was a silkworm. She should be helping him collect resources, but now Han Sen had been given authority over the star tree, and if the elder didn't come back in a year, Han Sen and Exquisite would be allowed to take control of the star tree completely, half and half. For Exquisite, the star tree represented incredible wealth. Outer Sky was rich in resources, but it was a very dangerous place. With the rules of the very high, after she got a silkworm, she had to gather resources on her own. Collecting resources would be very difficult for her. The star tree was different, though. All you had to do was pick the fruit. The xenogeneics inside weren't as dangerous as the deified xenogeneics to be found out in the wilds either. The time limit approached. Due to Han Sen's teleportation distance being too short, he was unable to go straight back to the base of the tree. So, he left the tree an hour early to reach the old man on time. The deified star beetle stopped chasing Han Sen after he left. It didn't want to leave the star tree. Liu Zhen didn't hear the deified star beetle anymore, so he knew Han Sen had finally left. What was the point in holding on until now? He let himself get chased around by a deified xenogeneic for most of the day. "There's no way he actually finished the elder's test," Liu Zhen said as he continued killing star beetles. After an hour, when the time was up, he teleported back to the old man. Because Han Sen was flying back, he reached the elder at the same time as Liu Zhen. "Uncle, I killed 24 16 king-class star beetles. Did I pass the test?" Liu Zhen bowed before the old man. The old man nodded and said, "Little Crook taught his student well, it would seem. Although you haven't practiced the very high sense, your power is no worse than those that do." Liu Zhen was exuberant after hearing this. Being complimented by an elder like that was something to be very happy about, especially for Li Yuzhen. Plus, the elder sounded very satisfied with his particular performance. Li Yuzhen was certain now that he would be taking over the star tree's guardianship. I knew this was supposed to happen. I really was always the best choice. Otherwise, my teacher wouldn't have recommended that I come here and show you what I've got, Li Yuzhen said with a wide, grossly self-satisfied smile. The old man paused, and then he said, but I have already found someone to take care of the star tree. Please convey my thanks to Little Crook for his assistance. Li Yuzhen had been feeling super cocky moments ago, but upon hearing this, he thought something was wrong with his ears. He must have misheard the old man. Uncle, you said you have already found someone to take care of the star tree. Li Yuzhen hesitated to ask this, but he still did. He knew it was bad form to question an elder, but Li Yuzhen was at a complete loss. If the elder had already selected someone, why would he bother going through the song and dance of this test? It seemed pointless, in retrospect. The old man nodded. In his old, rough voice, he said, indeed. I have found someone who is more suitable to take care of the star tree. I apologize for inconveniencing you, but you may feel free to take 10 star fruits with you on the way out. That will be my apology to you, as an elder, for making you come here for nothing. You brought me here for nothing. Li Yuzhen didn't know how to react. What did this have to do with the person he selected? The old man then pointed at the returning Han Sen and said, I have decided that he will be the one who is in charge of the star tree. What, him? Li Yuzhen looked at Han Sen with a gaze of utter disbelief. After everything that had transpired, he couldn't believe that Han Sen was the one being chosen. The elder had selected a silkworm to be the star tree's caretaker. Han Sen was just as shocked when he heard the old man say this. He hadn't expected to be the one taking care of the star tree either. This had nothing to do with him, and he had only gone there for the star fruit. Elder, did you just make this decision? Li Yuzhen had been trying to keep a lid on his simmering anger, but he couldn't douse the flames of rage in his heart. So, he had to ask. He didn't understand what part of him was inferior to Han Senator. The elder had chosen a mere silkworm over him to take care of the star tree. And on top of that, Han Sen hadn't even finished the task that the elder had given him. Li Yuzhen thought Han Sen hadn't slain 1,000 king-class star beetles. There was no way he had finished the mission. 2657 Li Yuzhen does not believe yes. The old man knew what Li Yuzhen was thinking. After a brief pause, he said, Han Sen did a better job than you. Therefore, he is better suited for looking after the star tree. That is impossible. I bet he didn't even kill 1,000 king star beetles. How can you claim he did a better job than me? Li Yuzhen demanded. He simply couldn't believe this. He knew Han Sen had been chased by a deified star beetle the whole time. There was no way he could still have done a better job than one of the very high. Go take a look. You can find out for yourself. Instead of explaining, the old man gestured absently up at the tree. Li Yuzhen had received a recommendation for this job. The old man didn't really care about Li Yuzhen's personal feelings, but he still owed the young man an explanation. Otherwise, others would question the choice. Han Sen wouldn't earn the job properly, and people would speak ill of the events of the day. Instead of going and looking for himself, Li Yuzhen simply turned to Han Sr. How many king star beetles did you kill? 3,614, Han Sen answered. Impossible. You were being chased by the deified star beetle. Even if you weren't, you couldn't have killed that many star beetles in such a short amount of time. Li Yuzhen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Because they weren't allowed to harm the star tree when they fought, they couldn't use Geno arts that had an area-off effect. They had to kill the beetles one by one with great care. Killing 2,000 in a single day was a shocking sum in itself. But Han Sen claimed to have killed 3614. That was the sort of tally reserved for deifieds only. It should have been impossible for him to achieve that. And Han Sen had to spend additional time traveling. So he had spent less than a day killing the fiends. Han Sen smiled, but he didn't say anything. Liu Zhen's face hardened. He teleported up to visit where Han Sen had been. Quickly, Liu Zhen found the star beetles that Han Sen had killed. When he first saw them, he thought they were alive. It didn't look as if any damage had been done to them. But their life force was all gone. They were dead. Liu Zhen frowned. He examined the body of the nearest star beetle and discovered the tiny wound on the star beetle's forehead. One hit to kill them by severing their nervous systems. That way the beetles had no time to struggle. That is both a very powerful geno art and a remarkable control of power, Liu Zhen murmured. But he didn't believe Han Sen could have killed 3,614 star beetles. Geno arts that accurate could only be used in very favorable conditions, and executing a strike like that would be impossible while being chased by a deified star beetle. Liu Zhen quickly flew around. He found many star beetles scattered around, all dead. There were many across the branches, many more across the leaves. They had all died of the same precise head wound. The damage had been inflicted with such accuracy that Liu Zhen wasn't sure if he could do the same even if he had time to prepare. And if he was getting chased by a deified foe, he definitely couldn't have done it. After a short time of searching, Liu Zhen discovered 3,000 star beetles. He then decided to stop looking. Han Sen's number was most likely correct, and there was no way Han Sen could lie to the elder about how many he killed. But now, Liu Zhen believed Han Sen must have cheated or made use of a powerful weapon. If he hadn't, there was no way he could have slain so many powerful king beetles while also being chased. He teleported back to the old man. Liu Zhen bowed to him and said, "Uncle, can I take a look at your video of the event?" "Sure," the old man said with a shrug. Liu Zhen opened the video of the test. One side of the screen played Liu Zhen's test, whereas the other was a recording of Han Senator. He didn't watch his own video. He focused on Han Sen's. He watched it at 8 times the normal speed, examining how Han Sen progressed in his killing of all the beetles. In the beginning, Liu Zhen was trying to find evidence of Han Sen cheating. But after watching for a while, Liu Zhen's face slowly morphed into a mask of shock. Despite the hot pursuit of the deified star beetle, Han Sen was able to continue hunting the king-class star beetles. Every time he killed one, he moved elsewhere. His progress was as fluid as could be, and there was a satisfaction to watching it all unfold. After watching for a while, Liu Zhen came to the conclusion that the way Han Sen killed his enemies was weird, but he hadn't cheated. Han Sen had treated the deified star beetle like a doll, as if it was no more than a puppet on strings. Han Sen lured it left and it went left. He lured it to the right and it went right. It followed him like a puppy dog. But Liu Zhen knew the deified star beetle was no puppy. It was a skilled and dangerous fighter. Even if he used a deified treasure, Liu Zhen didn't think he could easily kill it. Han Sen hadn't used any treasures, and he was still able to play the deified star beetle like a fiddle. Liu Zhen was at a loss. The way Han Sen controlled his surroundings was vaguely reminiscent of a deified using the very high sense. Even so, it seemed different. "Have you practiced the very high sense?" Liu Zhen asked Han Senator. Han Sen shook his head. "I have never practiced the very high sense. I used Sky Palace's legendary knife skill Under the Sky." Exquisite nodded and said, "Yes. He is known for his use of Under the Sky." Since Exquisite had just confirmed it, Liu Zhen couldn't doubt it any further. Han Sen was Exquisite's silkworm, so his thoughts couldn't be hidden from her. Liu Zhen was so annoyed. He had planned to teach Han Sen a lesson by beating some manners into him. But he hadn't taught Han Sen a lesson, and on top of that, the silkworm had claimed the guardianship of the star tree, a role that had previously been reserved for Li Yuzhen. Li Yuzhen really regretted it now. He regretted suggesting they do the test together. If he hadn't pushed it, he wouldn't have lost his bid to control the tree. After seeing the replay of Han Sen's battle, Li Yuzhen didn't say anything more. He bowed to the old man and left. He was far too embarrassed to stay. They were both ninth-tier kings. Han Sen had been chased by a deified star beetle, and he had still managed to kill 1,000 more king-class star beetles than Li Yuzhen. This result crushed Li Yuzhen. But when Li Yuzhen left, he took Han Sen's video with him. No one knew what he planned to do with it. According to the agreement, you can start off with 36 star fruit. Why don't I round it up and give you 40, then? The old man smiled, and then he went on to say, from now on, you are in charge of protecting the star tree. You can have 10 star fruits a month as a reward. You can take the ones for this month now. So, for now, you may take 50 star fruits with you. Han Sen was delighted. It had been a long time since something this good had happened to him. He quickly agreed. He would only have to watch over the star tree and slay some bugs. That would earn him 10 star fruit a month. It was easy money. And killing the star beetles yielded a form of reward, as well. Exquisite explained the method for taking the star fruit to him. Han Sen couldn't wait to start. He flew up toward the star fruits that looked like suns. Chapter 2658 Star Fruit. The star fruit was like an asteroid, but that was just its outer shell. The core of the fruit wasn't nearly as massive. Inside, all kinds of xenogeneics were bred. Every fruit contained different xenogeneics. According to legend, the star tree was a shadow of the universe. Star fruit represented the stars of the universe, so each star fruit held xenogeneics that were specific to the star system that the fruit represented. Thus, star fruit from a single tree could produce many different types of xenogeneics. Of course, that was just a legend. The tree worked a little differently in reality, but the star fruit really did produce different kinds of xenogeneics. And they were at least king class. Outer sky is an amazing place. If this star tree existed within the normal Geno universe, it would throw the entire universe into war. No wonder the very high never ask for anything or fight for resources like the extreme king. In outer sky, even though their race only has a few hundred people, their resources are seemingly infinite. After Han Sen thought of that, he suddenly realized, outer sky is between the real world and the antimaterial world. Is this zone independent? If it is, that means that a few hundred very high are using a whole dimension's worth of resources. That is pretty awesome. Plus, outer sky has that underworld lake that connects to the antimaterial world. They can get antimaterial resources while still remaining connected to the real world. That suggests that the very high have connections to all three worlds. What could be better than that? But this didn't concern Han. Senator Han Sen hadn't been flying for long when Exquisite teleported toward him with Bauer. How long are you going to fly around for? Let me take you there. Exquisite put a hand on Han Sen's shoulder and teleported him to the top of the tree. Han Sen, eyeing each and every star fruit that was nearby, made his choice of fruit carefully. Exquisite told him the star fruit didn't really ripen, but the xenogeneics that were growing inside would make the shell turn dark red when they were grown. If someone picked a star fruit before that, the xenogeneics wouldn't be fully grown yet. The creatures within would be low level. Let me pick a few and try my luck. Han Sen couldn't tell what xenogeneics the star fruits held. So, he didn't need to choose carefully. He found a nearby star fruit and flew toward it. The shell of that star fruit was already dark red. It looked like a setting sun, the light of which could still be seen as it slipped beneath the horizon. The star fruit was red like an orb of fire. Han Sen flew to where the branch connected with the star fruit. Following the instructions that Exquisite had given him, he pressed his hand against it. And then, the giant star fruit fell from the branch. The star fruit that fell was falling quickly. It didn't have the sense of mass and gravity that Han Sen had expected, though. It was actually very light. As the star fruit fell, the dark red shell started to melt away. It looked like a giant fireball that was burning furiously, sloughing off layers of itself as it went. The star fruit didn't release energy like you would expect from a fireball, though. It only took a second, and the shell of the giant star fruit dissolved completely. And there was a xenogeniac curled up inside. That xenogeniac looked like a flying dragon. Its head was near its tail, and its wings were folded closed. Its body was covered in green scales. Judging from its long body and tail, it had to be at least 40 meters long. It looks very powerful. It cannot be a deified xenogeniac, surely, Han Sen pondered, his heart thumping. Exquisite said the star fruits mostly contained king xenogeniacs, and very rarely, they would house a deified. But no matter what xenogeniac it was, it would be low level when it emerged. It would be like a freshly born, first-tier king, or in rare instances, it would be a primitive deified. But they progressed like ordinary xenogeniacs after that, of course. They could be grown. How much they grew would depend on their talent. Xenogeniacs were woken from a deep slumber as they were freed from the core of the star fruit, so they were easy to kill as they emerged. Alternatively, the person who opened the fruit could allow the xenogeniacs to fully awaken. The Very High had a special contract. If the xenogeniac signed the contract, then it would basically become the pet of the person who opened the fruit. Of course, this process couldn't be completed if the xenogeniac was hostile. If the creature resisted the contract, then it would remain dangerous and uncontrollable. That was why the Very High generally activated contracts when the xenogeniac inside the star fruit was still sleeping. Being asleep kept the creatures from resisting, granting a much higher success rate for the contracts. This should be an Iron Dragon. It is a king-class xenogeniac. If it is given enough resources, the Iron Dragon can be turned into a half-deified creature. It is a good xenogeniac to have, Exquisite said to Han Sen, as she watched the descent of the green dragon. Han Sen was very disappointed, though. It was a meager king-class xenogeniac. For Han Sen, having such a creature would be practically pointless. Exquisite could sense what Han Sen was thinking, so she said, "It isn't completely useless. Star beetles migrate through space, and they only periodically descend to the star tree. If you guard the star tree yourself, you will have to wait for the beetles to descend before taking them all out by yourself. If you had some helpers, however, they could kill the star beetles before they even reach the star tree. Plus, you might need some help once you begin to travel around outer sky. I suggest you sign contracts with most of the xenogeniacs that emerge from the star fruit." Han Sen thought that her suggestions were quite reasonable. The old man who originally guarded the star tree only let the beetles descend on the tree en masse because he needed them for Han Sen and Li Yuzhen's test. If he hadn't, he would have thinned out the star beetles long before they arrived at the tree. Ordinarily, the star beetles wouldn't even have a chance to touch the star tree. The old man would kill them before they got close. But even if Han Sen set up a defensive net of guardians, beetles would occasionally slip through the net. Han Sen would have to kill those himself. And of course, the old man had performed the task easily, but he had been much stronger than Han Sen currently was. If a large swarm of star beetles headed for the star tree, he would need some backup. Han Sen looked at the sleeping Iron Dragon. He knew it was going to wake up soon. He had to make a decision before then. If it woke up, he would be forced to kill it. It would be harder to force the creature into a contract once it was awake. Setting aside his hesitation, Han Sen used the method that Exquisite had taught him and initiated a contract with the Iron Dragon. When the contract was complete, a weird spell coalesced over the errand dragon. The spell flashed repeatedly, waking the errand dragon up. The errand dragon spread its wings and unleashed a roar that shook the sky. Then, the beast looked down at Han. Senator Han Sen curiously sent a thought toward the errand dragon, and the creature responded immediately. With a light flap of its wings, it lowered itself by Han Sen's feet. Han Sen stepped up onto the errand dragon's back. Feeling good, he said, having a mount will be pretty nice. I can use this guy like a transport ship. When I get enough resources from around outer sky, he can haul cargo for me. I still have another 49 star fruits to select. I hope I can get a few deified xenogeneics. Han Sen thought to himself. Then he turned and flew toward another star fruit. Chapter 2659 Luck is broken. Han Sen picked 10 star fruits one after another. Each xenogeneic that emerged was a first-tier king. The only differences between them were their breeds and their potential for development. Although creatures that came from the star fruits always started at first tier, the lowest king rank, they were still adults. Han Sen could help them develop by providing them with resources, but there was a limit to how much they could evolve. Bringing most of these kings up to deified would be an impossible task. Half deified was likely as far as they could go. He had yet to find a deified xenogeneic, and that alone disappointed Han. Senator Exquisite comforted him by saying, "Few of the fruit hold deified xenogeneics, so it isn't strange that you haven't found one yet. You still have another 40 chances, too. There is no need to rush this process. If your luck is decent, then 1 or 2 of your 50 fruit should hold deified xenogeneics." What she said was correct, but it still made Han Sen depressed. "Dad, Bauer wants to pick some fruit, too," Bauer said, looking up at Han Sen and tugging at his clothes. Since Exquisite could feel what Han Sen was thinking, Han Sen was careful to keep his mind blank. He told Bauer, "Okay. You can help Daddy choose some star fruit, then." Bauer was enthused, and she began to look around with wide eyes. Not long after, she pointed at a star fruit in particular and said, "I want that one." Han Sen picked up Bauer and went there. He flew to the top of the star fruit, and Bauer's hand touched the point where the fruit and branch connected. Then, the star fruit fell. Han Sen watched the star fruit's shell melt away. He knew Bauer always had good luck with things like this, so he was hoping to take advantage of Bauer's good luck to amass an army of deified fighters. The shell began to peel away, revealing the xenogeneic on the inside. Han Sen looked carefully at the strange xenogeneic. Its body was very small, barely larger than Han Sen's clenched fist. It had really big ears and a tiny, Q-shaped tail. The body was stout and circular. It looked like a fat, little, pink pig. "What is this xenogeneic?" Han Sen asked, looking at Exquisite. He could sense that the life force of the creature he had just discovered wasn't strong. It was just like the other xenogeneics he had selected. It didn't have the presence that a deified creature would have, either. And presence aside, it certainly didn't look like a powerful warrior. "I don't know. I can't recognize every xenogeneic in existence," Exquisite said with a shake of her head. "It looks like Bauer's luck doesn't always pan out in my favor. I thought she could get me a bunch of deified xenogeneics." Han Sen couldn't help but sigh. Exquisite rolled her eyes. This man was actually using his daughter for his own gain. She had never seen someone this obscene before. There seemed to be no limits to his shamelessness. But Bauer seemed to really love the fat little creature, and she bent over and picked the pig up. She rubbed its fat body because it felt really good to touch. "Dad, can I have this little pig as my pet?" Bao asked Han Sen while looking at him. "Of course you can." Upon seeing that the little pig wasn't a deified xenogeneic, Han Sen was fine with giving it to her as a pet. He had enough king-class xenogeneics as it was. Bauer was so happy to receive the creature, but she didn't sign a contract with it before waking it up. Exquisite twitched in shock. Bauer had woken the creature up without signing a contract. Xenogeniacs without a contract were as dangerous as any wild xenogeniac. But after the little pig woke up, it showed no signs of aggression. It lifted its round body and started running around Bauer joyously. It looked very happy. Bauer picked it up, and the little pig didn't resist. It rubbed its face against Bauer's hand. Thank God it isn't an aggressive xenogeniac. Exquisite felt relieved. Bauer, continue, Han-sen said to Bauer. Bauer nodded. She let the little pig go and then flew to another star fruit. The little pig took off after Bauer, its bum wiggling. Bauer swiftly decided on another fruit. The flesh of the falling fruit sloughed away, and when the slumbering xenogeniac inside was revealed, Han-sen and Exquisite were given a fright. It was another little pig. It looked exactly the same as the first one that Bauer had chosen, and it was the size of a man's fist. It was chubby, too. The two little pigs now looked like twins. Weird. Two different star fruits shouldn't yield the same xenogeniac twice in a row. Yet these two appear to be of the same race. Why has she found two little pigs that are identical? Exquisite looked at the pigs in confusion. Han-sen looked at the two pigs, and he realized there was a difference between them. When he looked closely, he realized there was a white symbol on the forehead of each pig. Since the symbols were almost the same color as the pigs, the symbols were difficult to see unless you were very close to the pigs. The forehead spell that was on each pig was different, however. Han-sen had no clue what they meant. Han-sen looked at Exquisite. Exquisite shook her head. I don't know what this means, either. There are too many different kinds of xenogeniacs. Perhaps this is one of the rare breeds. But judging from their presence, they should only be king class. And they aren't aggressive. Why is Bauer's luck broken today? Han-sen thought glumly. She had just discovered a pair of little pigs, and they wouldn't even attack. They seemed useless. They wouldn't even be useful as slaves. Bauer took the two little pigs with her to open up more fruit, and what happened next made Han-sen and Exquisite freeze in place. She found another little pig. Before Han-sen could say anything, Bauer started jumping around the star tree. She kicked down many star fruits. More than a dozen of them were falling through the air before Han-sen could open his mouth to protest. Exquisite quickly teleported over to Bauer to pick her up. The star fruits fell, burning like dying suns. They quickly dissolved and revealed the xenogeniacs inside. Han-sen and Exquisite's eyeballs almost popped out of their skulls. Inside those star fruits were more of the little pigs. The small pigs woke up fast. They opened their eyes as soon as their shells melted away. In moments, they were all merrily running around the first two pigs. They trotted next to Bauer, and they looked very happy. What is this? Even Exquisite's face was wrought with confusion. It was a single breed of xenogeniac, yet there were so many of them. The star tree had never done anything like this before. Han-sen and Exquisite looked over the pigs, and aside from the spells on their foreheads, everything about them was the same. Bauer, you have collected so many pigs. You should let me open the rest, Han-sen said with a strained smile. He'd been hoping Bauer would get him a few deified xenogeniacs, but it didn't look like that was happening anytime soon. And at this point, Bauer could start her own pig farm. There were 16 little pink pigs running around. They all lined up around Bauer. Bauer didn't comment on what had happened, but she seemed very pleased with her choice of fruits. She didn't show any desire to pick more of them. Chapter 2660 Physiognomy, I guess I'm on my own. Han-sen looked around. He saw a star fruit that looked fairly pretty, and so he flew up to it. This fruit is very puffed and full. It does seem very rich. It is obviously a sign of happiness. It must surely have generated a deified xenogenic. Those who studied physiognomy believed they could judge the personality of a person merely by studying that person's facial features. Han Sen attempted to apply the same principle to the fruit, running his hands over its surface. Ha! Are you trying to read the fruit's physiognomy? Exquisite couldn't help but laugh. The very high had physiognomy skills, as well. But they had never thought about trying something like that on a star fruit, of all things. Humans have faces. Fruits have faces, too. If humans can receive physiognomies, then why can't fruit have a physiognomy? Han Sen replied in a dignified manner. He actually didn't understand physiognomy, he had merely seen a reference to it in the texts of the Xian men. Han Sen had barely glanced over the topic. He couldn't even be called a beginner. He couldn't actually read the face of a human, let alone of a fruit. Right now, he just needed something to reassure him that he wasn't making another blind choice. He desperately hoped to receive a deified xenogenic. But God didn't give people what they wanted very often, and Han Sen had thus far only been able to receive king-class xenogenics. He had selected many fruits, but they all turned out to be kings. He could only use them for grunt work. So, overall, they wouldn't be very useful. After choosing more fruit, Han Sen realized he only had 2 left. Upset by his disappointing results, he grabbed the 2 nearest to him and slammed them down. Bauer was useless now. Han Sen could only depend on his own luck, and that wasn't working out well for him. The 2 fruits dissolved quickly, revealing the xenogenics inside them. One of them was a wolf. Han Sen immediately recognized that its presence was king class, but the other one made him quite happy for a change. It was a rock giant. It was in a sitting position, holding its knees. It was 10 meters tall, and its body was entirely composed of black rock. It seemed to radiate strength. It looked like a little mountain, in many ways. A deified xenogenic, can you believe it? Finally, I have received a deified xenogenic. Feeling the mammoth presence of the rock giant, Han Sen was thrilled. Exquisite felt relieved. 1 deified xenogenic out of 50 fruits was an ordinary shake of luck. While the rock giant was still sleeping, Han Sen quickly signed a contract with it. Outer Sky was full of deified creatures, and having a deified fighter by his side would make life much easier for Han Senator, especially if he wanted to kill star beetles in the future. Having a deified xenogenic to help would save him a lot of trouble. Han Sen brought his group of xenogenics over to the old man. The old man didn't say much. When his gaze passed over the little pigs around Bauer, he seemed surprised. "Uncle, I wonder what these little pigs are. Why did xenogenics that are so similar come out of so many fruit?" Exquisite asked. "The star tree is a true god plant," the old man said simply. "It possesses the energy of the universe. It isn't something that I fully understand. It has its reasons for existing, however." After that, the old man brought out another item to present to Han Sr. "This is my token. You need to use it when you clear out beetles in the future. Every 10 days, come back and take care of the star tree. Whenever a swarm of bugs arrives, you must make sure that you clear out each and every one. None of them can be allowed to live." Han Sen bowed and accepted the item. It was a small stick. It was aqua-colored, and it looked like it was made from jade. The item had a very strong presence. It looked like a deified treasure. Han Sen hadn't expected to receive a powerful item out of this deal, but he quickly took the jade stick and bowed before the old man. "Do not worry, uncle. I will do my best to take care of the star tree until you return. You may leave now. Come back again in 10 days, the old man said dismissively. Bauer and Exquisite joined Han Sen as he turned to depart, but Exquisite was unable to teleport so many creatures with her. Even if she had used her small ship, there wouldn't have been enough room for all of those xenogenics. So, for now, Han Sen left the creatures there. He would be returning to the tree in 10 days, anyway. Bauer's small pigs were only a fist size, so transporting them wasn't difficult. Han Sen pulled out a bag and stuffed all of the pigs inside it. He carried them to the small ship. You should let them out. They won't take up much space, anyway, Exquisite said. She could see the pigs writhing around in the bag in an obvious state of discomfort. Han Sen realized that she was right. He released the little pigs and allowed them all to happily run toward Bauer, who was standing in the front of the ship. Altogether, they watched the majestic scenery go by. Do you want to go back to Underworld Lake, or would you rather hunt some xenogenics? Exquisite asked Han Sen as both of them rested in the back of the ship. Let's go back to Underworld Lake. I think it will be safer if I practice more with God's Wander before I begin hunting xenogenics, Han Sen said. Sure. Exquisite nodded and delivered Han Sen to Underworld Lake. Unless someone had space teleportation, they would have to use a ship like Exquisite's to travel around outer sky. The ship had a special power buff that deterred the creatures in outer sky from attempting to break it. Not even deified elites could travel through outer sky on foot without trouble. And Han Sen wasn't even deified yet. So, Han Sen wanted to practice space teleportation so he could travel around outer sky with greater ease. He didn't plan on hunting down xenogenics yet. And of course, Han Sen also wanted to fish up the rest of the yellow papers he had been in the process of collecting. That was the main reason he had asked her to take him to Underworld Lake rather than the wooden house. Exquisite could feel what Han Sen was thinking, and it made her blush. She thought Han Sen wanted to see more of the pictures on the yellow papers. She didn't know the yellow papers actually seemed to represent some sort of geno art. They soon arrived back on the shores of Underworld Lake, but this time, Exquisite didn't leave. Instead, she remained to fish alongside him. That was quite frustrating. With Exquisite there, he had to control his thoughts. And that was no easy task. Even Han Sen struggled to keep his thoughts in check. Han Sen enjoyed practicing his geno arts, and Exquisite got to experience everything that he learned as well. Although Exquisite had already learned God's Wander, watching Han Sen practice allowed her to learn some new things at times. But Exquisite was caught off guard by Han Sen's fishing success. Before she pulled out a single thing, Han Sen had already managed to reel in a few items. But Han Sen only seemed to be retrieving those yellow papers. Whenever Han Sen looked at them, she could feel it. And every time he did, her face blushed. Bauer was now close friends with the small pigs, and she played with them nearby as Han Sen and Exquisite fished. The pigs kept Bauer occupied, otherwise, she would have been bored out of her mind. The little pigs continued to look passive, and they didn't exhibit an ounce of aggression. While they made for nice pets, they were useless. Han Sen felt a little disheartened every time he looked at them. After a few days, Han Sen couldn't stand being watched by Exquisite anymore. So, he told her that he wanted to go to the core area. But Exquisite told him that outer sky was between the real world and the antimaterial world. Due to the presence of space barriers, he couldn't enter the core area. Han Sen tried it anyway, and he really couldn't enter the core hall's door anymore. 2661 Taking care of the star tree in a garden on a mountain in outer sky, Liu Zhen met with another very high man. They began watching the video that Liu Zhen had taken, which showed Han Sen slaying the star beetles. Li Shuecheng, what do you think after watching this? Liu Zhen asked, staring at the man in green clothing. He is very strong. He might even be stronger than a very high of the same level. Who is he? Li Shuecheng asked, not taking his eyes off the video of Han Sr., he is the silkworm Exquisite selected. His name is Han Sen, and he is a crystallizer, Liu Zhen answered. I think Exquisite is very lucky to have gotten a silkworm like this, Li Shuicheng said with a nod. Li Yuzhen smiled and said, what does it have to do with us if she had good luck? To be straight with you, she is a very precious person amongst the very high. We, on the other hand, are just breeding machines. Seeing Li Shuicheng frown, Li Yuzhen said, after seeing this video, do you not have any opinions to share on it? What do you mean? Li Shuicheng frowned again. When Li Qir gets her silkworm, the fights between silkworms will start. There are 13 silkworms in total. So, which of them do you think is going to win? Li Yuzhen asked. From what I can see here, Han Sen seems pretty good. But he is just a king class with 9 tiers. Most of the silkworms are half deified. One of them was even born deified. Judging from the power I have witnessed, I think the born deified is the most likely to win, Li Shuicheng quietly said. Your reasoning is sound, but I have analyzed Han Sen and the other silkworms. Han Sen is amazingly strong, and he has many treasures. He even possesses the true god weapon Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. I think he has a high chance of winning. After Li Yuzhen was embarrassed in the Star Tree contest, he had taken the time to investigate and learn more about Han Senator. He now knew more about Han Sen than most of the Very High did. Outer Sky had many resources, so the Very High never lacked anything. They only ventured out into the rest of the universe to find silkworms and people with peculiar talents. So, the Very High paid little attention to most of the races in the universe, and Han Sen was just a king. Even an ordinary deified wouldn't garner much attention from the Very High. Li Yuzhen passed the information he had collected on Han Sen over to Li Shuicheng. The file included a video of Han Sen using the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze to turn Meng Lai into a statue. This actually happened. Li Shuicheng was shocked. He went quiet, and then he said, if this video is real, he does stand a chance of winning the battle between silkworms. It is just a chance, mind you. His victory definitely isn't guaranteed. After all, using the power of a treasure doesn't make you as good as a real deified. There is still a big difference in level. But if he can use a weapon like the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze, he might actually win. What if this silkworm fight bars the use of treasures? Li Yuzhen suddenly laughed. With his power, of course, he cannot challenge a genuine deified. The video demonstrated clearly that he couldn't kill the deified star beetle no matter how strong he was. His power is no match for a deified yet. His skill will matter little in the face of such absolute power. Li Shuicheng paused and said, but the fight between silkworms doesn't prohibit the use of treasures. It didn't in the past, but this time will be different. I have a reliable source with sway in this matter. This time, the silkworm fights will ban the use of treasures, Li Yuzhen said with confidence. Did your family member, Li Shuicheng, seem to have guessed something unsavory about Li Yuzhen? But before he finished speaking, he thought better of it and closed his mouth. Li Yuzhen smiled. You just need to know that this silkworm fight won't allow the use of treasures. That is all. Right now, there are only 4 people who know about this. And you and I cannot tell anyone. The other 2 won't tell, either. But what does this have to do with us? Li Shuicheng still didn't understand what the other man meant. Did you forget? Li Yuzhen asked coldly. Silkworm fights are normally so boring, but this one will be rather interesting. If you send out information about Han Sen, do you think others will be like us and believe Han Sen will win the silkworm bouts? That might be possible. After all, the born deified silkworm is just primitive. He is actually weaker than Meng Lai. With his treasures, Han Sen would probably win, Li Shuicheng quietly said. As he spoke, his eyes brightened. He finally understood what Li Yuzhen had been implying all along. You want everyone to gamble and place their bets on Han Sen, so you can take their money? Li Shuicheng's eyes flashed with interest. Yes. And after everyone loses because of their faith in Han Sen, do you think they will be nice to him? Li Yuzhen laughed. You are so evil. You'll be ripping off many people with resources, people that Han Sen might have to visit. If they don't like him, it might be hard for him to earn resources, Li Shuicheng said, understanding. I, Li Yuzhen, won't allow something stolen from me to remain stolen. Li Yuzhen chuckled darkly. Then he said to Li Shuicheng, they will soon announce that this silkworm fight will ban the use of treasures, so you better move quickly. We need people to place their wagers before the news circulates. This seems like quite the opportunity. Why don't you do this yourself? Why did you have to bring me into this? Li Shuicheng asked, somewhat befuddled. I have a background with him, Li Yuzhen said, shaking his head. If I bet that Han Sen will lose, people will grow suspicious. You don't know him, however. We can share this business half and half. You are right. With your relationship to Han Sen, if you bet that he will lose, they will know that there must be something going on behind the scenes. Li Shuicheng laughed and said, sure. Then it's settled. Information about Han Sen soon spread across the Very High. The Very High became interested in him, aside from those that studied Very High sense, of course. They simply didn't say anything. Most of the Very High believed Han Sen had a chance of winning the silkworm fight, as a result. Li Shuicheng was able to use this opportunity to make lots of wagers with the Very High. The results were just as Li Yuzhen had predicted, as well. Soon after the last of the bets came in, the Very High leader announced that the silkworms wouldn't be allowed to treasures in the bouts. Many of the Very High thought Li Shuicheng had scammed them, and they hated Han Sen, too. Things would be fine if Han Sen won the silkworm fight, but if he didn't win, many of the Very High would lose their money because of him. Even though Han Sen was completely innocent in this scheme, he was affected. Han Sen didn't know that any of this had happened. He continued fishing in Underworld Lake, and after 10 days, he returned to the star tree. The old man under the tree was gone. Han Sen took over the guardianship of the tree. He spent some time searching through the tree's branches, but he found no more pesky star beetles occupying the tree. It seemed as if the old man had cleared them before he left. The star beetle swarms come every 2 to 3 months. You don't have to stay here all the time. Only come when the bugs arrive. Then, you just have to kill them, Exquisite said to Han Sen. 2662 The Geno art in reverse. Because Li Qier had yet to select her silkworm, the silkworm battles were still being postponed. That went on long enough for the star tree to experience another bug invasion. It hadn't been very long since the beetles had last been cleared, though, so Han knew that there wouldn't be many of them in the swarm. He left the rock giant and the other king Xenogeneics near the star tree to safeguard it. Once he was assured of the tree's safety, he went back to Underworld Lake to practice and fish to his heart's content. Why am I not getting any more yellow sheets of paper? A month later, when Han Sen was reeling in his next catch, he noticed that he had brought up a broken shield instead of the usual piece of parchment. That shield was old and broken. It was caked in rust. Han Sen gripped it with his hand, and even a tiny portion of his strength was enough to crush it. What the hell? How did I fish up this piece of crap? Han Sen thought, both disappointed and insulted. But then he thought to himself, if I'm no longer pulling up sheets of paper, does that mean I have finished collecting the last of them? Since Exquisite wasn't around, Han Sen brought out all of his yellow sheets of paper. He lined them up according to their numbers and placed them within the cover. It really was a complete book now. 365 pages. That is a magically significant number. Starting from the first page, Han Sen read the contents again. Usually, Exquisite was there. Whenever she was present, Han Sen didn't dare to think or practice. He only practiced God's wonder and very real body in front of her, both of those were the Geno arts Exquisite had given to him herself. Having only those two techniques to practice had gotten quite boring, but now that he was looking at the Xian Yellow Sutra, his interest and vibrancy were coming back to life. This book fascinated him. Even though the Xian Yellow Sutra had no text and there were just pictures, after Han Sen observed it in depth, he started to feel a chill. The entire situation was weird. How could a paper that was fished up from Underworld Lake contain pictures of the human body? Han Sen considered the possibility that the pictures weren't depicting humans, but a race that simply had similar features to humans. But after a thorough investigation of the red and blue lines that crisscrossed the figures in the pictures, goosebumps began to flare up across Han Sen's body. The lines in the pictures were like the Blood Pulse Sutra. No. This Geno art wasn't similar, it was the opposite. It was like the Blood Pulse Sutra, but in reverse. Han Sen didn't know what would happen if one was to practice the Blood Pulse Sutra in reverse, but that was what the Xian Yellow Sutra appeared to be. Is someone trying to use this Xian Yellow Sutra to trick me? Han Sen frowned. He had no idea what to make of this situation. He had fished up a human Geno art from the Underworld Lake. And rather than being some random skill, it was a reversed version of the Geno art Blood Pulse Sutra. It was all so very weird. But it didn't make sense that this was being orchestrated by someone who was trying to mess with him. Underworld Lake connected with the antimaterial world. No one was able to actually go there. And even if someone had gone down there, no one should have known Han Sen could practice the Blood Pulse Sutra and given him the same Geno art in reverse. Han Sen looked at the Xian Yellow Sutra with a complex expression. He didn't dare practice it. He didn't even want to think about it. He actually wouldn't have to practice it. If he ever wished to use it, he just had to cast the Blood Pulse Sutra in reverse. But Han Sen had no idea what would happen if he tried that. The pages of the Xian Yellow Sutra didn't suggest what would happen either. He couldn't guess what the ramifications of running the Geno art in that manner would be. What is going on? Han Sen wanted to find someone from Blood Legion to ask, but he was in outer sky. He was now disconnected from the outer world. He couldn't simply call up a Blood Legion member now. Han Sen put away the Xian Yellow Sutra. He didn't dare look at it anymore. If he was still interested in it in the future, he could cast the Blood Pulse Sutra backward. God only knew what might happen if he did that, though. It would be great if Mr. White was here. With his knowledge of the universe, he should be able to help me analyze what this Xian Yellow Sutra is all about. Han Sen wished he had spent more time studying. Now, he really regretted that he hadn't taken the time to study the Xian Men knowledge. If he had, he might have been able to tell what exactly was going on here. While he was thinking furiously about what to do, the small jade figure's triangle symbol lit up again. Han Sen quieted his mind and forced himself into thinking about the very real body. Not long after, Exquisite teleported nearby. She wasn't alone, however. She had brought Li Keir along with her. Han Sen hadn't seen Li Keir since they parted ways in the core area. She looked a bit sad, now. She clearly wasn't as happy as she had been at the beginning of the year. Exquisite introduced Li Keir to Han. Senator Li Keir remembered Han Sen, but she had no idea he was her coveted dollar. Han Sen, there is something I would like you to help me with. After Exquisite introduced them to each other, she spared no time in making a request. What can I do to help you on this fine day? Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He was an outsider in outer sky, so there wasn't much he would be able to do. This must be a very unique request if Exquisite had come to ask for his help in particular. There have been difficulties in Li Keir's search for a silkworm. She has been unable to find a suitable one, and therefore, she still needs one, Exquisite said. Li Keir shook her head. Continuing to look down in the dumps, she said, "Third sister, you don't have to beat around the bush so much. The silkworm I selected rejected me, and he will never want to see me again. Therefore, I have to choose a new silkworm. Han Sen carefully avoided thinking about that. He was afraid that Exquisite would notice his thoughts and dredge up a disconcerting truth or two. He knew Li Qier was talking about Dollar, but she had accused him wrongly. He hadn't been absent from the core area because he was avoiding her. In fact, he hadn't been making any effort to hide from Li Qier. He had simply been trapped inside outer sky, where going to the core area wasn't an option. What can I help you with, then? Han Sen asked, looking at Exquisite. He didn't know what Exquisite wanted from him. He had already agreed to be Exquisite's silkworm, so he didn't know what he could do to help Li Qier. The time limit is almost up, and my little sister won't be able to find a good silkworm before the deadline. Therefore, I'm asking you to help. If you can convince Lone Bamboo to become my little sister's silkworm, we would really appreciate it, Exquisite said. I really can't do that. If Lone Bamboo was willing to come, he wouldn't have chosen to go to prison rather than become a silkworm. Nothing that anyone says to him will change that. He is his own man, Han Sen said, raising his hands helplessly. You're saying that even with the friendship between you two, he won't listen to you. I thought he was willing to go in your stead, Exquisite said while staring at Han Sr. I'm sorry, but I really cannot help you with this. Han Sen shook his head. He knew how tenuous his situation was. Despite having the small jade figure, he still had to remain vigilant at all times. It was harder than being a thief inside a police station. If he wasn't careful, Exquisite would do a deep dive into his mind. He was already in such dire straits, but he didn't want Bamboo to suffer the same fate. If you cannot convince Lone Bamboo, then there is only one other way in which you can help us. Exquisite giggled to Han Sen while she spoke. What is it? Han Sen asked, feeling a little dread settle upon him. It's exactly what you're thinking. Please be my little sister's silkworm, too, Exquisite said, speaking Han Sen's worry into reality. Chapter 2663 Twice the benefits. How would that work, exactly? Han Sen looked at Exquisite in shock. What's strange about it? Since you're already being watched by one person, being watched by another is practically the same. You just need to share your experiences with one more person. It won't be detrimental to you in any way, and you can double the benefits you receive. You will receive the same amount of resources from me and my little sister. Effectively, you'll be receiving double what others receive. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Exquisite said to Han Sen with a beaming smile. I suppose you're correct, but I still think there might be a problem with this plan, Han Sen quietly said. What could go wrong? Aren't you happy about being able to receive twice the resources? Exquisite thought about it a bit, and then said, if you become Li Qier's silkworm, you can even receive more star fruit. But the elder is no longer here. I thought the star tree would stop giving out fruit, Han Sen said. I'm just giving you an example. There are many more resources like the star tree on the path ahead, and you will be receiving a double portion, Exquisite said. Then, she clapped a hand on Han Sen's shoulder and teleported away. They went straight to the altar where Han Sen had signed his contract with Exquisite. Han Sen signed another contract to become Li Qier's silkworm. Because Exquisite was there, though, Han Sen kept his mind carefully blank. He waited until he was alone, out of Exquisite and Li Qier's range of connection, before thinking things over some more. He was in a bad situation. I wonder if the small jade figure can absorb 2 marks. If it can't, I'm going to be exposed. Han Sen quickly brought out the small jade figure as he mulled over his situation. He moved to transfer Li Qier's branding onto the small jade figure. Fortunately, Han Sen's biggest worries didn't come to fruition. The mark was successfully applied to the small jade figure. Since the jade figure managed to absorb the additional mark, this situation is a good thing, I suppose. It makes little difference if I'm watched by one person or two. And if it means I can earn double the resources, where is the harm in that? I guess this is a lucky turn of events. Han Sen still couldn't convince himself that this was a good thing, though. He felt as if there was something dangerous about the situation, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was exactly. Exquisite has been talking a lot about these rewards that I'll be earning. I wonder what they are. I hope I can get my hands on some deified xenogeneic genes, Han Sen thought to himself. In the meantime, Exquisite and Li Qier were standing in a hall, signing Han Sen up for the silkworm bouts. That was the rewards Exquisite had been talking about. The silkworm fights provided many resources to the victor, but the silkworm had to earn them. The higher rank they were, the more resources they would receive. There were 13 very high students and 12 silkworms. If someone ended up outside the top 10, their rewards would be practically nothing. Ranks 5 to 10 weren't much better. Their rewards were fairly small, but things got much better for those in the top 5. Going up sequentially, each rank gave double what the last received. The prizes had been structured in that way to inspire the silkworms to work their hardest in battle. The very high wanted them to bring out everything they had. It was important for the young very high to feel the life and death fights of their silkworms. They needed to feel every ounce of emotion such battles could draw out. And they could do it all from the comfort of their seats. They could experience the dire straits of mortal combat without ever putting themselves in danger. Only the very high had a system that allowed their students to do such a thing. The very high were surprised to find out that Exquisite and Li Qier were sharing the same silkworm. It had happened before in the history of the very high, but it was a very rare occurrence. The very high that practiced the very high sense didn't comment on the arrangement, but the very high like Liu Zhen were less reserved with their opinions. Li Qier and Exquisite are using the same silkworm. That Han Sen is quite lucky. He has benefited from our people yet again, Liu Zhen said coldly. Li Shuicheng laughed and said, being the silkworm of 2 very high masters won't be good for him, all things considered. Although he can earn double the resources, his responsibilities will also be doubled. After pausing, Li Shuicheng went on to say, plus, once he causes many of the very high to lose their wagers in the silkworm fights, it will be very difficult for him to gain resources anyway. You collected the bets. Liu Zhen laughed. I collected them all before it was announced that silkworms wouldn't be able to use treasures in the battle. I won't let the gamblers bail now. Li Shuicheng's eyes sparkled. Han Sen just needs to not get first place in the silkworm fights. Then, we will be rich. The resources we gain will be enough to make us deified. They will take us to larva class, at least. And some of the treasures are so rare that we couldn't have bought them with all the resources in the world. But if we lose, there is no way we can pay it all back. How could we lose? Liu Zhen said with a laugh. Every single silkworm is at least half deified. They are half a level higher than Han Senator, and if push comes to shove, the born deified will be mopping the floor with him. No matter how strong Han Sen is, he will never get any further than number 2. You are right. No matter how strong a 9th-tier king is, they cannot beat a deified. Plus, that born deified is very talented. He isn't much weaker than the very high students themselves. He is very good when compared to our members at the same level. Beating a mere king will be a trivial task for him, Li Shuicheng said with assurance. He was confident he was going to win this bet. When Exquisite and Li Qier finally explained the rewards that they'd been promising, Han Sen shook his head. This is the good stuff you've been talking about. I will have to fight for my life in there. And I can only join as a single person. Why would there be double benefits for me? You will have both of us to support you. Isn't that twice the benefits? Exquisite said flatly. Han Sen and Li Qier looked at Exquisite, gobsmacked. Han Sen didn't know if Exquisite was just fooling around, but Li Qier was especially surprised by seeing how Exquisite was behaving. It was hard to believe this was the same Exquisite she had grown up with. "Why are you looking at me like that? If you have the time, read the files I've sent you about your opponents. And remember, the higher the rank you achieve, the more resources you receive. If you can reach second place, you will get a deified treasure amongst many other resources," Exquisite said calmly. "What about becoming number one?" Han Sen kept looking at the information he was giving while he asked. "There is a born deified participating in this fight. He will probably secure first place. You just need to try your best to be second," Exquisite said with a small shrug. "A born deified is joining. And I can't use treasures. I suppose I will have to settle for second, then," Han Sen said with a nod. If he couldn't use his Peacock King's soul robe and the 6-core snake bow, he didn't think he could beat a deified elite. Not even a primitive one, which was the lowest tier of deified. 2664 Deified say Li Qier and Exquisite departed Underworld Lake. Li Qier turned and looked at Exquisite with confusion. "You aren't going to tell him about all the bets that have been placed on his performance? What is the point in him knowing that? Are we going to make him fight for his life against a born deified?" "I don't want to have to find another silkworm," Exquisite said. "You're right," Li Qier said, tilting her head in acknowledgement. "It is impossible for a king to beat a born deified. Plus, that deified has no lack of talent himself. He's as good as a student of the very high. It won't be easy for anyone to win against him, and Han Sen is just a 9th-tier king." Li Qier sighed and continued, "The people who have placed big bets on Han Sen, who believed he would earn first place, are going to lose the items they have wagered. They won't be able to do anything against Li Xuecheng. They'll definitely take out their anger on Han Sen, even if they don't hold him personally responsible. Wherever he goes, I'm sure trouble will follow close behind. That is something that cannot be avoided. We just have to find a way to sort this out, or at least mitigate the fallout," Exquisite glumly said. Han Sen spent some time reviewing the information he had been given. Their descriptions and short bios of the 12 silkworms he would be squaring off against. The information was comprehensive, and whoever had been responsible for compiling it had done an excellent job. It was like a bona fide restaurant menu. There was an image of every silkworm in the documents he received, too. Han Sen saw the born deified fellow on the first page. Shale, Lionheart mutant level, primitive deified sex, male primary geno arts, lion killer hobbies and interests. The content of the documents was very detailed, but most of the information was also pointless for Han Sen's purposes. He didn't need to know the hobbies of his competition. He didn't need to know what color of armor they wore or the things they liked to do for fun. There was no mention of their powers. All he learned was that the deified had a geno art called Lion Killer. So far, reading this is no help at all. Han Sen shook his head. Han Sen kept on reading, and he noticed that every profile was the same. When he flipped over to the 4th contestant, he saw the description of Yu Shanshin. Again, the introduction was the same. It only described his looks and the fact that he was skilled in the extreme evil path. That was about it. Han Sen kept flipping through the profiles, page by page. He memorized the faces of the silkworms, their names, and their races. The other information was useless for him to remember. Han Sen flipped through the character information and reached the last page. There, he saw his own profile. Han Sen, Crystallizer, serving Sky Palace, level, 9th tier king sex, male primary geno arts, the story of genes, teeth knife, under the sky knife skills, own treasures, charming gods Jian, the shield of the Medusa's gaze, unknown feather clothes, unknown bow. Wait, what is this? Han Sen was frozen. The information he had on the other silkworms was practically useless. But the profile on him was surprisingly detailed. It said everything quite clearly, and explicitly mentioned the treasures he wielded. It even separated each one to describe each geno art and treasure in a grossly detailed fashion. It was all so very elaborate. Who created this D*MN folder? Why has the writer only gone and exposed my powers? Han Sen felt as if he wanted to kill someone. He didn't know anything about his enemies, but the enemies knew everything about him. This was bullcrap. At the end of the information, there was a summary. The genius that can suppress thousands of races that compose the fabric of the wonderful universe we live in. The one that stands out the most can become the greatest silkworm. Aside from Shale, who we know can fight, the other has yet to be decided. He is the most popular winner in the silkworm bouts. You motherf***. After reading the summary, Han Sen felt fairly sure that he had been set up. Han Sen flipped through the book a few more times. He finally saw the last sentence at the back of the book, too, then. It said, Editor, Li Xuecheng. Who is this Li Xuecheng? Why is he turning everyone against me? Han Sen wondered, bewildered. He didn't recall encountering a man that went by that name before. In fact, he'd only met a few of the very high since he arrived in outer sky. He didn't know anyone called Li Xuecheng, so there was no way he had offended him. Are Li Xuecheng and Li Yuzhen working together? Han Sen wondered to himself. Aside from Li Yuzhen, he could think of no other person of the very high who would want to see him down like this. Thinking of this, Han Sen was given a shock. He realized that the silkworm's bouts wouldn't be as easy as he initially presumed. Han Sen flipped back through the folder and read the details of his opponents again and again. They were all top-class fighters. There were many of the Extreme King there, and Yu Shanqin was one of the Sky. And in regards to Shale, who was a Lionheart, it was actually a nameless race. There was only one half-deified among his people. Shale just so happened to be the son of that half-deified, but for some reason, there was a gene mutation when he was born. It led to him becoming deified. He was extraordinarily talented. After the God Spirit Touches test, he was registered as a 10 armor talent. Following his lead, the race of the Lionhearts had gained wider renown. If he hadn't been selected by one of the very high students to become a silkworm, he would have been planning a fight for a lantern. Shale was chosen to be a silkworm 4 years ago. He had been practicing in outer sky for a long time, and he was so talented. With all that extra time to practice and refine those talents, it was easy to imagine how scary he would be as an opponent. If I can use treasures, I'll definitely be able to beat Shale and reach first place. If I can't use treasures, then I will fail to defeat Shale, and possibly all the other silkworms as well. Even setting aside the others, I'll have to fight Yu Shanqin. That guy will be very hard to deal with, Han Sen thought to himself. At the back of the folder, there was a list of all the rewards one could receive from various placements in the silkworm bouts. When Han Sen saw the reward for first place, his mouth gaped. What is a deified treasure set? Han Sen was confused, and so he continued reading. After reading it, he could only think, the rich are stubborn. The so-called deified treasure set was a set of armor composed of powerful treasures. The chest piece was a deified treasure. So was the belt. The gauntlets and the boots were 4 deified treasures. With the helmet, that made 7 deified treasures. It combined to become a deified treasure set called the Apollo set. Han Sen continued to read. He noticed the Apollo set wasn't just a deified treasure composed of 7 pieces. Each piece was an individual deified treasure. They were all primitive class. If Han Sen used them all together, it would allow him to make use of special substance chains. That would put him at transmutation level. The second-place contestant would receive 1 deified treasure. There were other resources that would be awarded as well, but none of them were deified. There was a wide gulf of prestige separating the rewards for second place and the rewards to be earned in first place. The folder included a photo of the Apollo set. The entire thing shone silver like a polished mirror. It looked bad-*SS and mysterious. It seemed to radiate glory. Han Sen read the description of the Apollo set, and after reading it, he felt himself starting to drool. If a user hadn't reached deified, they couldn't activate the Apollo set's power. But if multiple people used the pieces of the set simultaneously, the 7-piece set could activate Apollo's wings, which were the substance chains. They had primitive power, and a king could control them. Chapter 2665 Very difficult, this is good stuff. The Very High can hand out rewards like this for something that is little more than a game to them. Other races wouldn't have this many resources to play with, Han Sen sighed. The Very High were King rich. Han Sen would protect any deified treasure he found like it was his own child, yet the Very High were handing out 7 of them as little more than prize money. He couldn't think of another race that could match this level of wealth. The Extreme King called themselves the number 1 race, but compared to the Very High, they were nothing but turtles. Their society was measly in comparison. If I can take down outer sky, as soon as Han Sen had this thought, he shook it off. He knew he couldn't risk entertaining thoughts like that. He could never think such dangerous things during his time there. If Li Qier and Exquisite found out what he was considering for the future, it wouldn't end very well for him. Han Sen kept turning the matter over and over in his head. Eventually, he thought, I really want that Apollo set. Maybe I can deal with those other silkworms. I can handle those fights, but that Shale. I really don't know how I'm going to bring him down. I can't use beast souls, and I can't use my super god spirit body, because they all know me as Han Senator. How can I beat a born deified, then? Han Sen thought about this for a long time, but he couldn't figure out a solution. After all, he didn't know much about Shale. According to the information he'd been given, there was little known about the man. When Exquisite and Li Qier came back, Han Sen asked them if they had more information on the other 11 silkworms. Exquisite already had it prepared for him. She handed over the documents that she and Li Qier had spent the last few days gathering. By the way, who is this Li Shuecheng? Did I offend him in some way? Han Sen asked, pointing to the first folder. He showed them the back and the name of the editor that was written there. He is connected to Liu Zhen, Exquisite admitted after a moment of hesitation. Han Sen couldn't read Exquisite's mind, but he was a very observant person. Exquisite was obviously reacting strangely. He knew there was something between the lines here. Has Liu Zhen done something? Han Sen asked. Exquisite remained silent and didn't answer, but Li Qier said, I think we should let Han Sen know. It will be for the better. He should know so he can be prepared for the fallout, regardless. What is going on? Han Sen frowned again. Exquisite explained the wagers that the Very High had made with Li Shuecheng. And then, she said, actually, this has little to do with you. This is simply a whole bunch of people being scammed by Li Shuecheng for a host of resources and treasures. I'm afraid they might not let it go easily, though. Han Sen smiled wryly and asked, do the Very High like gambling this much? Those who study the Very High sense have no interest in gambling, but the other branch of our crooked tree. I think outer sky is too safe. The Very High on the other side don't know what it is like to fight for your life in the face of adversity and death. Some things come too easily to them, and as a result, they don't treasure what they have. Li Qier shook her head and sighed. If we make them lose so many resources and treasures, are they going to be mad at me? Han Sen asked. They won't come after you, but I can tell you that they won't be happy with you either. Li Shuecheng only wanted to get those resources and treasures, and to do that, he used you, Exquisite said. Maybe they won't get scammed. If I help them win a lot of resources and treasures, wouldn't they be more inclined to help me out in the future? Han Sen said with a dark laugh. Of course. They control many of outer sky's resources. It can be difficult to avoid interacting with them, and if they like you, things will go so much easier for you. After that, Li Qier looked at Han Sen with shock. What are you going to do? It's simple, isn't it? To solve all of this neatly, I just have to end up number one in the silkworm fights, Han Sen growled. You're right, that would fix it, but Shale is the unsurmountable challenge you have ahead of you. His talents are scary. There is no doubt about that. In his short 4 years here, he has learned many Geno arts. That includes proficiency with God's Wander. He can use space teleportation. If you want to fight him, I don't think anything you can throw at Shale will work, Li Qier said. If I haven't yet tried, how can you so easily think that I can't beat him? Han Sen was very calm and composed throughout all this. He quietly opened the new documents and began to study them. Li Qier and Exquisite looked at each other. They could sense the confidence that had spurred Han Sen to the lofty heights he frequently reached. He now seemed quite confident that he had what it took to defeat Shale. But they couldn't understand where that unbridled confidence came from. Third sister, don't you think this is a bit weird? Why can we feel his confidence, but not where the confidence comes from? Unless he is a blindly confident bag of grass, we should be able to feel what is inside him that gives him the confidence he needs to take on this challenge, Li Qier said to Exquisite after Han Sen left. She didn't think Han Sen was a bag of grass. His mental control power is so strong. He can control his thoughts. Aside from direct emotions, it is nearly impossible for us to discern what he is thinking, Exquisite said. The hardest thing to control is your own mind. Even the very high need the very high sense to do it, yet he can do it on his own. Third sister, your choice in silkworm is exceptional, Li Qier said with a sigh. I'm not sure where his confidence comes from, but I think he wants to reach first place. If he succeeds, it will be good for you and me, Exquisite said. I only fear that he is overestimating his capabilities and will die in some tragic way because of it. Then, we will have to go and find a new silkworm. Li Qier wasn't very confident about this, and she thought to herself, if he was Dollar, I'm sure he would be able to do this. Sometimes, the things people wanted most were the things that they couldn't have. Li Qier still missed Dollar. Han Sen investigated the 11 silkworms, and he started to develop a headache. None of them would be easy to fight. There were many difficult people in the competition in addition to Shale, who topped them all. One of the silkworms was actually a very high. It was very rare to have a very high as a silkworm. Although all the very high were very strong, their powers were too similar. And they had all been raised in the same environment. Having a very high as a silkworm wouldn't allow the master to learn as much, and so not many of the very high would agree to take one of their own as a silkworm. Plus, ordinary very high thought that only low-life creatures deserved to become silkworms. They wouldn't want to ruin their own reputation by becoming a silkworm, so it was very rare to see this amongst the very high. A very high half-deified. That will mean he is stronger than Exquisite, right? I don't think that will be someone easily defeated. And that's not to mention the bigger trouble further ahead like Shale. Winning these silkworm bouts won't be easy, at all. Han Sen dropped the documents for the time being and went back to practicing his Geno arts. There were 2 Geno arts he had to learn before fighting Shale. If he didn't get good at those, he had no chance of winning. 2666 Mysterious D. Sir, I want to go to the core area. Is there any way for me to do that? Han Sen asked Exquisite the next time he saw her. He seemed to remember that when Li Qier was in the very high, she frequently traveled to the core area. But Exquisite had told him that being in outer sky shut off his access to the core area. He thought she might have been telling the truth, since the many times he tried to access the core area had all ended in failure. There is a specific place in outer sky that you can go to that allows you to open the core hall door. But this is a place that not even students of the very high can go to. If you have an urgent emergency that requires you to access the core area, perhaps I can help you. Li Qiu looked at Han Sen with curiosity. She was curious why Han Sen wanted to go to the core area so badly. I want to go to the core area to find a friend. Perhaps he has a way that I can win the silkworm fights, Han Sen said. Li Qiu could sense that Han Sen wasn't lying about his general reason for going to the core area. In regards to the friend he had mentioned, she could tell that was partly true, as well. As for the identity of this mysterious friend, she had no idea. Han Sen had done his best not to think about it, but when he mentioned finding a friend, he hadn't controlled his thoughts perfectly. That was unavoidable. But still, Han Sen did his best to keep his thoughts away from anything incriminating. And that was enough for Li Qiu to be unable to tell the identity of the person he wished to see. Sure. I will look for a way. I will come back to you with an answer later. Mind you, this will be very tricky. There is every chance that this won't work, so don't get your hopes up. Li Qiu was shocked by how well Han Sen could clamp down on his thoughts, but she knew he wasn't lying. Therefore, she set aside the idea of asking him again. Han Sen waited half a day, but Li Qiu didn't return. In the meantime, Exquisite came to Underworld Lake. Han Sen didn't speak, but Exquisite could tell what he was thinking. She was surprised and she said, "Little sister agreed to help you enter the core area." She said that it might be difficult and it might not work. Han Sen was worried Li Qiu might have been away for so long because she had some bad news to deliver. Exquisite laughed and said, "This is a complicated matter. According to the theory, there is only one place in which outer sky can allow access to the core area. But this place is forbidden by our people. Not only is it a restricted zone for outsiders, but even most of the very high are forbidden to go there. Not many people can do what she is doing. Little sister is one of the very few. If she wants to help you and your luck isn't too bad, it might work." "What is this place that you're talking about?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. "I once told you that outer sky resides between the real world and the antimaterial world. This place exists between those two realms. Because it connects those two opposing powers, everything here is very strange. Connecting to the real world and opening a door to the core hall can be complicated." Exquisite didn't explain much beyond that. "Because the process can be dangerous, we forbid very high students from entering the core hall. But little sister's father is the guardian, and she is much loved. It shouldn't be difficult for her to convince her father to give you a chance." "I see." Now, Han Sen understood. After waiting for another hour, Li Qiu finally returned. She came bearing good news, which made Han Sen feel relieved. Li Qiu used space teleportation to guide him to their destination. After a few jumps, they reached a desert. That desert appeared endless. It must have been as big as a solar system. Even with Han Sen's eyesight, he couldn't see the end of that desert. It was difficult to imagine how large it was. As they stood in the desert, Li Qiu suddenly shouted into the endless wastes. "Dad, I've brought him here. Can we go now?" A crazy wind suddenly spawned in the quiet and dead desert. The raging wind threw yellow sand into the sky, then morphed to present the face of a very high man. "Remember, don't go past the 3 lines," shouted the very high man. He looked like a sand god, and his voice sounded like thunder. "I know. It doesn't matter how many times you say it, I won't forget and go beyond the 3 lines. We only want to go to the core area." "That's all," Li Qiu said nicely. The sand deity-looking man shook his head. He couldn't stop Li Qiu from doing this. The wind blew and then the sand collapsed back onto the ground. The sand god disappeared, and silence returned to the desert. "Let's go," Li Qiu said. Then, she ventured forward into the big desert. Han Sen followed her. Li Qir kept walking and said, "The area around here is unstable. Please don't use space teleportation powers here. And don't exert too much strength. Otherwise, you might find yourself being dragged into the antimaterial world. If that happened, not even our leader could retrieve you." Han Sen nodded. Now he understood why Li Qir had to walk instead of just teleporting them forward. The two of them walked through the desert. Sometimes, Han Sen noticed old, weird buildings leering out of the sand. There were ancient stone structures and really advanced metal buildings. There were even battleships and airships scattered here and there in the yellow sand. God only knew how long they had been there. Even the platinum, which should have been impervious to time, was rotten. When the wind blew, platinum boards broke loose and scattered like dust across the sand. There was a statue that was 100 meters high, and there were the remains of thousands of beasts. There was a dead tree in the sand that looked like a real dragon. The whole huge desert felt very weird. But there was no consistent style to the relics in the desert. They were obviously a mishmash of random items stemming from a variety of different points across history. They seemed to have been tossed into the desert and left there like trash. The sight was disconcerting, somehow. After reading Han Sen's mind, Li Qir explained, "This is a crossroads between the real world and the antimaterial world. There are always items from the real world or the antimaterial that get lost, twisted, and thrown in here. Every now and again, powerful items end up in here. My dad once found the xenogeneic body of a butterfly-class creature. But that was just a stroke of luck. Most of the things sent here are just useless trash." A loud boom interrupted Li Qir as she was speaking. It shook the two of them as if the sky had been cracked open. Then, Han Sen saw something very large emerge from a crack above them. Han Sen stared up in shock. The head of a giant beast pushed its way through a gap in the twisted, crooked sky. The beast's head was silver, and it looked like some artwork made of precious metal. 3 horns emerged from its face. It kind of looked like a triceratops, but it was much bigger than a triceratops. The head alone was 10 meters long. Blood gushed from its mouth. Boom! The giant beast fell from the sky and landed in the desert in front of them. The impact of its body hitting the ground shook the sand like an earthquake. 2667 Meeting Destiny again. Han Sen stared at the giant beast that had fallen into the sand. It looked a lot like a triceratops, but its body was silver and white, and a large pair of wings spread from its back. It was hard to say what race it belonged to. It seemed badly injured, and grievous wounds covered its entire body. It was struggling to get to its feet. Blood poured from its mouth and body, dyeing the bottom of the sandy crater crimson. A small red lake was forming beneath the beast. A xenogeneic has fallen. Li Qir rejoiced. She quickly raced toward the crater. Han Sen followed behind her. Even though it was injured, he could feel the fierce presence exuded by the giant monster. It was deified class, that was for sure. "Back off, guys." Before they could even get close to that xenogeneic, a plume of sand rose near them. It took on the shape of a sand god. It was Li Qir's father again. Before Li Qir could answer, a sandstorm swept over them and sucked them in. Within a second, they were tossed far, far away. Boom! 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 As they got back to their feet and watched from a distance, they saw countless sand dragons emerging from the ground. They looked like ancient, deadly creatures. They followed the sand god's commands to go for the injured beast. The beast roared angrily. It quickly stood up, and an endless silver light erupted into a wild storm that consumed the sky. It battered against the sand dragons that now surrounded it. The ancient-looking dragons had been shaped from sand, and they couldn't withstand the power of that silver light. Pang! The silver light then swept over to shine on the sand god's body, blasting the shape of the sand god back into nothing, as well. Han Sen watched with wide eyes. It was very fortunate that they had been pulled away from the creature. If they hadn't, the creature's remaining dregs of power would have been enough to destroy them. Li Qiu stared at the sight in terror. If her father hadn't appeared in time to keep them from getting close to the giant beast, the creature would have killed them in a moment. Li Qiu's father can't have gone down that easily, surely. As Han Sen pondered this, he saw the sea of sand swell and boil like a tumultuous sea. Fountains of sand sprayed everywhere, and a pillar of sand shot straight up into the sky, then fell back to the ground, forming itself into the figure of a sand god. That process then repeated itself over and over, creating an army of the sand beings. The sand gods raged as the remaining dragons roared. The surface of the desert had become a battlefield for ruthless giants. Despite the distance between them and the battlefield, the ground was shaking so violently that Han Sen and Li Qiu were having difficulty staying on their feet. They had no choice but to retreat. They finally reached a safe distance from the fight, but Han Sen could still detect that frightening presence. He could no longer see the actual fight, though. He could only see the distant clouds of sand as some of the sand creatures were ripped apart. His ears reverberated with the sound of dragons roaring at deafening volumes. My father's real body is deep inside the three-world desert. These sand gods are just manifestations of his power, Li Qiu explained with a laugh. She could sense that Han Sen was worrying about the safety of her father, but she knew he would be safe since he was deep within the sand. Han Sen couldn't see what was going on in the fight anymore. That whole desert was shrouded in screens of sand. After a very sad scream, the scary rumblings in the desert came to an end. And then, all the dust settled. A sand god appeared on the horizon and came toward them, telling them they could proceed. Father, you killed the xenogeniac. What was its level? Why was it injured and still so scary? Li Qiu curiously asked the sand god. I don't know. It was dragged into the antimaterial world, the sand god answered. Then, it disappeared. Li Qiu wished to ask something more, but he was already gone. So, she resumed her journey across the desert with Han Sen. The massive battle had changed the sandy landscape. Many of the weird buildings and items had been revealed from beneath the sands that once buried them. And the buildings and battleships that had once been there were now gone. Han Sen didn't know if they had been destroyed, or buried deep beneath the sands of the desert, or what. Han Sen looked around. When they reached the location where the giant beast had fallen, a large section of the desert was dyed red. But they couldn't see the body of the giant beast anymore. It is a shame that the beast was sucked into the antimaterial world. Despite its injuries, it was able to do battle with my dad for so long. It must have been a larva-class deified xenogeniac, at the very least. Li Qiu looked at the red sand regretfully. Han Sen felt that it was a shame, too. If he had been able to stab the creature once, he might have been able to nab a beast's soul. That xenogeniac was so strong, and its beast's soul might have been equally powerful. Han Sen kept walking, looking around as he went. Then, suddenly, he froze. Some distance away in the desert, Han Sen saw a tower that was built from stone. That old tower was leaning visibly, and it looked as if it might fall over any second. Han Sen looked at the stone tower's plaque. Written there were the two words, Destiny's Tower. The tower was styled just like the Destiny's Tower controlled by the Extreme King. Han Sen was stunned at the sight, but he immediately clamped down on his thoughts. He wasn't going to let out any memories associated with this tower. He had to suppress everything he knew about Destiny's Tower. Li Qiu could feel that Han Sen's mind was struggling with something. She looked at the stone tower, too. After a while of looking at it, she said, I've never seen that stone tower before. It must have been revealed by the battle earlier. Do you recognize it? It is exactly the same stone tower I saw when I was with the Extreme King. Han Sen knew he couldn't hide this from Li Qiu completely, and so he had to explain it a bit. Li Qiu thought for another moment. She nodded and said, "Now that you mention it, I think I remember something like that. When I visited the Extreme King, I once saw a tower like this, too. Let's go. We should check it out," Li Qiu suggested, and so they went toward it. She wasn't interested in the tower, but she could feel Han Sen doing his best to suppress the desire to visit the place. Han Sen was trying to keep his thoughts away from the nature of Destiny's Tower so Li Qiu wouldn't be able to see everything he knew about the structures. But that sort of control on his mind suggested to Li Qiu that Destiny's Tower had some relevance to Han Senator. If it didn't, Han Sen wouldn't have tried so hard to control his thoughts about the place. Being watched sucks. Han Sen sighed and followed Li Qiu toward Destiny's Tower. The tower looked very old, and it was impossible to tell how many years it had been there. While the structure might have been old, it wasn't broken. Li Qiu reached the door and twisted the handle. The stone door swung open smoothly. The two of them walked inside. The tower was full of dust and sand, but otherwise, it seemed to be empty. It looked like an ordinary watchtower. "Let's go up and see." Li Qiu walked toward the stairs. Han Sen followed Li Qiu, trying to keep a lid firmly over any sensitive topics that might otherwise come to mind. The second floor was still so empty. There was nothing there. Li Qiu didn't give up, though. She kept ascending the tower. The whole tower seemed to be empty until they approached the 7th floor. "Huh. There is someone here." Li Qiu looked at the top floor's stone platform in shock. 2668 Empty Golden. A large stone platform, a man was sitting with his legs crossed. The man was very still, and Han Sen couldn't sense any presence of a life force within him. It looked as if he had been petrified in that position. Han Sen's face looked weirded out, and he couldn't help but think, "This is so similar to what I saw in the Destiny's Tower of the Extreme King." The man over there looked quite a bit different, though. Li Qiu heard Han Sen's thought, and she looked at the man atop the platform with shock. "Weird. It is a creature, but why does it not have a life force?" As a look of confusion crossed Li Qiu's face, the man on the stone platform opened his eyes. He looked at them and said, "I am Empty God. The fact that you have met me today is surely the working of fate. I can fulfill any wish you speak. You can make any request you desire." "Not again." Han Sen's heart jumped. Li Qiu looked at the man coldly and said, "How dare you call yourself a god in front of the very high? Not even the ancient god would refer to themselves as proper gods." After that, Li Qiu swung a sword light at the man. She struck too fast for Han Sen to try to stop her. The sword light came down on the man's head, but the man didn't even have to move. The sword light crashed against one of his eyebrows. Pang! The man's eyebrow wasn't even ruffled. Li Qiu was hurled back by a scary force. The power was so strong that it swept past all of Li Qiu's defenses. She was thrown into the wall hard, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She passed out and fell into a coma. Her life force faded quickly. How dare you challenge a god's dignity and question his authenticity? This is your punishment, but seeing as this is your first infraction, the punishment will not be severe, the man said in an icy voice. Han Sen quickly ran toward Li Qiu and checked her vitals. She had only fainted, and while her life force was fading, it was seeping away slowly. She was in no immediate danger. He thought to himself, "This god seems different from the other one I met." "I remember the man in the Extreme King's Destiny's Tower shouted, 'Empty God.' Is this the empty god he was referring to?" "Now, make your wish," Empty God said, looking at Han Sr. "My life is perfect as it is, thanks. I have a wife, a happy family, great kids, and I always get what I want, anyway. Add to that, I'm super rich. I have everything. I don't need anything more. Can I choose not to make a wish? Han Sen looked at empty God as he spoke. Han Sen didn't know if this empty God was the same as the other God. If it was the same, then this really was just a statue. It wasn't the true self of the God it represented. Therefore, he didn't have to worry too much. The black crystal armor could wipe it out in a heartbeat. If this was the God's real body, though, then a fight might be a bad idea. Han Sen wasn't sure if the black crystal armor could also defeat these gods in their real forms. No, empty God said coldly. Han Sen's heart felt ill. He ignored empty God, picked up Li Qiu, turned around, and started to run. Empty God only looked at Han Sen peacefully. He didn't look as if he was going to stop Han Sen from leaving. Han Sen was trying to figure out whether or not empty God was really going to fight. He was also doing this to test the black crystal armor, and sense if there was any movement from it. But its life force was hidden, so he couldn't feel anything. Empty God didn't stop Han Sen either. Still holding the unconscious Li Qiu, Han Sen departed the 7th floor. He went down floor by floor without being stopped by any aggressive powers. Finally, he reached the 1st floor of Destiny's Tower. But when he reached the 1st floor, Han Sen froze. There should have been a door at the bottom floor of Destiny's Tower, but there was none. There was only another stone staircase leading farther down into the tower. I've already reached the bottom floor. Why are there more stairs that can lead me down even farther? Have I remembered it incorrectly, and this is actually the 2nd floor? Han Sen quickly dismissed that idea. Destiny's Tower only had 7 floors, and with his exceptional memory, he couldn't have been wrong. Han Sen reached out a hand to where the door should have been, but there was just a wall there. It wasn't an optical illusion. There really wasn't a door. Pang! Han Sen threw a punch at the stone wall. With his strength, even a mountain would have been destroyed by one of his punches. But the stone wall didn't buckle, and there wasn't a single scrape left on its surface. Han Sen frowned. He knew that nothing would be achieved by using brute force. He looked at the stone staircase, then turned and continued walking down. When he reached the floor below, he noticed that there was another stone platform. The stone platform had that same man on it, the one who had called himself Empty God. It was exactly as it was on the 7th floor. Make your wish, Empty God said, staring expressionlessly at Han Sen. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. Still holding Li Qiu, he continued trying to descend the stairs. There were more of them, and he swiftly descended another 7 flights. He was still unable to find the 1st floor and its door. He only found more and more stairs. After walking down the stone stairs for a while, Han Sen realized he always came back to the 7th floor of the tower. There, he saw Empty God again. Is this some sort of space power? Does it connect the 7th floor and the 1st floor to create some sort of weird Mobius strip? If that is true, no matter how far I walk, I will never reach the exit of this tower. I will just keep looping the same route over and over again. Han Sen tried using teleportation powers, but it was to no avail. No matter where he tried to teleport to, he always reappeared inside the tower, just in a different location each time. Make your wish. Whenever Han Sen saw Empty God again, the man would repeat the same phrase. He never said anything else. But his expression seemed to say that Han Sen had no other choice, and that sooner or later, he would have to make a wish. Han Sen knew that if he made a wish, some of his lifespan would be taken by those men that called themselves gods. And the wish he made would be twisted by the so-called gods. Even if the wish came true, he would have to pay too high a price. If he didn't make a wish, though, there was a chance that he and Li Qiu would never be able to exit the tower. Han Sen couldn't figure a way out of this dilemma. He couldn't attack Empty God. Li Qier had demonstrated that inability all too well. The only chance he had to attack was if he could somehow make use of his black crystal armor. Attacking Empty God in any other way was practically a death wish. Li Qier's father must know we walked into Destiny's Tower. If we don't emerge anytime soon, he will surely come here in search of Li Qier. Han Sen was placing his chips on Li Qier's father. Empty God seemed to see through what Han Sen was thinking, and he coldly said, "Have you heard of power that warps the passage of time? You might stay in this tower for 1,000 years, but only a second will pass outside. If you are expecting a rescue team to come and find you, you'll be nothing but bones by then. Do I really have to make a wish?" Han Sen looked at Empty God and sighed. "If you and I have met, it is something that was always meant to be. You deserve this. You cannot escape from it." Empty God spoke slowly in a bone-chilling voice. Chapter 2669 Answer of the Origin. It looks like I have no choice except to make a wish. Han Sen started to consider what sort of wish he wanted to make. The last time he made a wish in Destiny's Tower, the statue's eyes had ended up being destroyed. Now, it seemed as if it might happen again. Perhaps it would have the same effect. But even if Empty God's eyes exploded, it wouldn't help him much. The statue would still have its power, and it would still threaten Han Sen and shorten his lifespan. No matter what wish I make, unless the black crystal armor attacks him, my lifespan is going to be shortened. Why don't I ask a question I have always wanted to ask instead? Perhaps I can at least learn some useful information out of this, Han Sen thought. Then, he looked at Empty God and asked, "Can my wish be a question that you will answer?" "Of course. I can do anything. I can answer any question you seek to ask," Empty God said coldly. "I want to know, are you and I the same? Are you a creature of this universe, too? Or do you come from someplace outside the universe?" "Regardless of the answer, I want to know where God was born," Han Sen said, posing his question. Empty God's eyes flashed. He looked at Han Sen slowly and said, "Are you sure you want to ask me this question? It is useless for you to know this. I told you already that I don't lack anything. But I'm curious about you. If you must make me compose a wish, I would like to know this answer," Han Sen said. Empty God looked at Han Sen and frowned. There were 3 questions. You can only receive the answer for one. Han Sen looked at the Empty God for a long moment, then asked his ultimate question. "Please tell me, Empty God. Are you a creature of this universe?" Han Sen had always been suspicious about God coming from the Geno Hall. Even mighty beings like the ancient water god had been killed in a single blow when they tried to enter the Geno Hall. The power of the beast within that place was far too shocking. Aside from those who called themselves gods, Han Sen couldn't think of any other being that possessed such power. But if Han Sen asked the god where he was born, Empty God could answer by telling him a name that he wouldn't recognize. If Han Sen had never heard of the place, then he wouldn't know if it was in the universe or not. So, Han Sen eventually decided to ask the simplest of questions. He needed to confirm if the god was a creature that came from the Geno universe. This was the root of all questions he would later want to ask. With knowledge of its origin, he would have a more solid basis for formulating theories and asking future questions. This was very important. Empty God didn't hesitate this time. He answered straight away. "No. I am God. I come from God place." When Han Sen heard the answer, he nodded. The way Empty God said it was so vague. He had, perhaps deliberately, twisted the answer. But Han Sen had still received the answer he had wanted. God wasn't a creature that came from the Geno universe. This answer was enough for Han Sen to confirm, at the very least, that the god he was facing was something more than a deified elite. This being was even more almighty. These guys called themselves gods. But Han Sen thought they were more like devils that had invaded the ordinary world. Han Jingji and Blood Legion had been dealing with scary beings like this for a long time. The effort they had put in was unimaginable for normal people. When Han Sen received this answer, he felt his power start to fade away. His power drained so rapidly that it actually physically pulled him toward empty God. Han Sen had already experienced this before, and he knew it was his lifespan being reduced. But this time, it was fading much faster than it had upon his first wish. He could see his lifespan fading away like an avalanche. Empty God looked at Han Sen coldly. A weird light shone around the statue, making him look both godlike and insubstantial at the same time. A moment later, a century's worth of lifespan had left Han Sen's body. It made Han Sen feel tired and worn out. The drain didn't stop, though. Han Sen was now losing years at an even greater speed. Han Sen was prepared to give up a lot of his lifespan, so he didn't mind sacrificing a few years. After all, nabbing secrets right from God's mouth wasn't easy. Han Sen had already received a big boost to his lifespan from the previous God doll. He could accept this kind of loss. But the next second, the black crystal armor inside his Sea of Soul reacted. While Han Sen continued to lose years, the black crystal armor's mysterious presence exploded with energy. That power spread over Han Sen's body. The spreading black crystal armor gave Han Sen a unique feeling. It was as if someone's presence was surrounding him. Han Sen was quite familiar with this presence. He tried to think it over, and he finally remembered where he had felt that presence before. It was the same presence he had sensed when the black crystal armor blew up the statue of the previous god. Han Sen didn't have time to think. The black crystal armor glowed with a strange godly light. It flew out of the Sea of Soul, then punched Empty God, who was still sitting atop the stone platform. Empty God had been blithely sucking in Han Sen's lifespan without ever realizing that something like this might happen. Plus, he hadn't even realized that there was a power out there that could harm him. So, he hadn't remained vigilant against a sudden attack. He had grown lax in his security. Pang! What Han Sen had witnessed before was now happening again. Under the tremendous force of the crystal armor's punch, Empty God's body shattered. A massive surge of life force rose from the crumbling statue. Lifespan +1, lifespan +1, the announcement of his lifespan increasing repeated over and over. That new power entered Han Sen's body, stretching out his potential lifespan. At the same moment that the god doll was destroyed, in a hall inside an empty realm, Empty God's eyes blazed with terrible fury. And he said, "Sky Armor Power. Sky Armor God. I only destroyed your god doll's eyes, how dare you destroy my god doll?" This isn't over yet. Han Sen had no idea, but due to these meetings, he had started a fight between two gods. The black crystal armor returned to Han Sen's Sea of Soul. Han Sen had gained more than 1,000 years of additional lifespan. Of course, if you're going to become rich overnight, I guess killing a god is a reasonable way to do so. Han Sen was delighted by this result. After all, he had just received a big boost to his lifespan and a great deal of life force. His whole body was brimming with a scary presence. Han Sen didn't dare stay in Destiny's Tower a minute longer. He picked up Li Kier and resumed his flight down the stairs. This time, when he reached the first floor, he encountered the door that would lead him outside. There were no more stairs leading down, keeping him inside a loop. What just happened? Li Kier, who had been unconscious up to this point, slowly shook herself awake. I'm not really no. That geezer was a bit weird, wasn't he? After you punched him, you got blasted into a wall and you passed out. But the man was shattered into bits, and he became a pile of rubble, Han Sen said, lying to Li Kier with a straight face. How could that happen? Li Kier looked at Han Sen with suspicion. She didn't believe his story, but she couldn't be certain from his thoughts whether he was lying or not. She went back into the tower, and at the top floor, she saw a pile of rubble just like Han Sen had described. Chapter 2670 Gino Hall's message. Although Li Qier was a little bit confused and continued to search through the tower, she failed to find anything particularly suspicious. Eventually, she gave up the search and left Destiny's Tower with Han Senator. They went back to crossing the wild dunes of the desert. As they walked, Han Sen continued to spot strange shapes rising out of the sand. None of the shapes seemed to be recognizable, and he had no idea where they might have come from either. After they reached an oasis, Li Qier told Han Sen, "The dimensional space here is more stable, so you can open the core area door from here. You won't be dragged into the anti-material world." Han Sen thanked Li Qier, then tried to open his core door. This time, the core door opened like usual. Han Sen entered the core area again. Han Sen wanted to go to the core area because, once he entered, he would be far away from Li Qier and Exquisite. They would be unable to feel his thoughts, and Han Sen could practice his secret Geno arts in privacy and safety. He wouldn't be spied on. Han Sen hadn't dared to practice his true Geno arts in outer sky. If he had, the secrets of his 4 sacred Geno arts would have been revealed to Li Qier and Exquisite. That would needlessly complicate his life, he believed. So for the duration of his stay in outer sky, Han Sen spent his time practicing the Geno arts Exquisite had given to him. Out of the Geno arts in his private roster, he only practiced the story of genes. The Rebate and Sky Palace already knew about its existence, and if they knew, so did the Very High. There was no point in hiding it. And it didn't matter if the 2 Very High women saw the story of genes. Aside from Han Sen, no other person could learn it. Once he was in the core area, though, Han Sen could practice his other Geno arts. But that wasn't the only reason he had come. He wanted to practice heart connection. If he couldn't use beast souls in the upcoming silkworm battles, that might be his only attack that could deal damage to his deified nemesis, Shale. In addition, Han Sen also wanted to meet up with Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. He wanted them to do something on his behalf. Fortunately, Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon had already been practicing in the core area, and they weren't too far from Han Sen's position. Han Sen quickly contacted them and arranged a meeting. "How does it feel to be a pet of the pretty ladies in the Very High?" Elysian Moon mocked Han Sen with a smile. "It feels terrible. It's like I'm naked 24/7. I have no privacy at all," Han Sen glumly admitted. "You have come looking for us in a rush. Did something happen?" Elysian Moon could tell that something must have gone wrong. "I have a Geno art, but I'm not sure what it does. I can't leave the Very High, and I can't risk trying it myself. So, I want you to take this Geno art and find someone. Have him take a look at it and figure out if it is useful," Han Sen said. Then, he passed his Xian Yellow Sutra to Gu Qingcheng. "Who should we give it to?" Gu Qingcheng asked as she accepted the Xian Yellow Sutra. "There is a man called Mr. White among the Extreme King. I have a way to contact him, but with my current circumstances and my soured relationship with the Extreme King, meeting him might prove difficult. So, you guys need to be careful. After you have contacted him, make sure you are safe. And make sure you listen to what Mr. White tells you," Han Sen told Gu Qingcheng. He quickly explained how the women could get in touch with Mr. White. Han Sen only wanted to know what might happen if he activated the Xian Yellow Sutra. If there were no issues that could arise from it, he could just use it freely. He wouldn't even need to practice it either. He only had to perform his Blood Pulse Sutra in reverse, as that was what the Xian Yellow Sutra taught. After Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon left, Han Sen found a quiet place to practice heart connection in the core area. If he wanted to heavily wound Shale, he would probably need that skill in his repertoire. There was also Break 6 Skies, as well. Han Sen had some experience with that technique. Break 6 Skies was extremely powerful, but it was an area of effect skill. Therefore, the power wasn't as concentrated as heart connection. But it was still one of the strongest Geno arts Han Sen possessed. Things didn't seem to have gone smoothly for the two women. Han Sen waited 4 days before Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng returned to the core area. I gave the items to Mr. White. He said he would need some time to investigate. You can expect a response in 2 weeks, Gu Qingcheng said. 2 weeks. Han Sen couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. There were only 3 days left until the silkworm bouts began. If it took 2 weeks to get the results back from Mr. White, he wouldn't be able to use the Geno art in the fights. But Han Sen hadn't planned to use the Blood Pulse Sutra in the upcoming fights anyway, so he wasn't too disappointed. Han Sen asked Gu Qingcheng about planet eclipse and the situation with Sky Palace. Then, he practiced his Geno arts for another couple of days. When his time was up, he departed the core area. Why did it take you so long to come back? Exquisite, seeing Han Sen, felt relieved. There was less than a day to go until the silkworm fights began. If Han Sen hadn't returned in time, he would have been in a lot of trouble. My friend didn't arrive in the core area as soon as I had hoped. I had to wait for a few days before I ran into him, Han Sen said. What happened? Li Qier asked. It was a waste of time. He didn't have enough time to figure anything out, Han Sen said, putting on a pained expression. You really wanted a way for a 9th-tier king to beat a deified elite? Li Qier asked. It wouldn't have mattered how long you waited. That is an impossible feat unless you can make use of your treasures, it won't be happening. And it has already been decided that all treasures will be barred from use. It is obvious that Shale will rank first in this competition. Han Sen thought she was most likely correct. The Very High's decision sounded as if they wanted Shale to be number 1, though. What's going on with that Shale? They're pretty much handing him the number 1 spot. Why? Han Sen asked, looking at Li Qier. Time is almost up. We need to go to the valley and join the silkworm bout. Let's talk while we walk, Li Qier said, and then she quickly departed the oasis. As they traveled back across the sand, Li Qier explained the situation to Han Senator. Because Shale was born deified and possessed a 10 armor talent, he might become a true god, assuming he had enough resources and a little luck. The most important thing was that the Very High man who had signed a contract with Shale was a very important figure, too. The Very High seemed to be grooming him to be the very best. They wanted him to be capable of fighting and breaking open the Geno Hall. So, even the man's silkworm would receive the best care possible to boost the Very High man's chances. The Very High want access to the Geno Hall, too. What is inside the Geno Hall? Han Sen asked with curiosity. I don't know. One of our ancestors entered the Geno Hall and brought back some information regarding the place, but the information he provided us was very vague. It was like there was someone that wanted us to come to the Geno Hall, and I think they were asking for help, Li Qier said. I thought that getting into the Geno Hall meant you would become a god. Why would someone inside signal for help? Han Sen asked with confusion. That is what we want to find out, but we have yet to find an answer, Li Qier said. Chapter 2671 Silkworm Bouts Begin. The valley was a giant basin in outer sky. The entire basin was shaped like an enormous bowl, and it was ringed by unfathomably tall mountains. The landscape of the basin itself was very harsh and complicated. Every silkworm fight would take place inside this valley. Li Qier and Han Sen reached the valley right before the silkworm fights were going to begin. When Exquisite saw them both heading toward her, she sighed in relief. She expected Han Sen to lose at least one of his fights, but if he didn't participate in the contest at all, the Very High would hate him even more. The time of rest was over. When the 11 silkworms entered the valley, Exquisite didn't ask anything of Han Senator. She allowed him to proceed into the basin of combat. The moment Han Sen set foot in the valley, the entire valley was sealed by a huge barrier. The Bysema would keep the destructive power of the combatants contained within the valley, but it wouldn't stop teleportation or the bodies of the contestants. If the silkworms teleported outside the seal, they would immediately lose the fight. When the silkworm fights began, few very high had come to watch the fights. Only the masters of the 12 silkworms actually showed up in person. The very high that practiced the very high sense had zero interest in such a contest, and the other members of their society had other means of spectating. There was no need for them to go all the way to the valley. Only the masters of the silkworms had to watch the fights unfold up close. They needed that proximity to gain the battle experience and knowledge of those they were watching. It finally begins. Now, if the other 11 silkworms meet Han Sen, they will do their best to fight him. As Li Xuecheng watched the stream of the fight preparations, he cackled wildly. Of course. We made Han Sen, who is only a 9th-tier king, into a powerful contender who is only second to Shale. The half-deified silkworms won't be happy about this. Even if we were nice people, this still would have put them in a competitive mood, right? Liu Zhen squinted his eyes. Han Sen might drop out before he even gets to Shale, Li Xuecheng agreed and nodded. After Han Sen entered the valley, he wasn't in a rush to bump into another silkworm. He flew around a nearby mountain that rolled up and down. The valley was as big as a planet, but for half-deifieds or deifieds, that sort of area wasn't too big. It wouldn't be difficult for the silkworms to locate each other. Suddenly, Han Sen felt an impressive surge of power up ahead. Someone was already fighting. This power. Is that Yu Shanqin? As soon as Han Sen felt that power, he noticed how familiar it felt. And so, he quickly headed toward where that fight was taking place. The area of combat wasn't too far away from him, and so Han Sen quickly reached the outskirts of their battlefield. There, he found Yu Shanqin and a half-deified of the Extreme King standing on a mountain. They were watching each other. They were both utterly still. The only movement Han Sen could see came from their powers, which were spilling out and shaking the mountains all around them. Han Sen recognized Yu Shanqin's opponent. According to the information he had received, the Extreme King fellow was called Gru. Although he wasn't of the same bloodline as King Bai, his king body was very strong, certainly no weaker than any of the royal children's. He had a 9 armor talent, and he was a very experienced fighter. He was quite a skilled swordsman, as well. At the moment, Gru was really quiet. And he was holding a steel greatsword. His body was fizzing with a powerful sword mind, and before his weapon even moved, his sword mind came for Yu Shanqin. It rushed forward so fast that it pushed aside the clouds in its path. Han Sen frowned. Gru's sword mind was no weaker than his own. The man had reached deified class with it, for sure. He might have only been half deified, but his sword mind was remarkably developed. Gru was definitely a very powerful half deified. It was no wonder the Very High had selected him as a silkworm. Yu Shanqin's presence was harder to anticipate. Sometimes it raged like fire, and other times it was soft like water. It made it very difficult for those watching to determine what sort of power he had. It is fortunate I'm getting to watch this fight. It means I can observe Yu Shanqin and see what extreme evil path can do. Han Sen maintained a careful distance from the battlefield so he could observe without getting caught up in the fight. Yu Shanqin, I have heard you being called the strongest non-deified in the universe. I, Gru, am going to see what is so special about your extreme evil path. Gru looked at Yu Shanqin coldly as he spoke. Gru didn't like Yu Shanqin for one simple reason: the Extreme King were supposed to be one of the top 3 races of the universe, but they didn't have any half-deifieds that were as strong as Yu Shanqin from Sky Palace. Now, the silkworm bouts had given him a chance to fight Yu Shanqin. In truth, he wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yu Shanqin. People who say such things are too kind. I assure you that those comments are not true. Compared to the illustrious Extreme King, I'm nothing noteworthy. Yu Shanshin smiled coldly. Huh. Let's fight and see. Gru didn't plan on letting Yu Shanshin go that easily. His sword mind rose as he gripped his steel greatsword, and a sword light spread across the sky as it headed for Yu Shanshin. The silkworm fights didn't permit the use of treasures, so the steel greatsword must have been Gru's gene weapon. As the sword moved through the air, even Han Sen was surprised by its power. The Extreme King's sword skills and sword mind were no worse than his own. But Han Sen didn't think a strike like this would be enough to defeat Yu Shanshin. He stared at Yu Shanshin, wanting to see how he might deal with such an attack. Yu Shanshin's body remained motionless. When the sword light came down, Yu Shanshin reached out both hands as if he wanted to catch the sword light. The sword light stopped when it encountered Yu Shanshin's hands, but the power of the strike was too great. While Yu Shanshin's hands had succeeded in stopping the attack, the raw force of the blow still knocked his body back. Pang! Yu Shanshin was pushed back through the barrier of the valley. He lost the silkworm fight. The silkworm bout had few rules, but there was one rule that all the contestants knew: whoever left the valley first would be put in last place. Yu Shanshin had been the first to get knocked out of the valley, and so he was going to be number 12. Han Sen was befuddled. What the hell is wrong with Yu Shanshin? Gru is very strong, but there is no way Yu Shanshin is that much weaker than him. How did he get blown away by that attack? He must have done that deliberately. I cannot believe this. Even if he couldn't have reached first place, there were many rewards that he could have earned by reaching the top 5. Why would he just throw everything away and give up? Gru didn't believe Yu Shanshin was that weak either. The man had been launched beyond the seal by a single attack. But Yu Shanshin was already out of the valley, and Gru could no longer chase after him. So, the Extreme King turned his head to look at Han Sr. If Yu Shanshin was too much of a chicken to fight me properly, then you can fight me. You're also from Sky Palace, after all, it will be good to test the mettle of your people. Gru looked at Han Sen's body. Han Sen hadn't expected the situation to change so quickly. Before he even realized what had happened, he had become Gru's opponent. But Han Sen made no effort to run away. He could still fall back as long as he didn't leave the valley, but Han Sen remained within range of Gru. He drew spells 2 pistols. Chapter 2672 Swordheart Area. Seeing Han Sen preparing to strike, the very high who were watching the fight suddenly felt very awake. Although many of the very high were almost certain that Han Sen would lose the silkworm bout, they still held out a tiny slither of hope that he would win. They prayed that maybe, even without his treasures, Han Sen still harbored a bit of that OP power he had become renowned for. I would consider Gru's power to be middle of the road out of the 12 silkworms. He can be a whetstone for other silkworms to grind against, and he will be an excellent demonstration of Han Sen's strength. Li Yuzhen looked excited as he stared at the video. Li Xuecheng looked nervous as he said, as long as Han Sen doesn't reach first place, anyone else can claim the metaphorical throne. I do think we may have overreached with our gamble, though. Even Open Sky Elder wagered the fabled Open Sky jewelry on Han Sen ending up in first place. That was so strange. Open Sky Elder knew this silkworm fight wouldn't allow the use of treasures. Why would he still bet on Han Sen reigning supreme? If we lose, we will lose everything we have. Don't worry. It doesn't matter who bets on Han Sen winning. He won't be a match for Shale, no matter what. Li Yuzhen spoke as if he was trying to assure himself as well as Li Xuecheng. The fact that Open Sky Elder had placed such a heavy bet on Han Sen made them feel quite uncomfortable. At the same time, Open Sky Elder was smiling as he watched Han Sen and Gru square up against each other. Li Qiyu, another very high elder, looked at Open Sky Elder and said, "You really wagered the Open Sky jewelry that Han Sen would win this contest?" You realize that this entire event has been rigged in Shale's favor, right? I know. Open Sky Elder smiled and nodded. His expression didn't waver. If you know, then why are you doing this? You're just handing an item of immense value to Li Shuecheng and Li Yuzhen. Elder Li Qiyu looked at Open Sky Elder. Open Sky Elder laughed and said, "You know, I've always wanted the evil dragon orb that belongs to Li Yuzhen's father. He guards the item quite greedily and refuses to loan it to me, though. Therefore, I had to think outside the box to come up with a way to get my mitts on it. If Li Yuzhen loses this bet, will he really be able to fork over materials worth the price of the Open Sky jewelry on his own? No. Therefore, he will have to go and see his father. He will undoubtedly have to give up the evil dragon orb. But with Shale here, how could they lose?" Qiyu Elder couldn't understand what Open Sky Elder was thinking. What if Shale isn't fighting at full strength right now? Open Sky Elder smiled at the other man as he spoke. "Not at full strength? What do you mean?" Qiyu Elder asked, entirely confused. Open Sky Elder laughed and said, "Remember when Shale went to Demon Lake to hunt down Xenogeniacs? I had a business matter that took me there at the same time. And there, I saw Shale get his hands on something precious." "What did he get from Demon Lake?" Qiyu Elder wondered out loud. Then, his eyes widened and he said hoarsely, "Did he get demon fruit?" Open Sky Elder nodded and laughed. "I saw Shale holding the demon fruit in his own hands. And then, I watched him eat it." Qiyu Elder looked at the valley in the video in shock. He was trying to see where Shale was. As he searched, he said, "Does that mean Shale has fallen from deified status?" "Of course. Demon fruit is a treasure from the antimaterial world. Even a born deified cannot withstand its effects. Shale has been brought down from deified to king class. The demon fruit's demon baby god can do miraculous things, and even though Shale has become king class, his potential has been increased a level. He already had a 10 armor talent. So, after getting the demon fruit, he sacrificed his deified level for another armor talent. Although his 11 armor talent isn't genuine like the ones in the legends, it is still a very rare talent level. You won't find anyone else like this in the entire universe." After pausing, Open Sky Elder went on to say, "Now that he's taken in the demon baby god, it will be a long time before Shale becomes a deified again. There is now a high chance that Han Sen will win this fight. If you knew what had happened, why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known, I would have increased my bet. I would have enjoyed causing more problems for Li Yuzhen and Li Shuecheng." Open Sky Elder shook his head and said, "I'm still gambling. Although Shale isn't deified anymore, he still has the will of a deified. I'm not sure if Han Sen can win. Plus, the other silkworms aren't weaklings either. Fortunately, Yu Shanqin quit the silkworm bouts. Otherwise, Han Sen's chances of reaching first place would have been greatly decreased." Qiyu thought about it and deduced that Open Sky Elder was most likely correct. Although Shale wasn't deified anymore, Han Sen still might not be able to reach first place. Open Sky Elder wanted to make a bet, but the end of this fight was still uncertain. Gru's sword mind shook the sky. The steel greatsword came slashing toward Han Sen, just as it had been swung toward Yu Shanqin earlier. Now that Han Sen was facing that attack himself, he realized just how scary it was. That sword mind was like a knife hitting the galaxy. It felt like an entire galaxy might buckle under its weight. And Han Sen was opposing that strike with only his body. Yu Shanqin was able to use his hands to hold back that sword light. The fitness of his body couldn't be any weaker than mine. Yu Shanqin was a scary guy. As he considered the attack, Han Sen's body moved on its own. He vanished, and Gru's attack was now slashing toward empty air. Han Sen had employed God's Wander. Han Sen emerged on the other side of Gru. However, the Extreme King's sword light had reoriented itself and was still coming toward him. So, Han Sen teleported away again. But still, Gru's sword light was able to catch up to him. He teleported a few more times, but none of his jumps shook off the pursuit of Gru's attack. Weird. How can he predict where I teleport to? Han Sen thought, furrowing his brows. His God's Wander wasn't as good as galaxy teleportation, but he was still very good at small distance jumps. Within a short range, he could go anywhere he wanted. He only had to think about it, and he would teleport to where he wished to be. Gru was teleporting after him and somehow managing to keep up. This fact alone was enough to prove how powerful the man was. But Han Sen didn't have much information on Gru, and he didn't know what sort of powers the man wielded. He felt a bit confused about it all. Why is this happening? How can Gru predict where God's Wander will take Han Sen? Li Keer was shocked, too. Exquisite frowned as she studied the two fighters. If my judgment is correct, Gru cannot predict where Han Sen is teleporting to. Instead, he is tracking Han Sen with his area power. Area power? Isn't Gru's area a sword area? Li Keer asked, trying to recall. In Gru's profile, it said that his area was a sword area, and his king body was sword-based. It made his sword skills stronger. It is a sword element, but it is also a very special sword area, Exquisite said. Han Sen kept teleporting, but he couldn't escape Gru's sword light. He decided to teleport somewhere far away to put some distance between Gru and himself. This time, Gru was unable to catch up in time. Han Sen immediately realized how Gru had been predicting his movements. If the man's attack had possessed some sort of automatic tracking function, as Han Sen had first supposed, then the attack would have caught up with him no matter how far he traveled. You have a very powerful area. What is it called? Han Sen asked, looking at Gru. He could tell that this was all the effect of Gru's area power. Sword heart area. My sword goes straight for the heart. Under the power of this area, I will sense your movements in my heart no matter where you go. In my area, no target can escape my sword heart's targeting ability. Even invisible foes and chameleons are visible to me, Gru said coldly. Chapter 2673 The glory of one shot. Most warriors in the universe were like candles, but to be silkworms of the very high were like blazing bonfires. Han Sen had planned to spend more time observing Gru's sword skills, but now he had to fight. Han Sen's fingers twitched, and Spell's twin pistols roared madly, rapidly spitting out bullets. The steel greatsword in Gru's hands flashed like the wind, cutting each bullet in half. Not a single bullet could escape the wondrous sword lights. A heavy steel greatsword spun around Gru like a bolt of pure lightning. Those are some good sword skills, Han Sen complimented his opponent. Gru's skills were inferior to Lone Bamboo's talents, but Han Sen appreciated the fact that these techniques were incredibly stable. Every movement was rigorously practiced and could be used with a solid stance. The man was unleashing the max potential of his skills. This was the way one should always practice their sword skills. It was a way to beat someone stronger when you were weaker, or take on an opponent who had the high ground. These were the strategies that weaker people should always employ. Being solid and using real strength to crush enemies, disabling opponents to deny them the chance to fight back. That was the real way to use a sword. These aren't good sword skills, Gru said. I began practicing with a blade when I was 5 years old. When I reached 30, my sword skills still weren't very good. People always thought I was dumb and unsuitable for swordcraft. But I have a sword king body. It would be wasted if I didn't practice with a sword. And so, I kept on training. It has now been 46 years, and my sword skills still aren't good. All I know is that I am better than my ancestors. But still, that doesn't make me good. If you are using what you have learned, believe me when I tell you that you are already quite good. Not many people can perform this well. Han Sen knew that using a sword skill to its max potential was a harder feat than making a brand new sword skill. New sword skills could sometimes be created in moments of inspiration, but making perfect use of an existing sword skill, regardless of the environment, would take countless hours of practice and training. It required a lot of effort. As the two of them spoke, their hands never stopped moving. Swords flashes and gunfire rang out. They kept collided against each other time after time, with Han Sen's bullets falling and Gru's sword lights unable to touch his opponent. I cannot believe this Gru is so good. His sword skills are excellent. Even amongst the very high, these sword skills have to be amongst the best. Li Shuiqing chuckled. Gru was a late bloomer, Liu Zhen said, nodding. Even though he doesn't have the speed of Pegasus, he is so stable that it's like he has weathered all the dangers of the world. If his opponent isn't considerably stronger than him, there is no way to break his sword. If the Extreme King used him as a guard, their bases would be as strong as stone. It's lucky for us that Han Sen ran into Gru first. With Gru's stability, he should be able to squeeze Han Sen out of every ounce of his power. Even if Gru loses, other silkworms will know what to expect from Han's senator. They'll know his powers, and he'll be worn out. Li Shuiqing felt at ease now. Some distance away stood a man with the head of a lion and the body of a human. He was staring at Han Sen and Gru as they conducted their battle. It looks like Han Sen isn't as talented as the legends proclaim. Without treasure, that guy is pretty much worthless. A fox woman laughed as she walked up next to Shale. Shale looked serious as he said, Gru's sword skill is King Path sword, yet Han Sen is fighting him without exposing his moves. That alone proves how strong he is. Even my 9th-tier king body might expose my movements to the half-deified Gru. The fox woman laughed and said, you've only fallen to king class. Did your balls shrink, as well? Where did the fearless Shale go? Have you seen him? Even Han Sen, who is just a 9th-tier king, can make you react this seriously. I embody the destiny of the Lionheart. I do everything I can with the utmost precision and care. I might lose, but I will not fail due to my own negligence, Shale said in a hard voice. The fox woman rolled her eyes. She looked at Shale and said, anyway, what do you make of Han Sen's power? Can he defeat Gru? Gru is strong, but Han Sen can beat him, Shale answered. If Gru is strong, why would Han Sen win? Fox woman asked, looking interested. He might win or he might lose. Shale spoke those 6 words and stopped talking. What about you? Which of you is stronger? You or Han Sen? The fox woman looked at Shale, trying to see through his thoughts. Shale didn't move. We have never fought before. So, who can tell what will happen? On the battlefield, Han Sen and Gru had performed 1,000 moves against each other. But still, Han Sen had yet to find a way to beat Gru. Han Sen had to admit that Gru was too stable for him. Han Sen started to think that if he kept fighting like this, he would die of old age before he found the man's flaws. It seemed impossible to beat Gru through skill. If agility doesn't seem to work against him, then it looks like I'll have to approach this more directly. Han Sen teleported away, establishing some distance between him and Gru. Gru, I really admire your sword skills. But we have to determine a winner between us. Therefore, I am sorry. Han Sen lifted Spell's guns and took aim at Gru. Use all the moves you are able to. Gru gripped his steel greatsword tightly. His face looked placid. It was as if even the sky breaking or the earth shattering would not move him. Han Sen and the Extreme King were enemies, but Han Sen still admired his foe. Gru was a strong character, and if he became a leader among the Extreme King, their race would gain a great deal. What a shame. The Extreme King are controlled by King Bai. Gru will have no chance, Han Sen thought to himself. He aimed spell at Gru and pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet tore out of the gun with a shriek that sounded like space itself beginning to tear. The bullet was headed straight for Gru, and Gru was frozen. He had held the sword with one hand previously, but now he carefully gripped it with two. He shouted and brought the steel greatsword above his head to swing it down on the bullet. A sword light glared with blinding intensity as it hit the bullet. The sword strike found its target, but the bullet didn't split in half. Instead, it exploded. Boom! It was like a hydrogen bomb detonating. Looking at it was like staring straight into the sun. It covered Gru and most of the land. When the explosion finally faded, a huge hole had been torn into the mountain. Gru was lying in the crater, soaked in blood. His limbs were all gone, and wounds covered every inch of his body that remained. What frightening power! The audience was shocked. A 9th-tier king had used his pure power to defeat the half-deified Gru. That was astonishing. Chapter 2674 Fighting for the Fox Woman's Side. You were right. Gru is very stable, but he lacks the sheer power needed to beat stronger enemies. He couldn't topple an opponent who had the high ground. He can't be beaten by anyone weaker than him, but when he meets an opponent who is stronger than he is, he lacks the ingenuity to find a way to take them down. It looks like Han Sen is stronger than I thought. Even if I was half-deified, I don't think I would be able to suppress him with my current power, Shale said thoughtfully. Han Sen looked down on the bloodied but not yet dead Gru. He was going to finish him with a final shot. He wasn't on good terms with the Extreme King, and someone like Gru would definitely be used against him. It would only lead to trouble further down the line. He knew he would need to finish the man off then and there. But before Han Sen could do anything, a shadow appeared next to the heavily wounded Gru. The man looked at Han Sen, grabbed Gru, and disappeared, teleporting away from the battlefield. Han Sen didn't need to guess. He knew that the very high who had taken Gru away was the same man who had signed a contract with him. What a shame, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen really is a legendary dude. The power of one bullet was enough to harm Gru like so. To be honest, it should make us feel embarrassed, said an approaching figure. When Han Sen turned around, though, he saw more than one person. There were 3 people following the speaker. What do you guys want? Han Sen asked, looking at the 4 people. He had seen them in the information booklet he had been given. The leader of the crew was from the Extreme King. Of the remaining 3, one was Extreme King, and the other 2 belonged to other races. If they had been taken on as silkworms, though, then it was obvious they weren't foes that Han Sen could take lightly. You are strong, but we want to get a good ranking. So, we will have to ask you to leave the valley, the leading Extreme King man said. After that, the 4 silkworms surrounded Han Senator. Although the very high never suggested that silkworms should team up, cooperative fights weren't forbidden, and there were no rules stating that silkworms should fight one-on-one. If things had to be one-on-one at all times, there would have been no reason to stick all 12 silkworms in a single valley. The very high didn't only want to learn from the fighting experience of their silkworms. They wanted to learn what would happen to the mind during heated exchanges, so they could determine which effects were useful and which were not. It would help the very high determine how to conduct themselves in the future. Are you going to leave with your head held high, or are we going to have to send you home in a body bag? A mantis man asked Han Sen snidely. Han Sen laughed and said, You think you can bully me because you outnumber me? Han Sen, are you naive enough to believe we will fight you one-on-one? The mantis man said with a disdainful look on his face. He and Han Sen were both from small races. Despite that commonality, Han Sen was a famous fellow all across the universe. Even amongst the very high, he was considered a figure of much prestige. The Mantis Man's background was similar to Han Sen's, but he had never spent time in the limelight. That lack of fame led to him hating Han Sen quite a lot. It isn't like that. I'm just giving you a little advice. If you want to bully me, 4 of you won't be enough. You should go and enlist a few others before you push your luck, Han Sen said quietly. What idiocy! Come on, then. Show us. Show us how good you believe you are, the Mantis Man grunted coldly, as a purple and red mantis arm suddenly broke through the fabric of space. It slashed forward, hurtling down on Han Senator. The Mantis Man had space power. Wherever the Mantis Man's arm went, a long mark was left in its wake. Han Sen fell back, but he felt as if the space his body occupied had become distorted. Although he had moved nearly 1,000 meters, the Mantis Man was no farther away from him. Han Sen frowned. He looked to the side, and he saw an extreme king person unleashing a weird area power. He thought it must have been the area power that was distorting the dimensions around him. As the mantis arm came down, Han Sen used spells 2 pistols to take aim at the mantis scythe. Dong! It shouldn't have been difficult to counter the mantis arm with Han Sen's power, but when they struck each other, Han Sen felt a surprising amount of power coming against him. He stumbled back a few steps, and his hands ached. He almost lost the tight grip he was keeping on those 2 pistols. Han Sen's eyes flicked back to the mantis. A weird, gold light was covering the mantis arm. That gold light was shining on all 4 half-deified, actually. One of the Extreme King was glowing especially brightly. That was undoubtedly his area power. Before Han Sen could react, there was an arrow headed toward him. It was a half-deified from the Aichi. The Aichi were born archers, so their talents with a bow were exemplary. Han Sen was fighting 4 people alone, which put him at a considerable disadvantage. The 4 half-deified fighters were all using their special powers in conjunction. The Mantis Man had a rare space power that could break space with a scythe that was practically indestructible. One of the Extreme King fighters could manipulate space, whereas the other could buff the bodies of his companions. They restricted Han Sen's movements while also making their bodies stronger. The Aichi archer was the icing on the cake. He had a scary proficiency with the bow. He kept harassing Han Sen from afar, and his area could buff the speed of the other 3. Because space was sometimes shortened or lengthened, the distance Han Sen kept between himself and his enemies was no longer reliable. The attacks that he could evade were now no longer avoidable. The distances at which he could attack the enemy were made longer, keeping him from touching them. Although Han Sen is strong, the other silkworms are very strong, too. He is fighting 4 people all alone. Even I, a very high, cannot do that. He is just one Han Sen, Li Yuzhen coldly said. Li Qir and Exquisite weren't too worried because they could sense Han Sen's heart. Although it seemed that Han Sen was being oppressed and restrained at every turn, they could feel that Han Sen's heart was like a quiet well. There was a lot of confidence inside him. Although they hadn't yet figured out where Han Sen's coincidence came from, they knew Han Sen's situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. An arrow was flying right toward Han Sen's face, and a sword light was coming at Han Sen's waist. The mantis arm and spell's pistol collided, sending Han Sen back a few hundred meters. Every second of the engagement put Han Sen in a new life-and-death situation. It seemed that if the Mantis Man and the others worked just a little harder, they could defeat Han Senator. The battle raged furiously. Han Sen was attacked by many areas, knife lights, and sword shadows, and despite it all, he kept blocking everything that was thrown at him. He was countering the attacks of 4 people. In the beginning, those Han Sen's 4 attackers had the advantage, but as time passed, they realized with shock that their restraints on Han Sen were becoming weaker and weaker. They could no longer keep him contained within their areas. In the end, Han Sen was easily engaging all 4 of them at the same time. He was able to attack and defend as he pleased. This guy's battle talents are too scary, the fox woman said. She was watching Han Sen fight, stunned. Each of the 4 silkworms was just as strong as she was, but Han Sen could fight all 4 of them with stability. And he was only a 9th-tier king. 2675 Fighting the mantis across the mountains. I have only heard that the crystallizers were smart. I would never have believed that their bodies have grown this strong, the fox woman said with shock. That isn't the entirety of his power. His physical strength is just one aspect of his abilities. He isn't some brainless creature that is tossing his entire strength into this fight, Shale said. Do you think you will still be able to defeat him? The fox woman looked at Shale with interest. I won't lose. Shale looked the same as he always did when saying this. The 4 half-deifieds had no idea what to do. They were all fighting Han Sen, but they couldn't beat him. And on top of that, he was gaining the upper hand. They were the best of the half-deifieds, and they all possessed remarkable power. Normally, they could go toe-to-toe with any half-deified in the universe. Now, however, they were losing a 4-on-1 fight. And their opponent was only a 9th-tier king. To say they were shocked would be an understatement. Likir and Exquisite were in shock, as well. They could feel Han Sen's strength. They could also experience what it was like to be in his shoes, fighting in the way he was. The strange thing was that Han Sen had no interest in simply fighting with his Geno arts and his body. It was more like he was playing a game of chess. Watching him play was easy, and each individual move was simple. Yet assembling all those moves together to replicate his overall strategy would be very difficult. You still had to practice it yourself. This method of fighting is quite similar to the very high sense, but Han Sen has only learned under the sky. He hasn't even read the whole of the textless book, and yet, he can do all this. His talent is scary to behold, Likir said. Exquisite nodded with glee and said, this is a good thing. This will actually help us develop our proficiency with the very high sense. This is something other silkworms can never do. Pang! A bullet struck the arm of the mantis man and exploded with the scary power of break 6 skies. It blew the mantis man away. Even his exoskeleton was covered in cracks, and blood started to seep out of them. These 4 weren't like Gru, there were flaws in how they fought. Han Sen finally found an opportunity to create a distance between him and his enemies. His spell pistols began to fire without reprieve. For most of the fight, Han Sen had been too close to them to use break 6 skies. He had been afraid he would blow himself up, so he used less destructive Geno arts to fuel his bullets. But now that he had some distance, he no longer had to worry about injuring himself. The bullet was fired. A scary power exploded close to the 4 half-deifieds. They threw their arms over their heads and ran away like rats. They no longer dared to get close to Han Senator. A bullet infused with the power of break 6 skies wasn't something they would risk trying to withstand. They didn't dare to continue the fight now. They ran as fast as they could, trying to leave the radius from which Han Sen could attack them. Han Sen didn't pursue them, though. He waited until they were far enough away, then put his hands together. He combined the 2 spell pistols and transformed them into a sniper rifle. Han Sen raised the gun and took aim at the mantis man. He pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet flew through the air, and the mantis man felt the power coming toward him. He knew he couldn't use his arms to block it. He had only been able to use his mantis arm to repel Han Sen's power earlier due to the boons provided by the Extreme King area. But now, all of his allies had fled the scene. None of them dared to fight Han Sen without the buffs and boons of each other's areas. Wings suddenly spread from the mantis man's back, taking him a kilometer away in an instant. He thought he had successfully dodged the bullet, but the bullet turned in the air and followed him. It even seemed to be accelerating. The mantis man's face paled. He began to loop and twist through the air. No matter what he did, though, Han Sen's attack followed him like a heat-seeking bullet. Its speed increased steadily as it pursued him. It was going to catch up and hit the Mantis Man at any second. The Mantis Man gritted his teeth and took refuge behind a mountain. He turned to stare at the mountain behind him. Pang! The bullet punched straight through the mountain without exploding. In an instant, it was in front of the Mantis Man. The Mantis Man had braced himself for the bullet to blow up the mountain, but the bullet had gone through intact. He was shocked. The Mantis Man crossed his arms in front of himself. He poured more power into his defenses than he ever had before, then unleashed a scary power to counter the incoming bullet. Pang! The bullet pierced through the indestructible Mantis arms, then carried on straight into the Mantis Man's head. Then his head exploded. As the Mantis Man fell to the ground, the other silkworms and the audience felt their stomachs churn. The Mantis Man was one of the most powerful half-deifieds in existence. Han Sen had shot and killed him while he was trying his hardest to escape. That bullet was so strange and so powerful that it made those who saw it feel shocked. What Geno armament does he have? Why is it so weird? How is it so strong? It went through the mountain and the Mantis arms, and still killed the Mantis. Li Xueqing frowned. It does not matter how strong he is. He still isn't as strong as a deified. Li Yuzhen's scowling face betrayed the desperation of his words. Open Sky Elder laughed and said, such power puts him close to being deified. It might not have seemed possible for him to beat Shale before, but Shale has been reduced to king class. With Han Sen exhibiting a power like this, there is a good chance he can win. Everyone was shocked by Han Sen's frightening bullet. The other three half-deifieds ran faster than ever. They were afraid of Han Sen shooting them, too. What they didn't know was that Han Sen lacked the power to fire a second attack like that. He only wanted to try out the power of heart connection. Han Sen had exhausted all his strength in doing so, though. He lacked what was needed to repeat that performance. Mutant Xenogeneic King hunted, break space mantis. Mutant Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained mutant break space mantis beast soul. I'm just a beginner with the skill, but heart connection is that powerful already. It is a shame that this Geno art costs too much power. I will need to rest for a while after using it. It will be some time before I can use it again. Although Han Sen heard the beast soul announcement, he didn't dare to pay it much heed. He knew he was being watched by Exquisite and Li Qir. Break Space Mantis' body was taken away by a very high woman, so Han Sen had no chance to collect the Xenogeneic gene from him. Considering the power I've just demonstrated with that bullet, there should be no other silkworms coming to bother me for a while, Han Sen thought to himself. Then, all of a sudden, someone else appeared. Shale. Li Qir and Exquisite, upon seeing that body, jolted in their seats. They knew Han Sen was exhausted. He needed time to recover. He couldn't continue fighting, but Shale was right there in front of him. Upon seeing Shale, Han Sen laughed and said, "Are you that desperate to fight me? How long must you rest to get your power back?" Shale asked Han Sr. 10 hours, Han Sen answered. Good. I will let you rest safely for the next 10 hours. If anyone else draws near, I will get rid of them. Shale sat down nearby. He had blonde hair and a square face. It looked so strong and heroic. Chapter 2676 Shale, what a strong and proud man, Han Sen thought in admiration. Han Sen wasn't suspicious of the man, so he moved to sit down himself. He cast the story of genes to recover the power he had lost. Heart connection was a skill that concentrated all of the power inside one's body into a single precise point. That power would all be spent in a single use, and it would take a long time to recover. Han Sen had used heart connection because he had a way to recover in a short period of time, if necessary. He wouldn't have to wait too long before he could fight again. However, if Shale was willing to wait for him, then Han Sen wouldn't have to use his method of accelerated recovery. Up until that moment, the three half-deifieds who escaped hadn't realized that Han Sen's power had been exhausted. They regretted how quickly they had been to flee. They should have immediately attacked Han Sen again. The very high masters of the three half-deified silkworms shook their heads in dismay. The very high selected a silkworm based on three things: talent, power, and personality. Their personality was difficult to fully judge, however. The truth of a person's character was only revealed during real life and death moments. If the silkworm's personality was shown to be poor or weak during the silkworm bouts, there was every chance that their very high master might cast them away. That was the purpose of this battle royale. Although Gru had lost, the very high who had signed a contract with him was happy with his personality. Gru wasn't going to be cast out. But the Mantis Man and the other three were probably going to be discarded. Of course, that was just how things looked at the moment. If the silkworms worked hard and showed that they really were resilient and determined people, there was a slim chance of them earning their master's love back. Only the dead Mantis Man had no chance of that. With Shale sitting nearby, no other silkworm would get close to Han Senator. He continued casting the story of genes to recover his power. He didn't do anything else. The fox woman approached Shale and glanced at Han Sen, who was focusing on his geno arts. Shale, why aren't you doing anything? I came to outer sky to practice, not to kill, Shale said expressionlessly. Have you forgotten that you're no longer deified? With the power he just demonstrated, if you allow him to recover, you might not win. Are you really willing to risk giving up the Apollo set? The woman said with a blink. Shale didn't respond, which prompted the woman to continue. If you don't want to do it, then I will. After that, the woman walked up to Han Senator. A strange light began to glow around her fingers. I told him I would protect him for 10 hours. If you get any closer, I will consider you an enemy, Shale said. You will regret this. This universe only progresses by the strong feeding on the weak. It is survival of the fittest. If you continue to act like this, you won't be strong enough to lift the rest of your race, the woman said. Maybe. Shale didn't bother arguing. Seeing that Shale had no intention of arguing with her further, the woman rolled her eyes and laughed. Shale, Shale, Shale. You ate the demon fruit and fell from your deified rank. You might not beat Han Sen, but you still sound so proud. I'm afraid that in this universe, not many people can be as proud as you. Her words could have been either insult or praise, but one thing was clear: she had pitched her voice loud enough for those watching the contest to hear. Many of the very high hadn't known that Shale had eaten a demon fruit. They were shocked to hear this. Shale ate demon fruit. Li Yuzhen and Li Shuecheng looked ill. The deified Shale was previously considered the strongest fighter taking part in the silkworm bouts, but if he had eaten a demon fruit and his rank had fallen, there was the very real chance of him not winning. No wonder Open Sky Elder was willing to wager his Open Sky jewelry. He must have known that Shale ate the demon fruit and received a downgrade. Li Shuecheng gnashed his teeth. He pointed at Shale and screamed, "You idiot! You dropped down to half-deified, and yet you are still behaving this proudly. Kill him while he is weak." Right now, Li Shuecheng wanted to grab Shale's hand and use it to strike Han Sen down. Li Yuzhen's face turned green, but then it turned white. Clearly, there were a lot of sour emotions running through his heart at that moment. They almost coughed up blood because of how Shale was behaving. Exquisite and Li Kier, on the other hand, were delighted. Shale wasn't deified anymore, and that increased Han Sen's chances of winning. Therefore, things suddenly didn't seem as hopeless anymore. The audience might have been surprised by the news of Shale's fallen rank, but for the silkworms in the valley, the revelation breathed new life into this contest. In the foothills of the valley, a very high man squinted. Shale ate a demon fruit and became half deified. I thought there was no hope of reaching first place. I guess now there is. In a heartbeat, the very high man had teleported away and appeared on the other side of the valley. He popped into existence next to the 3 half-deified silkworms that had just been fighting Han Sen earlier. Mo Fong, when the 3 of them saw the very high man, they were given a shock. Alarmed, they gathered up all their power. Out of the 12 silkworms, aside from Shale and Han Sen, Mo Fong could be regarded as the most famous. In fact, some silkworms were more afraid of Mo Fong than they were of Han Sen and Shale. Although Mo Fong was only half deified, he was one of the very high. That fact alone made him unlike any other silkworm. Don't worry, guys. I am here to cooperate with you 3. I intend to bring you no harm, Mo Fong said with a smile. Cooperate? You mean against Shale? One of the Extreme King asked Mo Fong. Mo Fong hadn't joined them until after the woman mentioned that Shale's rank had fallen. They could easily guess what he was going to do. Not bad. If Shale was still deified, I would have stood no chance. But now that he is just half deified, why don't we cooperate and kick him out of the match? Then, we can finish off the weakened Han Sen, Mo Fong said. Fighting Shale won't allow us to reach first place in the fight, though. You will be the one reaping the benefits. Where does that leave us? Why would we risk our necks for you? The Aichi archer asked skeptically. Forgive me for speaking so bluntly, but with the power you guys have, you will likely be the weakest of everyone in this valley. Aside from the one who quit the match, you 3 will be fighting for last place. If you guys are willing to help me, once we are done, we can continue cooperating. We can knock the other silkworms out of the valley, so I can become first and you 3 can occupy the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places, Mo Fong said. Are you serious? Pleased grins spread across the faces of the 3 half-deifieds. They had been cooperating from the beginning because they already knew their powers were weak. Since when would one of the very high not live up to their word? Mo Fong said proudly. 2 of the Extreme King half-deifieds looked at each other, then one of them turned back to Mo Fong. Okay, we're in. If another silkworm had come there asking that they work together, they would have hesitated. However, Mo Fong was well known. Although he was a silkworm, he was one of the very high. And being on very high land, cooperating with him would be the safest thing to do. Chapter 2677 8-Hole Emperor Han Sen had only been recovering for half an hour when Mo Fong came over to fight, the 3 others following behind him like ducklings. Shale glanced toward Mo Fong, and Mo Fong lifted his lips while looking back at Shale. Neither said a word, but they each knew what the other was thinking. Butterfly, are you with us, or are you with Shale? Mo Fong asked, looking at the fox woman. I'm just a weak woman. I can't help anyone, Butterfly said while falling back. She didn't want to help either side. Mo Fong knew the woman was more than she seemed. She had deliberately leaked the news that Shale was no longer deified. She obviously wanted to sit back and receive whatever benefits stumbled into her lap. But Mo Fong didn't mind. No matter how tricky she might have been, she simply wasn't strong enough to affect his chances of securing first place, he believed. For right now, only Shale was standing in his way. Shale, are you really going to protect Han Sen? Shale nodded at the others who had come with him. The 3 of them spread out, surrounding Shale. Whether I agreed to protect him or not, I would have been forced to face you eventually, Shale said while standing up. His body was 3 meters tall. He radiated power, and he was intimidating even when he wasn't trying to be. He looked like a golden-maned lion. Mo Fong smiled and said, if you quit now, we don't have to waste time fighting. Just fight. Shale looked so calm. He had all the peaceful solidity of a mountain. Then you will have to be careful, Mo Fong said. He pointed a finger, and the evil breaker powers of the dragon spread over his fist. The dragon were widely considered the bravest race, and evil breaker powers were powers that could concentrate might. They could make the smallest attacks into the strongest attacks. It was similar to Han Sen's heart connection. But heart connection released all of someone's power at once. Evil breaker powers only concentrated the power you wanted to use at the moment. Han Sen once spent time investigating the evil breaker powers of the dragon, and he came to the conclusion that it was a very scary Geno art. Right now, Mo Fong was using the ability to summon strength. The power he gathered was stronger than that of a dragon deified. It was like his finger could form a black hole in space. Shale didn't dodge or run. His giant body stepped forward as he swung his fist. He moved so quickly that his blonde hair waved in the wind, his body surging forward like that of an enraged lion. Boom! The finger and the fist collided with each other, and the ensuing explosion tore apart the nearby terrain. Shale didn't move at all, whereas Mo Fong fell back 10 meters. Mo Fong smiled. Then, he laughed and said, "You truly are a born deified. Even if you are weaker now, your fitness is still incredibly rare." That was just physical power. It was nothing compared to the secret Geno arts of the very high, Shale said humbly. In regards to personal power, I'm not your equal. But I want to reach first place. Therefore, I must apologize, Mo Fong said. The Extreme King fighters and the Aichi then made their move. Now, Shale was in the same type of trouble that Han Sen had previously been in. But Shale's situation was even direr. The primary difference was the swapping of Mo Fong for the Mantis Man. There was a big difference between the capabilities of those two. Mo Fong's strength was far greater than the Mantis Man's had been. It might have been an illusion, but with Mo Fong's participation, the cooperation of the others seemed to be far better than it had been the last time. It appeared unbreakable. Mo Fong is skilled with heart techniques. With his ability to command, he can control the other silkworms as if he was twiddling his fingers. He can allow 4 people to conduct group combat at their max potential. Shale doesn't have the power to suppress them, so it is clear that he is in danger, Exquisite said while looking at Shale down on the battlefield. While Exquisite spoke, Shale endured a few hits. Shale was born to a small race that didn't have any good Geno arts. Aside from his talent and level, his heritage was worse than Han Sen's. The few good Geno arts he had were the ones he had learned during his stay in Outer Sky. It was impossible for Shale to defeat the 4 people surrounding him with his skill set. Shale might not have been less skilled than Han Sen, but he lacked Han Sen's range and diversity. He had been trapped by the areas unleashed by the Aichi warrior and the 2 Extreme King fighters, and his power couldn't reach Mo Fong. He was like a beast trapped inside a cage. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get out of the cage. And the people outside the cage were hurting him. Mo Fong moved his fingers as if they were 10 separate blades. Scary godlights were shining everywhere, and countless marks were being drawn across Shale's body. Mo Fong had a title. He was known as the 8-Hole Emperor. Someone who was known to be particularly empathic or sensitive was often called an 8-Face Exquisite, or a 7-Hole Exquisite Heart. Mo Fong's title was created as a combination of those 2 terms because he could use his empathy to affect others. He became known as the 8-Hole Emperor. He could do far more than just control 3 half-deifieds, he could easily exert influence over armies comprised of tens of thousands of troops. Such a feat would be easy for Mo Fong. What a powerful body. You seem stronger than the average very high. 10 armor talents are very rare. No wonder you are so famous. Mo Fong had used his initial attack against Shale several times, but he could only shred the man's skin to leave behind minor wounds. He felt compelled to compliment his foe. Liu Zhen and Li Shuecheng's hearts almost hopped out of their chests. Right now, they weren't even worried about Han Sen beating Shale. It looked like Shale might not even last long enough to fight him. D***MN. Li Shuecheng's face darkened in rage. He thought about what might happen if Shale lost the silkworm bout. He felt dizzy, and his body kept shivering. The very high that were banking on Han Sen winning were very happy, by comparison. That kid Mo Fong isn't bad. Although his power is weak, I can't think of a single very high of the young generation that is a better commander. Good job. Get rid of Shale quickly. Haha. Mo Fong will kill him. And then, he will kill Han Senator. I like this story. Shale was incurring more and more wounds. If a half-deified was any weaker than Shale, they would have already lost this fight. But looking into his eyes, it was obvious that Shale wasn't scared. He wasn't going to retreat. His eyes looked like the eyes of a lion. He was excited as a bloodthirsty beast. It was like some sort of stimulant was pumping through his veins instead of blood. Mo Fong frowned. He realized how difficult it was to harm Shale. He could use an attack against Shale once, and after that, the same attack would no longer damage him. Mo Fong had to keep changing his fighting stance as he used one technique after another. To an outsider, it might look like Shale was being suppressed. Someone would have needed to look very close to realize how much Mo Fong was struggling. Even though the Very High had thousands of Geno arts, with most coming from other races, Mo Fong hadn't practiced them all. If this continued for too long, he would have to start repeating his skills. Is that it? Disappointment welled up within Shale's eyes. Chapter 2678 Scary Battle. Talon. The audience soon noticed that Shale was taking fewer and fewer injuries as time went on. In addition, his wounds were recovering at an abnormally fast rate. After a short while, almost all of his injuries had vanished. He has such frightening strength. How many races with hidden power are there, scattered across the universe? Li Keir murmured in surprise. Han Sen, Dollar, and now Shale, all of them were fierce. And yet, they weren't members of high races. In fact, their ancestry was barely even noteworthy. And yet, they all had crazy powers that even the Very High had never seen before. Many of the Very High were having similar thoughts as they watched the fight. The ordinary Very High, the ones who hadn't practiced the Very High sense, were quite average. None of them were any stronger than Han Sen or Shale. The Very High that practiced the Very High sense certainly had incredible abilities, but it wasn't as if the mere practice of the Very High sense could give them the level of power that was now being displayed. When their silkworms became deified, however, they would gain experience that would lend them a lot of strength and willpower. Such a process would dramatically boost their development. This was the case with Exquisite and Li Keir. Right now, they weren't as strong as Han Senator. They couldn't defeat him in battle. Exquisite had even failed to beat him when she was a level above him. But over time, they would learn everything they could as Han Sen became deified, and it would propel them forward. Although they would not yet have achieved deified status personally, their minds would be as strong as Han Sen at deified status. When Mo Fong realized that he would be unable to suppress Shale, a strange gleam passed over his eyes. He focused his full concentration on his opponent, and his third eye tore itself open. It became a Tai Chi yin-yang eye that shone with crystal clarity. The moment the eye opened, Mo Fong's entire presence changed. He hadn't become the lifeless, machine-like being that Exquisite turned into, but he still wielded a power that would make all who fought against him cower. The moment his third eye opened, the three half-deifieds that were following his mental commands suddenly lurched. Their eyes lost focus. They became puppets, operated entirely by Mo Fong's will. It was like they were merely extensions of Mo Fong's body, dancing to his whims. The three half-deifieds felt sick. They had been selected as silkworms, yet they had ended up in this humiliating situation. It was very likely that their masters would end up picking new silkworms. The moment Mo Fong opened his very high eye, the situation of the battle was flipped on its head. Shale had regained the upper hand, but now he seemed to lose it again. The 4 silkworms were no longer a group composed of Mo Fong and the 3 other half-deified outsiders. It was now a group of 4 Mo Fangs. The other 3 Mo Fangs used their original powers, but their bodies were entirely controlled by Mo Fong's mind. Under that giant tide of pressure, Shale's eyes looked bright again. The fight became insane. The 4 Mo Fangs had different powers, and Mo Fong used them to make countless combination attacks. And now, Shale had no chance to fight back. Although Shale wasn't yet losing the fight, he couldn't find any way to mount an effective counterattack against his opponents. The fight continued, and Shale began accumulating wounds again. At this time, the fox woman quietly walked over to Han Sen, who was still in the middle of recovering. "Ah, Han Sen, Han Sen. You are finally in my paws." The woman lifted her hands and placed them on his back. Han Sen was still practicing, but he could still tell what was going on around him. He knew every movement of the fox woman. He was preparing to stand up and fight her when he heard a shout. That noise came from Shale's mouth, and it was like thunder rolling across the sky. Although Shale was still in combat with Mo Fong, he had been keeping an eye on Han Sen's situation. When he saw that the fox woman was making a move behind his back, his eyes flashed. He let out that lion's roar. Suddenly, Shale's body expanded to become twice as big. All of his muscles bulged, and a red ball of light manifested like a fire outside his body. The wavy blonde mane straightened in the fire. He looked like a lion-headed demon god. Shale was having a nasty fight against Mo Fong already, but now Shale's transformation forced Mo Fong to fall back. His abrupt retreat threw off his rhythm of attacks. Shale ran toward Han Sen and threw a punch at the fox woman. The fox woman was shocked. She teleported away, vanishing like a cloud and avoiding Shale's punch. "Shale! Why are you going against me on behalf of our enemy?" The fox woman frowned at Shale. "I told you I would protect him for 10 hours. Anyone who touches him will become my enemy." Shale stood next to Han Sen, looking as cold as a demon god. Mo Fong stared at Shale in astonishment. Shale's power and presence were entirely different. He had already been in such a tough fight, but he clearly hadn't been using all of his power. "Mo Fong, how about you and I fight him together?" the fox suggested to Mo Fong. She knew she couldn't defeat Shale by herself. Sure. Mo Fong didn't want to lose or abandon this fight, so he had to take advantage of every opportunity that came his way. The fox woman didn't say anything more. Her body shone with a red light that solidified into a full set of red, metal-plated armor. It encased her body, leaving only her tail waving gently on the outside. That tail then split into 9. 9 foxtails were swinging in the air. The pink area then spread to enshroud the space all around them. Shale's body was suddenly ensnared by a pink chain that was barely visible in the haze. It tied up his body, and it looked as if he couldn't move. Without any communication, Mo Fong immediately guided his 4 bodies to attack Shale. All of the areas landed on Shale. When the 5 half-deifieds came against him, Shale reacted in utter rage. His eyes were on fire, and his body was like a volcanic eruption. Shale roared furiously, and a scary power exploded the binding chain. His fists were like a pair of fiery warhammers. They annihilated space and struck one of the Extreme Kings. Mo Fong guided the Extreme King to raise his arms and block the incoming strike, but beneath the cruelty of that punch, his attempt was futile. The man's buffed arm bones were shattered by Shale's strike. The fist proceeded to land against the man's chest, and it sent him flying away like a meteor. Pang! 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 Shale was like an unstoppable demon god. Every punch sent another enemy streaking away. Mo Fong and the other 3 silkworms he commanded hurtled through the air, and none of them had even been given a chance to fight back. The punches looked very simple, but things were actually far more complicated beneath the surface. Only Mo Fong knew that Shale's seemingly simple punches somehow subverted all of his plans to counterattack. It was like each punch was designed to stop whatever ability he tried to activate. The 4 punches were a little different each time. Different powers were released against the different bodies. There was only one explanation for how Shale could do this: he must have known the powers and attack methods of each individual fighter. That was the only way this was possible. Does this mean that while we were attacking earlier, he was studying our attack patterns? To this level? Mo Fong thought as he flew back through the air. His back slammed into a nearby mountain, and the force of the impact drove the air from his lungs in a ragged cough. Blood spilled over his lips. He struggled a little, but he couldn't get up. His heart was in so much shock, he could scarcely believe it. Chapter 2679 Close Call. Everyone stared at the match in awe. No one had expected that Shale, who had fallen from his deified rank, could wield power as fierce as this. He had even managed to injure an elite like Mo Fong with a single punch. Possessing this sort of power would make him invincible once he became deified again. Haha! I knew Shale wouldn't lose. Did Mo Fong and Han Sen seriously think that they could fight Shale? Li Xuecheng was so excited that he couldn't help but cackle. Relief washed over Li Yuzhen. If Shale were to lose, their lives would become very difficult in the near future. Exquisite and Li Qir were worried now. Shale was very strong, and even though he wasn't deified, it would be a very tall task for Han Sen to achieve victory. Shale, you are going to regret this, the fox lady spat spitefully at Shale. She was the only person who hadn't been punched. She stared at Han Sen for another moment, then left. Shale's face was impassive. He returned to sit where he had been, and then, his body returned to its normal size. Seeing that everyone nearby had been chased off by Shale, Han Sen felt safe once more. He took his time recovering, but after that fight, no one dared to disturb them again. The 10 hours went by fairly quickly. Once Han Sen had returned to peak condition, he stood up and looked at Shale. The leonine man was still calmly sitting in the same position. He looked very peaceful with his eyes closed. It seemed as if he could feel Han Sen's gaze land on him, because Shale opened his eyes and asked, "Did you rest well?" "I am completely recovered," Han Sen answered. "Then let us begin." As Shale turned his full attention on Han Sen, the red ball of light appeared around his body again. His body expanded quickly under the light's influence, returning him to that shape of a lion-headed demon god. Mutant class born deified xenogenic. No wonder he has a 10 armor talent. Han Sen examined Shale's power, and he went on to think, even though he has dropped to half deified, he will still be difficult to deal with. His eyes had been closed, but Han Sen had still been paying close attention to Shale's fight earlier. He knew Shale's body was no weaker than his own. And the guy's combat abilities were also good. Despite the brevity of the fight, Shale had been able to analyze the movement of his opponents in detail. That kind of fighting talent would be a challenge to Han. Senator Han Sen didn't say anything, though. Instead, he lifted his hands as if they were a pair of knives. He cast under the sky and teeth knife. Shale didn't fall back. He moved forward, swinging a fist in the same moment. Their fists and palms began to collide against each other in the air. The shockwaves of their strikes detonated across the valley like fireworks. The fight between the two of them seemed like it would go on endlessly. The fitness of the two fighters seemed to be on par. It was hard to determine which of the two would reign supreme. The raw physical strength of their bodies is quite scary, but I think Han Sen has a frightening edge. After all, he is just a ninth-tier king. If he became half-deified, the power of his body would far exceed Shale's. I wonder how a crystallizer was able to develop a body this sturdy. Scary, isn't it? Are the Geno arts he practiced that powerful? Open Sky Elder murmured to himself. I think so. Not even our very high bodies can satisfy the fitness requirements of his Geno art. It would undoubtedly be much harder for other creatures of the universe. Han Sen's learning of it must have been some sort of fluke. Chiyu Elder had a wry smile. All I can say is that this kid is very lucky, Open Sky Elder said with a laugh. Pang! Fists and palms collided. Giant shockwaves of turbulent power sent Shale and Han Sen tumbling away from each other. After Han Sen regained his balance, he used his hands to slash forward. Countless knife silks appeared in the air. The knife silks were so numerous that they seemed to fill the surrounding area. Han Sen slashed forward, sending the knife silks across Shale's body. Because they came from every direction, Shale didn't even stand a chance of dodging them. Shale's eyes flashed, and he suddenly punched the ground. The ground collapsed, and even nearby mountains started to crumble. Rocks fountained up around Shale's fist to intercept the knife silks. Knife silks and rocks struck each other. Many layers of the knife silks destroyed themselves against the rocks, and only a few of them made it all the way to Shale. He waved his hand to break what remained. It has been so long since I met an enemy who anticipates my next move, Han Sen sighed. That's what I was going to say, as well. I have to say, you really haven't disappointed me. Shale's eyes were brimming with passion. But you've disappointed me. I was thinking I could get first place easily, but it currently feels impossible. Han Sen felt a bit thirsty, and he licked his lips. That was one of his habits. When he faced things he had no confidence in dealing with, he frequently did this. Life is disappointing sometimes, Shale said, a moment before swinging his fist again. His punches were very simple. However, they didn't remind Han Sen of a complicated technique that had been developed into a simplified form. Instead, Shale used a raw, basic punching skill. A skill like that could be found amongst any of the smaller races. But Shale had taken that basic punch up more than a few notches. He had practiced the skill to a level that was too much for Han Sen to deal with. Han Sen cycled between a few knife skills and punching techniques. Each of them was a top-notch Geno art. Some of them were from the rebate, whereas others came from Sky Palace. Each style he used was unique. Every time he used a new skill, Han Sen felt like he had gained the advantage. For a moment, at least. Then Shale always swooped in to take that advantage away. Plus, Shale used the same punching skill the entire time. He didn't alter his own skills until he became familiar with Han Sen's Geno arts. Then, he changed his punching skill just enough to counter each of Han Sen's techniques. F***ck this guy. He wasn't just born deified. He was born a battle master, as well. He is far too sensitive to the delicacies of combat. I only have to use the same skill on him twice before he learns how to deal with it. Who is this F***king guy? Han Sen had never seen such intimidating battle talent. Shale and Lone Bamboo were different. Because Lone Bamboo had experienced far too much in his lifetime, he could adapt and control his style perfectly. He could easily learn the Geno arts of other people, and every technique he used was top class. Shale didn't bother actually learning the Geno arts of others. He simply made himself more powerful and brute-forced his way through all obstacles. It was like his one skill could break down 1,000 skills. It wasn't that the skill depended on power, power was only one part of it. Rather, Shale could apply his skill creatively enough to counter all sorts of different attacks. Shale had a powerful mind, and that was the source of his ability to counter his opponents. He has a powerful body with incredible endurance, not to mention a problem-solving mind. This guy is giving me a headache. Han Sen experimented with many Geno arts, but he couldn't defeat Shale. But Han Sen was different from Mo Fong. When Mo Fong used the same Geno art twice, Shale could pick up on the flaws. But even when Han Sen used the same Geno art multiple times, Shale was unable to see the errors. That surprised Shale a great deal. He could see the flaws in Han Sen's execution, but when Han Sen used the same skill again, something kept Shale from exploiting those mistakes. Shale tried to target the weaknesses in Han Sen's Geno arts several times, but his attempts always failed. He had never experienced a situation like this before. Chapter 2680. Leveling up. While fighting, the two of them continued fighting, but they were unable to deal damage to each other. Han Sen kept altering his knife skills. Shale's punching skill didn't change in the face of Han Sen's rapidly mutating attacks. The two of them fought as hard and fast as they could, but neither of them could gain the upper hand. It had been a very long time since Han Sen had a fight like this. In his recent fights, he had either lost to his enemies or crushed them almost immediately. He hadn't put so much energy and effort into a fight since his contest with Lone Bamboo. A fight like this drained a lot of energy from his body. It also forced him to use his mind constantly. If he made a mistake, his enemy would take advantage of the window and beat him. He couldn't afford to make a single misstep. As the Very High watched the pair conduct their battle, conflicted looks appeared across their faces. Both of the fighters were king class, but their minds were deified. The fight was so nuanced that the onlookers didn't know what to make of it. This was no ordinary battle. This fight took effort and brainpower. Many of the attacks and counters seemed simple, until the audience took a second to consider why the two fighters had chosen those moves. Every single action in this fight was done with an ulterior motive. It looked like a simple fist and knife fight, but people would be thinking about it for a long time afterward. Li Yuzhen and Li Xuecheng's bodies were quivering. It was hard to tell who was going to win and who would lose. It looked as if winning or losing would only come from a hair-thin lead. Big brother, having Shale as your silkworm is very fortuitous for you. Bishi looked at his big brother Li Chunqiu with grand admiration. Yu Shanqin isn't bad either, Li Chunqiu said distantly. Since Shale was his silkworm, he wasn't really paying much attention to their conversation. He felt as if he was fighting Han Sen himself, right then and there. But there were many fighting minds and techniques he had to learn that he had never previously encountered. It felt so strange. Experiencing the battle from Shale's perspective was unique. He felt like he was fighting himself, but at the same time, he could step back and examine Shale's choices with a critical eye. He could tell which decisions Shale made were better than his opponent and vice versa. He only absorbed the good battle experiences, while figuring out and filing away the bad ones. Right now, Shale was only half deified. In the future, Shale would travel through the deified ranks of primitive, transmutation, larva, butterfly, and maybe even true god. Li Chunqiu could slowly absorb everything that Shale experienced. At that point, Li Chunqiu would only be half deified. But he would have the experience of a true god. Li Chunqiu could slowly study everything that Shale had learned through his evolution. Although he would only be half deified himself, his mind would be on a different level. Bishi looked bitter as he said, "This Yu Shanqin hides a great deal from me. He is so strong and tough. He is a difficult nut to crack. Even now, I have yet to learn a single thing from his mind. Those silkworms might be the most challenging, but they're also the most rewarding. Conquering them will yield better results in the long run," Li Chunqiu said. "You are right, but... well, never mind. I bet Exquisite and Li Kier have the same problem," Bishi said. Exquisite and Li Kier did have trouble, but Han Sen let them in when he fought. Like Li Chunqiu, They gained a lot of battle experience from Han Senator. Each decision he made taught them a lot. But while Han Sen was a 9th-tier king, he had a scary power and a scarier mind. It made them so happy. Even if Han Sen lost this fight, just getting to experience this battle would be more than worth it to them. One thing caught them off guard, though. Despite the intensity of the fight, they could sense that Han Sen was deliberately hiding the true range of his powers. Is Han Sen not using all of his strength? The possibility stunned them. He was already fighting at an unbelievable level, and yet he didn't seem to have tapped into the full potential of his power. That was a scary thought. Li Qier had always thought Dollar was stronger than Han Sen, but she now found herself looking at the man with a complicated expression. Although he was fighting an elite like Shale, Han Sen could still hide some of his power. This was no longer just an intimidating display of ability, it was out and out frightening. Although Han Sen tried his best to close off his mind and avoid thinking about the Dongxian Sutra and his super god spirit body, Li Qier and Exquisite were still able to pick up that he was suppressing something. They would come to know that Han Sen was hiding his true power, but that couldn't be avoided. In truth, Han Sen's ability to suppress his thoughts at all in this situation indicated that the power of his mind was terrifyingly profound. In a fight like that, most people would need to constantly think about which Geno arts and powers they were good at. This guy is too scary, Li Qier said while she watched Han Sr. He is rather frightening, isn't he? I don't think he will ever fail to surprise us. Every time we think we have seen it all, he goes the extra mile and does more, Exquisite said with a nervous smile. When she fought Han Sen, she thought that she had forced him to cast many of his skills. But it now looked like Han Sen had only used a fraction of his talent when he was fighting her. He was now bringing out more tools, but even more were still being kept hidden. We must dig into this man and unearth all of his secrets, Li Qier said. Her eyes were brimming with excitement. Li Qier had better potential than Exquisite, but she didn't focus on the very high sense. Her very high forget love wasn't as developed as Exquisite's, so she was prone to becoming more emotional. Exquisite only coldly said, "There is no rush. We have 4 years. He will reveal his secrets to us in time. It doesn't matter that he has managed to hide it all for now." Open Sky Elder looked a bit gloomy, and he said, "The smallest move could determine how this plays out. Either one of them could win at this point. Han Sen is strong, but he is just a 9th-tier king. He is ranked lower than Shale. If they were in the same class, Han Sen would have a 70% chance of winning." Chiyu Elder shook his head and said, "No, it doesn't work like that. Shale is half deified, but his will is deified. Han Sen is just a 9th-tier king, and yet, he is holding his own against a powerful half-deified. That means his talent and potential are scarier than Shale's. Does that mean the 11 armor talent test was legit?" Open Sky Elder wondered with a frown. "It is hard to say. If he isn't doing this well because of his talent, then it is hard to imagine what Han Sen has that is letting him fight Shale." Chiyu Elder looked at Han Sen, his face conflicted. A 10 armor talent is very rare. A real 11 armor talent would make a man the greatest of his generation. Do you think Han Sen is this kind of great man? Open Sky Elder asked, looking a little worried. "I'm not sure about that, but it is plain to see that his talent is stunning. Li Qier and Exquisite got lucky when they signed a contract with him," Chiyu Elder said. "What is going on? Something is wrong with Shale." Open Sky Elder wanted to say something, but he was in too much shock. Then, his face went white. He looked at Shale in the video and screamed, He's going to level up." Chapter 2681 Back to Deified. Everyone could see the strange expression on Shale's face. As time passed, the red ball of light that surrounded him dimmed, then darkened. Then the dark red color began to change to solid black. It must be the demon fruit. The demon fruit is working. Is Shale going to become deified right in front of us? Li Shuecheng merrily proclaimed. Liu Zhen was thrilled as well. Now I understand. Shale knew that the silkworm fights were going to start, but he decided to eat the demon fruit anyway. He hoped to use the pressure of a challenging silkworm fight to accelerate his growth and activate the dormant demon fruit power that resided in his body. During his fight with Han Sen, the demon fruit inside him has slowly been refined. Now, it must have all been absorbed. It will make him deified in the middle of this very fight. Shale is really leveling up to deified. There will be no more debating which of the two will emerge victorious now. It will be impossible for Han Sen to defeat a deified Shale. Li Shuecheng had been quivering with fear earlier, but now his quaking was due to unbridled glee. This silkworm fight had been a non-stop roller coaster of emotions for the two men. Li Shuecheng's emotions had gone up and down so much that he had thought his heart was going to leap out of his chest. The fires around Shale's body turned black. Black symbols were appearing across him, as if they were being carved into his exposed skin. A frightening presence was emanating from the symbols. Shale's power began to generate substance chains. Back to deified once more. Han Sen frowned. He wasn't blind. He could see that Shale's power was changing. Shale tipped his head back and roared to the sky, and the power of his substance chains exploded. His previously golden hair was suddenly dyed pitch black. Shale used to look like a gold lion. Now his body had shrunk, but his muscles looked more solid and powerful than ever. It was like every cell in his body had filled up with an unimaginably grand power. The new, black-haired Shale didn't look as wild. He looked mysterious and alien. The black symbols were visible all across his face, and black flames quivered across his body. He looked like some sort of demon lion from hell. He has returned to deified. Li Qir's face looked sickened. It didn't matter how talented or strong Han Sen was, he couldn't defeat a deified Shale. After all, deifieds were completely different from all other ranks beneath them. They were as different as the sky and the ground. Shale must have planned from the beginning to use this fight to become deified again. He wanted to use Han Sen as his whetstone, Exquisite said glumly, then sighed. She understood the truth behind it all now. That was excellent planning on Shale's part, Li Qir said with a grunt. He ate the demon fruit before the silkworm fight. If no one presented him with a serious challenge, he could secure first place. If he did find someone who could stand up to him, he could refine the demon fruit and return to being deified and still secure first place and all the spoils. He is a very smart man, I will confess. Exquisite shook her head. But again, it isn't that simple. A normal person would struggle to become deified again whether or not they refined the demon fruit. Shale was able to become deified because his talent was that exceptional. This may not have been his plan at all. No matter what his reasoning was, these are the results, Li Qir said in frustration. Chiyu Elder and Open Sky Elder both looked very ill. And the very high people who had placed big bets on Han Sen looked just as bad. They thought they had seen a sound hope of victory, but it was all gone now. Since the moment Shale became deified, their hopes and dreams were squashed. Their hearts fell to the bottom of the blackest abyss, and they couldn't see the light of hope anymore. I apologize. I tried to control my power, but I was unable to suppress it. I have now returned to deified class. Shale ceased attacking. He felt guilty about what had happened. What he said made everyone watching want to cough up blood. Many creatures wanted nothing more than to become deified, and Shale had been doing his best not to. That was quite upsetting. If anyone else had said this, they might have sounded cocky. But Shale was renowned for his honesty, and he certainly wasn't putting on an act. He had genuinely tried to suppress his power, but he ended up becoming deified anyway. He had wanted to finish this fight as a half-deified. But fighting Han Sen had required too much from him. He had no choice but to use his full power to fight, and so he was unable to hold back the energy of the refined demon fruit. Once that dam of power broke loose, he had become deified. There is no need to apologize. Your level is a part of your power. Han Sen didn't think it was shameful for someone to fight against an opponent of a lower level. If someone had a higher level, they must have earned it. Today's fight won't count. I will wait until you become deified, and then we will fight again, Shales said, looking at Han Sr. This fight isn't finished yet, Han Sen responded, his face unchanged. Shales shook his head. Although I don't want to win while you are at a lower level, I still need this first place. So, I'm sorry. We should abandon this battle for now. There is no need to apologize. Didn't I just say our fight hasn't ended yet? If you can win, then it was because you were better than me. But in order to decide that, we must first fight and see who the victor truly is. Han Sen gazed at Shale calmly. He didn't look very emotional. When Liu Zhen heard Han Sen say this, he coldly laughed and said, "This Han Sen really doesn't know his place. Shale has given him plenty of opportunities to bow out gracefully, and he even offered to leave this place together. That meant he would give Han Sen second place. But still, the brat insists on fighting. If he gets kicked out right now, he definitely won't end up in second place either." Li Qier, Exquisite, and all the other very high thought Han Sen's response had been too cocky. He should have accepted second place instead of losing now. But in contrast to their own thoughts, Li Qier and Exquisite didn't detect any fear within Han Senator. Instead, they felt an overwhelming sensation of calm and confidence in him. There was no need to be angry. There was no need to hate. There was no need to blame fate or the people around him. This powerful, placid confidence was something only superior people could possess. But now Han Sen is a ridiculously dire situation. Why is he still this confident? Exquisite and Li Qier thought that Han Sen had no reason to be so self-assured, but his confidence was so strong that it affected them anyway. They began to feel like they should trust in Han Sr. Come on. Keep going. I will fight you. Whether I win or lose, I will walk out of here alone, Han Sen said calmly as he looked at Shale. Yes, this is how it should be. Shale's eyes flared with excitement. He looked at Han Sen as if he was looking at his favorite piece of art. Perhaps Han Sen's power wasn't as strong as Shale's, but Shale wouldn't underestimate him. The substance chains around him exploded madly. He was like some leonine power of darkness that had crawled up from the depths. Because of the respect I have for you, I will fight with all my power. Shale's voice was like thunder as he swung his fist at Han Sen. Chapter 2682 Demonic Power. The fist leapt forward, and the shadow that trailed behind it looked like a raging lion. Han Sen didn't even have enough time to dodge. The scary lion's shadow had already washed over him. Han Sen looked stable, though. Spell turned into armor to protect his body, and he used God's wand to quickly flash away. He was attempting to evade the crazy shadow of Shale's punch. Bzzzt. Suddenly, Han Sen felt as if the physical space around had been sealed. He couldn't rip space and teleport away as he wished to. He could only see the crazy lion's shadow punch coming down on him. Han Sen frowned. He gathered up power in his fist to throw a punch back at the lion's shadow punch. But Han Sen's punch went through the lion's shadow punch. It was like the lion's shadow punch really was just a shadow. When the lion's shadow punch actually landed on Han Sen, it wasn't as hard as he expected it to be. The punch went into Han Sen's body and vanished. Boom! Han Sen's presence turned black, and his image warped until he started to look like Shale. His entire body was consumed by a black fire, and he looked identical to his opponent. Han Sen frowned. He realized that he hadn't been hurt, and his power had become the same element as Shale's. Aside from that, there had been no negative effect. No damage had been dealt to him either. But as the black fire finished spreading over Han Sen, Shale said, "My demon lion power isn't destructive, but it will transform your body's element. I guess it is a demonic power. If you cannot hurt your opponent, then what is the point of your demonic power?" Han Sen asked. "Millions of different powers exist throughout creation. I cannot break down every single one, but no matter what power my opponent might have, I transform their element into my own. Since I am familiar with this sort of power, none will be able to beat me," Shale said. When Han Sen considered the ramifications of that, he realized how scary Shale's power truly was. At his current rank, Han Sen's power simply wasn't as great as Shale's. If Han Sen was able to depend on his various elements and his special skills, he still had a chance to defeat Shale. But now that his power had been converted into an element that Shale was already extremely proficient in wielding, Han Sen could no longer compete. Even if he was incredibly compatible with this new element, there was no way he would be as dexterous as Shale with its use. He wasn't going to be able to defeat Shale with the man's own power. Bring your enemy into the same harmony as your own, and then wipe your foe out with a symphony of destruction. Why does Shale's power suddenly seem to remind me of something? Han Sen thought to himself. But Shale wasn't going to give Han Sen much time to think things over. He swung another punch at him. With a sinking feeling, Han Sen began to understand just how debilitating the conversion of his power had been. He wasn't physically damaged, and with time, he could have gained enough understanding of this new element to use it in combat. However, a high-level opponent like Shale wouldn't give him enough time to adapt. Teleport. Keep teleporting. Han Sen began to depend solely on God's wonder to keep himself out of Shale's reach. He was unable to rally his defenses and fight back. Turning the tide of this battle was going to be difficult. Han Sen wasn't familiar with his new power, at all. He had no idea what the power inside him could even do. He didn't know what its features were. No matter which Geno art Han Sen tried to use, he could only cast power in Shale's strange element. Han Sen is going to lose, it seems, Li Shuiqing said. His eyebrows painted him as a very happy man. Everyone now knew that Han Sen didn't have a chance. He was beneath Shale's level, and he was both weaker and slower than Shale. Now that his power element was the same as Shale's, under such extreme circumstances, how could anyone expect Han Sen to come out of this fight victorious? This would have been true of any person of Han Sen's level who found themselves confronted by a monster like Shale. Even if another deified creature went up against Shale, they wouldn't be able to defeat him if they were forced to use his element. Shale's demonic power was quite mysterious. Copying the powers of an opponent wasn't exactly rare, but his power was able to force his opponent to copy him. It was a little unfair, truth be told. Open Sky Elder had a wry smile. Chiyu Elder shook his head. There is a reason for Shale's fame. This is why he is called the best against those of the same level. Every power has an element it is weak to. No matter how unique an elite's power is, there is always some other power that will suppress it. But Shale's demonic lion power ignores that universal truth. His ability is scarier than anyone can imagine. Han Sen focused his entire mental power on developing familiarity with the power Shale wielded. But time was too short. He could have used this new power in basic combat applications, but fighting someone like Shale was next to impossible. Pang! Han Sen was too late teleporting away this time. Shale's punch struck his arm, and spell turned into armor to protect him. But even so, Shale's strike still almost shattered the bones in his arm. Han Sen could use God's wonder, but so could Shale. And Shale was quite skilled with the technique. Han Sen kept teleporting away, but he couldn't shake the opponent on his tail. As the fight progressed, he was incurring more and more wounds. Pang! Han Sen took a punch straight to the chest. His body shot away like a cannonball and slammed into the seal. The power that bound the arena trembled for a moment. Han Sen's body hit the ground, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful or two of blood. His chest felt like a cinder block had fallen on it. Han Sen knew the heat was likely just the blood inside his lungs. In fact, his lungs weren't the only part of him that was suffering. Han Sen's entire body was covered in injuries. Many parts of his spell armor had been cracked. The worst place just so happened to be his chest. The right side of his chest had been dented inwards. The spell armor was practically broken, and Han Sen's body was not doing well. One of his arms was just hanging loosely beside his body. It felt as if all the bones inside him were broken. He couldn't even move. One of his legs had been shattered, too. Han Sen could only kneel on the spot. Han Sen couldn't remember the last time he had been in such poor condition. Even when he was sucked dry by the shield of the Medusa's gaze, he hadn't been so grievously injured. But even so, Han Sen didn't feel like giving up. He was more excited than ever, actually. That excitement came from the spell armor. Although his armor appeared to be on the verge of falling to pieces, it suddenly seemed as if it was going to break through. The story of genes was the hardest geno art to develop, out of all the arts he was proficient with. Under Shale's powerful suppression, it seemed as if it was going to combine all 9 tiers into one. He was going to become half-deified. Almost there. I only need a little bit more. Han Sen reviewed the sensations running through him in detail. He seemed to be on the cusp of breaking through, but it still felt as if he was missing something. It was like he was trying to scratch his feet through his socks, but he couldn't quite satisfy the itch. Let us end it here. Shale wasn't interested in continuing this fight any further than he had to. Even though he had admitted that Han Sen was a worthy opponent, Han Sen was just a 9th-tier king. Han Sen didn't have what it took to fight him. He was hoping for another fight when Han Sen became deified. Shale swung his fist again. The terrifying power of the blow was like a dark, roaring, demonic lion, which was headed straight for Han Senator, and Han Sen was still half kneeling on the ground. Chapter 2683. Leveling up to half-deified. Shale's punch roared down toward him, but Han Sen didn't plan on trying to evade it. He used the left hand that he could still move, summoned power into his fist, and threw a punch. Why even bother? Losing is better than dying. The fox woman sighed mournfully from the distance as she watched. The seal was right behind Han Senator. He could teleport away before the punch came down on him, and it seemed like the only viable choice to ensure his own survival. But he didn't. Instead, he carried on fighting with his now broken body. But considering how injured and outmatched he was, it seemed unlikely that any strength he mustered would be enough to withstand a punch delivered by Shale. He doesn't know his place. Kill him. Li Yuzhen clenched his fists into tight, white-knuckled balls. His eyes were red as he shouted spitefully at the video feed. Li Shuecheng was the same. This fight was about to end in exactly the way he had been hoping for all along. They were going to win the bet. There was no way that Han Sen could avoid the punch that was coming down on him. And there were only 2 possible results of trying to block that blow: he could either die or be disabled. Whichever actually happened, Han Sen couldn't reasonably carry on fighting. No one was going to stop Shale from reaching first place in the silkworm bout. Pang! Han Sen's fist struck that scary punch. The armor that protected his fists and his arms exploded, and Han Sen's entire body flew forward. As he sailed through the air, his spell armor shattered to pieces like a broken vase. Game over. Open Sky Elder was very sad to see this. He thought he had lost his Open Sky jewelry. Exquisite and Li Kier's faces changed. Han Sen's heart never gave up hope. He kept sending them the message that he could keep on going, no matter the odds, but his self-geno armor was broken, and his body was severely injured. Hopefully, he would survive, but he couldn't keep on fighting. Now, they could only pray that Han Sen didn't succumb to the remaining force of the impact. Exquisite was tempted to leap onto the battlefield to save him from doom. Many of the very high people who had believed Han Sen was going to win were now all silent. Han Sen had tried his best, but there was too much of a gap between the powers of a king and a deified. Shale was too strong, and so they couldn't blame Han Sen for losing. However, their hearts bled when they thought about everything they had bet and were going to lose. Only Li Xuecheng and Li Yuzhen were excited enough to start jumping around with glee. They almost hugged each other. After this fight, they'd reap a bounty of rewards. The resources they were about to receive might support them all the way up to the deified butterfly class. And on top of that, they'd also lay claim to priceless treasures of untold might. Pang! Han Sen's body slammed against the seal again. Li Yuzhen and Li Xuecheng were ready to start clapping, but they suddenly froze in place. They weren't the only members of the audience who were staring in shock. Everyone was. After Han Sen's body hit the seal, he didn't fall to the ground. He just remained where he was. He was floating. That broken body of his was releasing a weird shockwave that they could barely detect. Then, his form became shrouded in bright light. But when they looked closer, they could see that it wasn't a bright light. It was a cloud of white powder-like dust. And the white powder was gathering around Han Sen's body. In the blink of an eye, a white set of armor had wrapped itself around Han Sen's body. The broken spell armor was back, and it looked as good as new. No. It was even more powerful than before it had been damaged. The symbol on the armor was shining brilliantly, releasing a scary presence. The holy light wrapped slowly around Han Sen's body. He was like some god spirit from a holy mountain. He is becoming half-deified. Exquisite and Li Qir were the first to react to this. They could feel that Han Sen's power was exploding in the breadth of its magnitude. In the middle of all that, he became half-deified. This guy is too much. Many of the very high who were watching the fight looked absolutely stunned. It was possible to level up during a fight, but leveling up required a lot of power to support. In Shale's case, he had already taken in the demon fruit, and he was supremely powerful already. So, it made a certain amount of sense that he was able to break through during a fight and become deified. But Han Sen's body was entirely broken. His self-armor had been wrecked. In that injured state of his, it should have been impossible for him to level up. But Han Sen had become half-deified in that situation. It was a difficult thing to grasp. So what if he is half-deified? Half-deifieds are just another form of king class. He can't fight Shale, Li Xuecheng snarled, gnashing his teeth. He wasn't happy to see this. He only hoped Shale still had what it took to kill his opponent quickly. But Shale merely looked at Han Senator. He didn't attack him like Li Xuecheng wanted him to. You are a perplexing man. You became half-deified, even in the middle of all this, Shale said while looking at Han Sr. It was just a stroke of good luck, Han Sen said with a smile. Shale shook his head with a grave sense of gravitas. There is no such thing as luck in this universe. Luck is a rigged lottery. Any winner might think that they are lucky, but no matter how lucky they are, they wouldn't have won if they never bought the ticket. Han Sen didn't say anything. He really hadn't been depending on luck. Just before Shale's last punch, Han Sen had finally come to understand the key that would allow the 9 tiers of the story of genes to combine into one. He realized how to become half-deified. That was why he had taken that punch. That power was enough to make his spell armor break completely and then rebuild itself. But what a shame. If you were deified, we could really see which of us is better, Shale said with a look of regret. We can still find out, I think. Like I told you once before, our fight has not yet ended, Han Sen said expressionlessly. Shale shook his head and said nothing. He was happy to admit that Han Sen was strong, but half-deified was still king class. Han Sen wasn't as strong as him. He still didn't think Han Sen had enough power to challenge him. Brother Han, let us end this here. The Apollo set can be set aside for now. When you become deified, you can fight me for it. And if you win, you can take the Apollo set, Shale said after a brief moment of thought. A good opponent was like a fine wine, it needed time to truly reach its potential. Shale wanted Han Sen to become deified before he fought him again. But Han Sen didn't have the patience to wait that long. Seeing that Shale wasn't going to attack, Han Sen decided to stop talking. Instead, he lifted his hand like a knife, then used Fong to strike at Shale. Shale frowned. He had already decided to end the fight. He gathered up demonic powers again, and his fist became a demonic lion that went straight for Han Sen's body. Just like before, Shale's fist blurred forward, and Han Sen's power transformed into the demonic mirror of Shale's own abilities. It is the same. Does Han Sen not understand that if his power is forced to match Shale's, he can never beat him? Li Shuicheng trailed off halfway through his statement. The demonic power had definitely sunk into Han Sen's body, but the powers that Han Sen was using for his attacks were not demonic like before. The teeth knife he lashed out with was still a purple knife. It was not affected by the demonic power. Chapter 2684 I Am the Path. The power of Han Sen's spell armor had been static for a long time. Earlier in the fight, it had been unable to block Shale's demonic attacks because the man had simply used too much force for it to repel. But now, the spell's 9 tiers had been combined and condensed into one. Its power solidified, and that new density allowed the armor to ignore the difference in power between the two fighters. Its energy could no longer be converted to the demonic element. Shale was a bit shocked by this twist. He used his demonic powers a few times more, but try as he might, he was unable to change Han Sen's element. He had realized that Han Sen had discovered a way to fight back against the demonic power he wielded. Han Sen is somehow holding off the demonic power. That is a bit unexpected, Open Sky Elder said with raised eyebrows. Although the demonic powers no longer change him, he is still a half-deified going up against a deified. There is a large gulf in power. It will still be an incredibly difficult fight for Han Sen if he seeks victory, Chiyu Elder said. Even so, as small as it may be, he stands a chance. Open Sky Elder put all his hopes on Han Sen's newfound opportunity. Although Shale's demonic power had lost much of its effectiveness, Han Sen was still suppressed by his opponent's might. There was still a staggering difference in their power levels, and Han Sen's Geno arts had only been reinforced to a half-deified level. It still wasn't going to be enough for Han Sen to fight a deified elite. Under constant pressure from Shale, Han Sen had to keep changing his movements. He teleported and dodged, keeping Shale from landing a fatal blow. Han Sen still didn't have enough power to engage Shale directly. Every move Shale made carried dangerous strength, but Han Sen was managing to keep him from hitting his target. Exquisite and Li Qier could feel the calmness in Han Sen's heart. Every time they saw Han Sen on the brink of death, he would surprise them and turn out no worse for wear. They were on the edge of their seats, and the rest of the audience was even more nervous. Han Sen was walking a tightrope. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. Although his situation looked perilous in the extreme, Han Sen was holding on. Beneath Shale's oppression, he was able to avoid further injury. The cons of Shale being from a smaller race are finally coming to the surface. Li Chunqiu sighed in his heart. Shale was very talented, and he could challenge all sorts of Geno arts and perform miracles with his ordinary punching techniques. With his demonic powers, he could go against any deified elite at the same level. But now, his demonic powers weren't working. That meant the simplicity of his punching techniques might not cut it. No matter how good a driver someone might be, that skill would still only allow them to drive a car. Even the best driver in the world wouldn't suddenly develop the ability to fly planes. Shale's punching skills were so simple. He could only use ordinary methods as he tried to win this fight. He didn't have the power to simply end the fight in a moment. He definitely had an advantage, but he had been unable to take Han Sen down. If Shale could practice in outer sky for a few more years and learn many more top-class Geno arts, with his power and talent, he could definitely defeat Han Sen, Li Chunqiu thought to himself. He went on to think, this Han Sen is strong. Any ordinary half-deified would find themselves completely outmatched by Shale. They couldn't fight him. Within a repetition or two, Shale would analyze their skills and break them. But Han Sen's skills have been repeated many times, and yet Shale still cannot break them. Li Chunqiu could sense everything that Shale was feeling. Although the fight had changed dramatically, Shale was still determined to do his best to crush Han Senator, but Li Chunqiu could see that there were many moments Shale was certain he would get Han Sen, but each time, he failed to lay a finger on his opponent. Li Chunqiu began analyzing Shale's mind. He finally discovered why Shale was unable to break Han Sen's skills. Shale needed to see a Geno art to see through his opponent's flaws. And Han Sen's use of Geno arts was not flawless. There were too many flaws, to be exact. When Shale tried to make use of these flaws, he soon learned that the flaws were traps deliberately laid by Han Senator. They didn't do much harm to Han Sen's use of a skill, but they were enough to trap his enemy and provide Han Sen with some breathing room. Every technique had flaws. There was no such thing as an unbreakable Geno art, but Han Sen hid the true flaws of his skills within artificial flaws. For every real flaw, there were 9 ones to throw his enemy off course. He let Shale guess which flaw was the real one each time. But even after all this time, Shale had been unable to guess which flaw was the correct one. There are 50 paths to choose from, and there are 49 you can pick. Take away one, and it will become a fixed number and a variable. Imperfection is this world's true perfection. Han Sen has learned the meaning behind what it means to take away one. This guy is so scary. When he grows up, he might end up better than the kids of the very high. Open Sky Elder stared at the battle with wide eyes. I have heard his self-Geno arts have required a lot of resources. Even with 4 years in the very high, I don't know if he will make it to deified. Even if he does become a primitive deified, who in this universe could provide him with enough resources to keep him going beyond that? Chiyu Elder shook his head. He wasn't very hopeful of Han Sen's future. What a shame. If he was born as a very high, he might have been another Li Chunqiu. We would give him all the resources he required. He could have entered the Geno Hall for sure, Open Sky Elder said. Don't even think about it. You know Old Stubborn won't let an outsider become a true child of ours, Chiyu Elder said with a wry smile. Upon hearing that, Open Sky Elder sighed and said, sometimes, I envy Zhang Xian Dao of the sky. At least he can do whatever he wants. We cannot do anything. Chiyu Elder's face changed. You can only say that here. Don't let Old Stubborn hear you say something like that. You know there are harsh feelings still lingering about the sky betraying our people. Open Sky Elder shook his head and said nothing. He continued to watch the fight between Han Sen and Shale unfold. Shale's punches were like demonic lions. Every punch looked as if it could swallow the sky and eat the sun. Han Sen was like a small boat surfing the crazy waves of the sky and the ground. But no matter how scary Shale's fists were, he was still unable to defeat Han Senator, a single kernel of corn on a big sea. Han Sen was that kernel, but he could float. It didn't matter how much the sky and earth raged, they couldn't take him down into the abyss. Now, Han Sen's mind was very clear. He used Under the Sky and God's Wander. He kept casting from his hands, one after the other. Every knife seemed as if it flipped the sky and the earth. He had practiced knives for so long. He had learned from the minds of many others, but now, it was Han Sen's own will and mind that Shale was putting under pressure. The sky and the ground are the chessboard. I am one of the chess pieces, but as they move across the sky and the earth, the meaning of the chess pieces is increased. There are 1,000 ways for them to be used, and you need a chess piece to follow a path. Without a chess piece, there is no path. Han Sen's heart suddenly opened up within him, and he spoke as if he was in a trance. Under the sky, I am the path. If I live, the path lives. If I die, then the path dies. Chapter 2685 Learning Knife Mind. Han Sen's voice wasn't very loud, but the very high and a few of the silkworms were focusing very carefully on this fight. They heard everything Han Sen said. You are crazy. That word suits you very well, Li Yuzhen coldly grunted. He had to be insane. And Li Yuzhen wasn't the only person thinking that. Even Open Sky Elder and the people who wanted Han Sen to win believed everything he had said was way too crazy. The path was the universe. The universe was the path. When they considered Han Sen's words, he seemed to be saying that his life was the sole reason for the universe to exist. If Han Sen died, the universe would die along with him. Across history, even the true God elites wouldn't have dared to say something like that. There were not many true God elites, but there were a few in every era. How many were currently alive was unknown, though. And even when they died, the universe never died along with them. And right now, Han Sen was someone who had just become half-deified. In truth, his words didn't even qualify as crazy. They were simply ignorant. But people misunderstood what Han Sen meant. The I he was referring to did not mean himself. He was referring to everything. Everyone was like a chess piece. They were controlled by the strings of fate, but without those chess pieces, the chessboard was meaningless. It didn't matter how good a chessboard was, it was a dead object. The chess pieces could lead to many events and combinations of moves, which was what led to a path. A chess piece led to a path and a road to traverse. Without a chess piece, there was no path. When Han Sen understood the meaning of this, happiness rolled through him. He was too happy. And it was that glee that prompted him to speak it out. People thought Han Sen was crazy and ignorant. Only Li Keir and Exquisite could understand the way Han Sen truly felt. Their pretty eyes fluttered strangely. Han Sen had gained understanding, which meant they understood as well. They were drowned in the will of Under the Sky. That will was so strong that they would only see something like this in a select few of the strongest very high currently living. But on this day, under the influence of that powerful will, they had learned something new. How could they not be surprised and happy? This understanding is already beyond what a normal deified could manage. Li Keir had a very complex look on her face. She was happy, but she also couldn't believe what she was witnessing. Han Sen was only a half-deified, and yet, he could understand the entirety of that will. Han Sen had self-learned all of this. And his under-the-sky knife skills were supremely strong now. Before, he only used knives. But now, the knives were infused with his own understanding and knowledge. It was like he had given life to a concept. Before, although Han Sen hadn't been injured by Shale, he had seemed to be on the brink of disaster. Han Sen had only been hanging on by a thread, and he could have been killed at any moment. But now, all of a sudden, things seemed different. Han Sen was still suppressed by Shale, but the audience sensed that he was more relaxed than ever. Even within this danger, he seemed to be oh so relaxed. He didn't feel nervous or crushed. Han Sen used his hands like they were knives. The knife skills he deployed had a solid feeling to them. And it made people feel as if he had set things up like this deliberately. But now, Han Sen could use his skills at will, with almost casual ease. It was like every attack was unleashed randomly, yet he continued to fight with the exact same precision, and sometimes even more. The sky and the ground are a chessboard, and I am the chess piece. Every breath and every sense are a path. Han Sen was totally drowned in the will of Under the Sky. As his knowledge of it deepened, his attacks seemed to become even more random. But at the same time, it seemed like the universe itself was guiding his movements. As attacks rained down on him, there was a sinking feeling in Shale's gut. Yes, he was feeling terrible. Although Han Sen wasn't putting him in any serious danger, Shale felt as if everything had gone horribly wrong. He couldn't tell what precisely had gone wrong, but everything about the fight now seemed off. The mountains were wrong. The rocks were wrong. Everything was wrong. It felt as if the world around him was now working against him, while Han Sen was moving smoothly between sky and earth. It was like everything was working to assist Han. Senator Shale didn't know what to do. Isn't this sky and men combined together, a technique from the Very High Sense? Li Chunqiu and the others who studied the Very High Sense looked at Han Sen as if they were seeing a ghost, with their eyes wide open. By practicing the Very High Sense, one could practice sky and men combined together. By connecting the skill with the universe, the sky, and the ground, a practitioner could use it to borrow the power of the universe. But that power was only available to those who practiced the Very High Sense. Only they should have been able to do what Han Sen was doing. Exquisite could only barely scratch the surface of learning it. She wasn't fully proficient with sky and men combined together. Han Sen had never studied the Very High Sense, but the knife skills he got from the textless book had achieved the same effect as sky and men combined together. How could Li Chunqiu and the others not be shocked? Even those who practiced the Very High Sense found themselves shuddering. Despite his emotional detachment, Li Chunqiu was stunned. "This kid is so weird," Open Sky Elder mumbled. He and Chiyu Elder hadn't practiced the Very High Sense, but they were behaving as if they had never eaten pork and were now seeing a pig run. They had experienced a lot over their lives, and even if they hadn't practiced the Very High Sense personally, they knew a lot about it. Right now, Han Sen's knife skills resembled the Very High Sense and sky and men combined together. They were shocked. But Han Sen didn't think that much about it. He was submerged in the aura of his knife mind. In this universe, every blade of grass, block of wood, mountain, drop of water, and even specks of dust and bacteria, they all seemed to harness a meaning in his eyes. It was like it all had some kind of connection with his knife skills. Everything in this world is a chess piece. Every chess piece can be used in a certain way. And you combine all these pieces to compose a game of chess. The chess piece that isn't connected is actually connected. Every chess piece can affect the entirety of the game. And what I need to do is become a chess piece that can change the course of this game of chess. Han Sen kept trying to understand. I don't need a special power. I only need to use my power in a place that requires me the most. If I go swimming, I would be a fish. If I went into the sky, I would be a bird. I would go along with the universe, the sky, and the earth. And I will help the sky, the earth, and the universe. Han Sen's knife skills were becoming more and more unpredictable, and those random attacks were causing Shale a lot of trouble. The Very High that had previously mocked Han Sen for being crazy and ignorant had now fallen silent. Han Sen should have been at an incredible disadvantage, but right now, he didn't seem to be struggling at all. Instead, Shale's attacks were the ones that seemed stiff. They didn't seem so smooth anymore. How very interesting. He's used Under the Sky to create sky and men combined together. Those Very High Elders are going to go crazy with jealousy. As Yu Shanqin watched Han Sen's remarkable knife skill, the corners of his mouth rose. His smile was strange and unreadable.